Kindly silence. We start now. BL presentation will start at 9:15 and we are at 9:15 almost. So therefore, I will take about 3-4 minutes and some of these wisdom nuggets I'll share with you in the evening. These wisdom nuggets come from the behavior of the class. They are not fixed. And when I do classes worldwide, then I always try to collect what is the behavior of the class. And based on that behavior, then we develop this. So I'm going to show you very quickly these 4 or 5. Look at the end objective first. We have seen that front ending is very important. We talked about yesterday. The people were saying, well, they were not preparing well in one of the simulation programs. They did not do front ending. Simulation program was to be done, Wharton School, MIT. They did not get time to do front ending. Program started today. They could have done reading yesterday, but they took a casual approach. Out of 75 people, only 5 people studied the manual, which was told to them, please study before you do the simulation. And the simulation is used by top 20 business schools. So therefore, this came out that we take everything casually. हो गए, बैठ गए, कल आ जाएंगे मॉर्निंग में, चले जाएंगे सिमुलेशन कर लेंगे. So this casual approach जो है, that is going to kill like a white ant. जो दीमक होती है ना, वो खा जाती है. हम लोगों को दीमक खा जाएगी. ये casual approach. Casual approach will kill you, destroy you. Don't play around with these kind of universal laws. Universal laws cannot be changed by any one of us. We are a very small molecule. We are one small molecule, and more than like us, there are trillion to trillion molecules, trillion, infinite molecules. So we are very small, very microsums. I would say this is very important. What you are supposed to come at 9:15, casual training program, हो जाएगा. That's not right. Certainly not right. And this will not really give you edge when you become leader. It will never give you edge. It will always be your handicap, liability, debit entry. So then, any change in the status quo to be welcome. There was one of the nuggets came up. Any change in the status quo to be welcome. Mind, the mind does not accept the foreign element. Change is a foreign element. Like eyes, remove the foreign element from the eyes when it comes. Heart, when you transplant, try to reject. Mind, when new thing comes, try to reject. We got to make sure that change is welcome, because that's the only thing which will survive. And these are based on the 4 modules we do for 15 years. And the 5th one was in America. And I think this was done at Scope Convention. We had a lot of people here. I'm going to mind over matter. Recognize the team building and about what? 17%. Monitoring, call this, call that. We are working on that C class item, where A class item is not there. My yesterday's opening was that. Huh? And this is one of the charter, all the Antonio and all. They are the people, and all of us, I'm so privileged. These people are very, very important. And we discuss this. And more emphasis on that. 70% project management, risk management, this risk we were talking about. When one is in position of strength, one has an advantage on negotiation or anything you do. One of the slides I showed yesterday, ahead of time. You have advantage. There will be slaves and there will be masters. Masters are those who are ahead of time. America is only working on one thing, ahead of time. Russia is working only one thing, ahead of time. The whole world, China is only working ahead of time. Kind of thing they are doing in space. India is working ahead of time, but that will take time. This is the crux. All of you are young. I don't see any reason why you cannot be ahead of time. Don't say that I'm a public sector or this. I'm not interested. It's nothing to do with the sector. It is to do with the human nature itself, your own characteristics. And the reason I'm saying this is because you are going to become directors of your company. You are going to become leaders. How will you lead unless you yourself understand the leadership? Transparency is the key to in managing projects. Transparency, no hidden agenda. Transparency. Transparency, if you have transparency, you are the leader. One of the most important characteristics of a project manager is transparency. If you see the book yesterday, which was released, when my second part of that book, it was first out of 11, and 11 out of 49. The first out of 11 was transparency, honesty, intellectual honesty. Intellectual honesty, transparency. Transparency was not there. It says in the total. I would say if that is going to be there, there is no hidden, there is no energy wasted in hiding something. We hide our all mistakes. We hide all our things we have gone wrong, we don't tell publicly. Some people are trying to do lessons learned and all, but frankly speaking, worldwide, it is not true. Some people do 80% hiding, some do 10% hiding, but hiding everybody does, except leaders, except the political leaders, Gandhiji and all that. And at this point I stop. From BEL, I have come first person from BEL. Achla ji, please come. Saraswati Mantra, yes, good reminder. Every program we start with Saraswati Mantra.
Audio. Audio.
प्रणो देवी सरस्वती वाजिभिर्वाजिनीवती धीनामवित्रवतु आनो दिवो बृहतः पर्वतादा सरस्वती यजता गन्तु यज्ञम् हवं देवी जुजुषाणा घृताची षग्मां नो वाचमुषति शृणोतु पावका न सरस्वती वाजेभिर्वाजिनीवती यज्ञं वष्टु धिया वसु चोदयित्री सुनृतानां चेतन्ते सुमतीनां यज्ञं दधे सरस्वती महोवर्णः सरस्वती प्रचेतयति केतुना धियो विश्वा विराजते चत्वारि वाक्परिमिता पदानि तानि विदुर्ब्राह्मण ये मनीषिणः गुहात्रीणि निहितानि नयन्ति तुरीयं वाचो मनुष्या वदन्ति उत त्वः पश्यन्न न दर्श वाचमुत त्वः शृण्वन् न शृणोतेनाम् उतो त्वस्मै तन्वं विसस्रे जायेव पत्यमुषति सुवासाः
I will stop at this because of time. And the 92 you see D.B. Kapoor here, Santosh Soni, Rajgopal ji, बैठ जाइए. As Rajgopal, Dr. Abid Hussain, since every year we have people and Prabhat Kumar, MS Ramachandran, Chairman IOC and all. But matter here is that every year, any program we do this. And you will be, I just want to, you should feel very proud of our traditions. Continuous learning is not a religion of Hindu or Muslim or Christianity. There's a boundary. Yesterday I talked about breaking boundaries. So, in Europe, when I was doing a program, 20 years ago, maybe not 25 years ago, no, 99, 26 years ago, I wanted to play this. And they say in Europe, Adesh, we don't allow. We don't allow prayers. I say it's not a prayer. I'm here to teach you. And you are here to learn. I'm also going to learn from you. And you are going to teach me and I'm going to teach you. This is not a religion, Saraswati, continuous learning. I don't understand even Sanskrit of this. But we are here to learn from each other. What is so, my boundary is not a prayer of, so they agreed. Can you break that? Can you believe that? In Europe, in my program, Saraswati Bunda is played. Maybe not be 2 minutes. You don't want to make this a long thing. Same thing in America. When we did go first time the program in 2011 in America, this was our program. And before that we did program on behalf of some other company. So other company maybe I don't enforce. Because other companies ask me to talk. I cannot say I will do this because, no, they say no. When we did our program in 2011 in George Washington University, it's same thing. George Washington University, my colleagues, they said, no, we don't do it. So therefore we said we do it. This is the same logic. And they all agreed. This is the greatness of America, greatness of Europe. They pick up good ideas, they break the boundaries. So this is one thing which we should be very proud. If we are convinced, if we believe in something which is true, which is based on learning and unlearning, things will work. There is no problem. We are a little bit time overrun. We have time enough. Tea break will be shifted. And we have enough 45 minutes margin at the end, closing function. That float is kept to see that 5:30 we close the session. Today we will be closing at 5:15. Well, there is a marriage function here, and they have made a request. I have always one more nugget. With whom you are working, if they make some request, you have to adjust. You just don't have to be very sticky. I'm working in this hotel. Programs are being done here for the last 15 years. There are partners. And the last one before I close, I may not get time to do that in the evening. Partnership between the contractors, consultants, and consultants. That holds the key. 1 into 1 into 1 is 1. 1 into 1 into 0 is? Boliye? Interests are different of different people. You must entertain. Everybody is there to make money. What is wrong about it? You cannot squeeze them. That's not the way partnership works. So with this, please don't worry. You have 15 minutes, continuous. And don't worry about the less people here. These are quality people. The important is you have done a great job.
Thank you so much, sir, for this interactive and informative session. Next up, we have design and development and supply of the self-protection suits for C-95 aircraft. We would like to have you on stage for the presentation, sir. Thank you so much. Change the next one. इसके बाद वाला है.
Good morning again.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning. That's better. Yeah, so just to set a context again, our friends have spoke about Rafale. We are going to speak about one more defense aircraft. Just before that, the theme of today's symposium is mastering change in unpredictable environment. So change and unpredictable environment, I'll just take 2 to 3 minutes about what Bell has done on this context before going into my presentation. So 25th March 2020, all of you able to recollect this date? This is a date when the lockdown was announced. First lockdown in India. So the major challenge was for the people to be safe. And there were a lot of crises in the health sector, wherein we were required to have many supporting equipments in the hospitals. So the government of India has approached BL for manufacturing of ventilators. Just imagine a condition where there are no people on the road. So how do you get the material for the manufacturing of ventilators? How do you get people to make those ventilators? But BL, in this tough circumstances, thanks to our visionary leadership, 30,000 medical ventilators we supplied in a record period of 6 months, and it was supplied to all the government hospitals. So that is the unpredictable environment and the change. When I spoke about change, Bell was not into the medical electronics domain, but we learned quickly. All of our engineers became master of medical terms. We are thinking of BiPAP, CPAP, and the ventilator, what it is required. So that was a quick transition which we did, and that was really a great effort by the entire team. Coming back to the context, I mean today's presentation what we have. Next one. So this is our project team. We have a combination of PMPs and non-PMPs and different functional groups from testing, quality, PMG. Again, this is only representative because any project to succeed, there are a number of peoples. Only because we cannot list all, few of them are listed. This is November 2021 was a contract which was signed with Airbus. This was the biggest export order for Bell at that point. Strategic significance that it positions Bell into a global EW leader. It enables critical in-house modules to be deployed on a military aircraft. And horizontal deployment in terms of the challenges and the practices which are followed, it will be deployed across the other products and SBUs also. So this is the C295 aircraft, and a brief about the product. There are 3 main components. This is a radar warning receiver, then a missile warning system and countermeasure dispensing system. Brief about this self-protection suit. Like we have radars which are detecting the targets in the air. Similarly, the self-protection suit equips the aircraft to know who are tracking him. Why it is important? Without a self-protection suit, you are a sitting duck in the air. So if you don't know, it is called situational awareness. So to give that situational awareness to a pilot so that he can take the countermeasure actions. So that is the reason and basic purpose of this system. We had targets like technical targets in terms of engineering the product. This system we had been supplying to other platforms, but it has to be engineered for C295 aircraft. The integration with airborne avionics and mission system. There were different phases during the project execution. The first phase was we have to demonstrate the system in lab environment. Then there has to be on-ground trials, like we call it GRAT, ground acceptance test, wherein the aircraft, the system will be mounted in the aircraft and it will be switched on the ground, and then actual flight trials. So the lab environment phase happened in Bell as well as in Spain, Airbus Spain, and the other 2 phases that also happened in Spain. Just go back to schedule targets. Yeah, when I speak about schedule, the targets were very stringent. The preliminary design and review, critical design review, and the prototype integration has to be completed within 9 months, and the ground flight testing has to happen in 14 months. So very tight schedule against which we had to work. Talking about airborne quality, it's not like what we produce on ground. Every component which is used in a airborne system has to be MIL standard qualified. There are different standards which we have to work. There is a standard for software, there is a standard for hardware. So all those have to be taken into account. There has to be excellent configuration management. Every single part has to be traceable to its OEM and authorized distributors only. These were the quality standards. The financial targets and performance standards, of course, the project variance has to be very strict. The delivery targets and the indigenous content, that was also one of the requirement. Of course, the customer and stakeholder engagement, it was a continuous process. Some of the challenges which we faced during the execution, many of the practices which our preceding team has explained were followed in the project management for this case also. So I will not repeat those, only the major thing I will highlight. There were 2 units which were manufactured in-house, that is display unit and blanking interface unit. So these has to be qualified, again, qualified against a MIL standard. Different environmental tests, the EMI, MC compliance, all those things had to be taken care. And that also was completed well in time. There's something called DL, design assurance level, which is required for any airborne product. So that was qualified for hardware as well as software. There is a standard called DO 178, which is for the software, and DO 254 for the hardware. So this classified based on a system safety assessment. The next challenge was export regulations. When we started executing the product, suddenly the Ukraine and Russia war broke. So all the supply channels were, majority of the supplies of defense equipments were diverted from Europe for their partnering countries. So there was a strict export control, and the critical item which we supposed to get from a European nation, we were not getting that. So that was the main challenge, how to execute the project. For that also some actions we have taken, I will bring out that. The last point was limited flight slots. See, it is easy that you take a slot if any ground trials or any ground equipment is there. It is easy to get a slot, but having a flight slotted time, that too at Airbus Spain facility, so it has to be exactly aligned to their availability of time. So that was also planned in a very professional manner, and we could complete the trials well in time. These are the approaches to mitigate the export control regulations. We used some of the items which were with us, and we used Atacnet route so that the initial phase of development activity is not getting delayed. This is a temporary export which you can do as a trial purpose. So this route was exploited, and with that we could complete the ground test milestone in time. There was a maintenance of issue log, activity log or issue log which you maintained for the project tracker. This issue log was maintained in such that the date-wise it is compiled and every action in a row, and it is followed with date-wise for each sequential update. The design of the system was modular so that it could be easily upgraded in the future. The schedule compression, there is a challenge with Airbus. What we faced is, even if we are ready with the product, we cannot sell them early. So they have a strict timeline for delivery schedule also. It is like T0 -2 + 7 days. So something if it is ready also, we are not able to check it out. So there was a lot of negotiations for those early deliveries as well. And with this tight scope management, we could complete on time the development phase and supply phase as well. My colleague Uma will continue now.
Good morning all. Now I'll be talking about few of the key takeaways from this project. We can call them as major highlights of this project. So which we are adopting these key takeaways for our other projects also, and for the upcoming projects also we would like to adopt these takeaways. Firstly, as this is a export project and customer is Airbus Spain, so during this from the beginning to till now also currently project is going on and it is there till 2031 that it is there. So what are the good practices, global best practices, whatever we have learnt, we would like to adopt for other projects also. And this is with respect to documentation, design review, and including the contract management. We have learnt many things from this project. We can say they are best practices. And next point is this purchaser technical specific. Normally for normally for any projects as part of our RFPs, request for proposal, we get technical specifications 1 or 2 pages, maximum 5 to 6 or 10 pages. But in this case, it was a very exhaustive PTS, means purchaser technical specification documents, where they have covered each and every aspects of the project, like safety, quality, documentation. Everything was included in that, and all have got different unique IDs. All their requirements have got different unique IDs. Approximately we got around 350 to 400 requirements from Airbus. So we have to give complaints to each and every requirements of Airbus. So it is a good learning for us. Normally we were giving the specification to our vendors like that, only 1 or 2 pages, but now after this, even now we have learned we have to give very specifically in detail. So this is the one key takeaway from this project. And next point is export. As sir has already told, we have some items from German and all, and Germans, it will come here and again it will go back to Spain. Means we'll be delivering it to Spain, then again from Spain it is coming to India for our Indian Air Force for their use. So multiple transitions. So out of this we have learnt like some regulations and all which are related to export control and all, export license. That is one good thing in this project. And as sir was explaining, during this war scenario and all, we had some problem in getting our items on time. So we had to contact this Indian embassy from Germany also. So basically this project has got many major stakeholders from external as well as internal. So that stakeholder engagement was the basic thing we can say, that was the criteria for our success of this project. That is one thing. And institutional knowledge captured in our BEL, we have that one knowledge management portal where whatever we have learnt we can upload, and we can access to other teams' learnings also if we have got any doubt. So it's basically it is available to all the units of the BEL. So that is very useful. That is one key takeaway. And because this system is going to be operating with other avionics of the this C295 aircraft, so it has to be EMI EMC complied also as per that aircraft requirement. And before going to the flight trials, we have to complete many stages. First lab level, then ground level, then flight. But getting this CERTIS slot and all is not that easy. So we have to be very well prepared in advance. So all those things we created in our lab environment itself using our some signal generators. This is one good thing what we have adapted in this project, so that it was easy for us to prove ourselves during the flight trials. That is one thing, and it's good for means it is mainly used for surveillance of these radars and missile threats. So basically this has got many major sensors. We can say it's an integration of many sensors. This survivability of this aircraft is enhanced. That is one good thing. And this has got various subsystems wherein we can operate all those subsystems in integration mode also, as well as in individually also we can check as a subsystem wise. And if you want to upgrade or enhance the system, subsystems, it is very easy. So, for example, like increasing the memory capability and increasing the speed of any subsystem, it is very easy because it is a modular and even it is scalable. That system architecture is supporting this. So it is very easy for testing and maintainability. These are the few of the key takeaways from our project. Next few slides will be explained by Monica.
Thank you, Ma. Good morning, all. I'm Monica. I was looking into the software aspects for this project. We have applied a stage gate approach for the C295 project management, where all the major milestones were divided and categorized into different stages. This is very much important for a structured decision points for the risk management and for quality assurance as well. So at each stage, the checkpoints or the gates were reviewed and assessed by Airbus for meeting the defined criteria, whether Bell has met the defined criteria, and we were well before time and we were able to meet all the milestones on time. And some of were supplier laboratory tests which were at BL premises, in which BDL also participated, and next were the internal laboratory test at Airbus where both parties participated, and followed by the ground test and the flight test. The internal laboratory test also included various other simulator integrations like ARINC protocol integration was available only at Airbus. So we had developed with our expertise some simulators so that we can simulate those interfaces at the lab as well, so that we don't face much difficulty when we arrived at Airbus Spain, and with seamless we were able to perform seamless integration at Airbus. As quoted by Michael Lieberf sir, a satisfied customer is the best business strategy at all. So we have received appreciation from Airbus stating that Bell was the best and great business partner to work with, and because we were able to do timely interventions and complete all the milestones ahead of time, and here they have focused on having a common purpose, having a common objective, which is very much needed to provide focus, direction, and a unified approach for yielding measurable results. These were the some memorable and cherishable moments, which included the laboratory test and ground test and the flight test. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such an interactive session and informative also. Can I request any one of you to come on the stage? Actually, 3 people to come on the stage to give the Guru Dakshina, please. Please come, ma'am. Thank you so much. Can we clap for them once? A loud clap. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I made a special request. He has a very busy time. He gets invited by all the media to talk about India's future and what they do. So I made a request to come for a short time, even for 10 minutes, and give his ideas. Because yesterday, because of tight program, he could not give his full. When he speaks, everybody is wrong to khade ho jate hain. And I find that this is something which we all have to, because he has a passion. I was mentioning to you yesterday, passion is the basic ingredient to move forward. Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite Deepak Vora ji to now come to the stage, and or maybe here, whatever you want to. Load ho gaya? Normally he speaks from the floor, but I don't know. Caller mic de dijiye. वैसे कर लूँगा सर. आइए. कल तो आपसे बात हो गई.
चलिए आप जरा जल्दी से शुरू कर दीजिए उसको. हो जाएगा बेटा? ऑल राइट, देख लीजिए अगर हो जाए. सर, just to brief you on what's been happening in our world today, a second student leader in Bangladesh has been shot by अज्ञात लोग. मेरी तरफ क्यों देख रही हैं आप? मैंने कुछ नहीं किया है, मर गया वो। He was one of the two prominent student leaders जिन्होंने शेख हसीना के अगेंस्ट किया था, और उनमें से एक और मर गया है, वो बेगम खालिदा जिया की पार्टी का था, वेरी प्रोमिनेंट, उसको भी मार दिया है। नेट रिजल्ट, चाचा अमेरिका बोलेगा नो इलेक्शंस, हालत बड़ी खराब है। और चाचा 90 साल का यूनस अगले 500 साल तक वहीं बैठेगा। दिस इज व्हाट इज हैपनिंग इन योर वर्ल्ड टुडे। सेकेंडली, यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स, सीरिया पे आज फिर बम फेंके। बड़ी शांति दुनिया है ना। एक कोई आप वॉर वाला प्रोजेक्ट लो, उसको आप डील करो। एनीवे, हियर वी आर, वील फिनिश वेरी क्विकली। ये देख लीजिए हमारे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट्स। आई जस्ट वांट यू टू, आई डोंट नो हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू आर अवेयर, दीज आर द 10 मोस्ट प्रोमिनेंट वंस नीति आयोग ने हमने आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं। अगर आप समझ पा रहे हैं, आई डोंट वांट टू से एनीथिंग। पीएम गति शक्ति, इफ यू कैन अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट दैट इज, Bharatmala, digital highways, high-speed trains, deep water ports, etc. The investment we are looking at is $2 trillion in the next 4 years. जितनी गाली देनी है सरकार को दो, कहाँ से आएगा, कैसे आएगा, कब आएगा, आ गया पैसा। लोग दौड़ के आ रहे हैं, जर्मनी वाला अगले महीने आ रहा है पैसा लेकर, क्योंकि और कुछ बचा नहीं है उनके पास, कहीं पैसा नहीं लगा सकते। यू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट आई एम सेइंग सर? रिटर्न्स नहीं मिलते, यूक्रेन को पैसा देने से रिटर्न्स नहीं मिलते हैं, वो तो आधा तो वही खा जाता है, वो जोकर जो है वहाँ सर्कस वाला। So they are coming and they are looking. This is what we are looking at, 2 trillion, and therefore the economy from 5 trillion to 7 trillion. If you understand, I'm a development economist. 34 kilometers highway every day, 12 railway, 6 airports, 2 metro systems every year. ये भारत की, आप लोग शिकायत करते हैं टेढ़ा क्यों? बस एक ही आपसे अनुरोध है, आप सब प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर्स हैं, भारत को गोरे की नज़र से मत देखो, भारत को भारत की नज़र से देखो. Let's be very proud of what we are doing. You may not like the party, you may not like Modi, but at least don't convert that into anger at Bharat. That's my request to you. No power on earth can stop an idea, जिसका समय आ गया है. Oprah Winfrey का आप जानते हैं, I mentioned that she is the world's greatest podcaster. She had come to the Mahakumbh, जो एक सनातनी समारोह था. क्या कहती है?
This is a new India.
ये मैं नहीं बोल रहा, ये वो कहती है. This is the Jamwant effect, not our decade, our century. This lady Ellie Cyrus, an American diplomat, has written कि ये जो सेंचुरी है ये भारत की. ये मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ, ना मैंने उसको पैसे दिए हैं लिखने को. She's done a very good analysis. Our time has come. All this, you know, 100% बिजली, पानी, mobile connectivity. By the way, we have built 11 crore toilets in 24 months. ना मोदी ने बनाए ना मैंने बनाए, ये हमारे गांव वालों ने बनाए. आपको याद नहीं है कितनी गाली थी? टॉयलेट तो बन गया, पानी नहीं है. याद नहीं है आपको? सीवरेज कहाँ जाएगा? सुना नहीं आपने? अब कहाँ हैं वो लोग जो गाली देते थे? चाइना भाग गए? बना दिए हमने. And of course you all know that our renewable energy, we had promised 50% by the end of this year, installed capacity, by the end of 2030. We did it 5 years ahead of schedule. We did it in 2025. This is what project management is all about. 130 crore smartphones. 99.2% are now made in India. मेम साहब देख रही हैं आप? कभी सोचा था ये होगा? सोचा था आपने? अच्छा, गुड लक. मैंने तो कभी नहीं सोचा था कि ये हो जाएगा. 6,000 digital transactions per second, and last year we did 10,000 crore cashless financial. This year we are doing about 15,000 crore. This is again a project that सारी दुनिया इसको देख रही है. यूएसए ने 300 करोड़ किए थे, चीन ने 1700 करोड़, और 100 करोड़ इंटरनेट यूजर्स हैं. गालियां नहीं सुनी थी जब हम इंटरनेट का कर, अरे कहाँ है आपके तो 5 करोड़, 1 करोड़ के पास है, 2 करोड़ के पास. जो ऑपोजिशन पार्टीज वाले भी बोलते थे. एक फॉर्मर फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ये बोले, क्या करोगे आप ये स्मार्टफोन से? आजकल कहाँ मुंह नहीं खोलता. 130 crore smartphones for a population of 144 crores. Unbelievable, isn't it? कभी सोचा था आपने होगा? So this is just I wanted to tell you. Education very quickly, 60,000 colleges we have today. 2 new colleges every day. अमेरिका की आबादी 34 करोड़ की है, मेरे पास 34 करोड़ विद्यार्थी हैं. Think about it. जब ये बाहर आएंगे ना ग्रेजुएट करके हर साल, divided by 5, हर साल इतने ग्रेजुएट करेंगे. Do you see the manpower? और गाली दो, नौकरी नहीं है, ये नहीं है, वो सब मुझे मालूम है. We've heard that time and again. Everybody says the same thing. Where are the naukris? Where is this? So why do you think we're running Startup India? हम लोग बुद्धू हैं, बेवकूफ नहीं है. We know exactly where we are heading. So we have our comprehensive power. ये आपने समझ लिया. Self-confidence, self-belief, and self-esteem. You can see it from the back. We will grow this year at 8%. This is confirmed. Probably 8.5. So you can imagine. अभी न्यूजीलैंड के साथ आपने साइन किया ना फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट. टोटली यूजलेस. पढ़ो उनका प्रधानमंत्री क्या लिखता है अपने वेबसाइट. अब तो सारे न्यूजीलैंडर्स के पास नौकरियां हो जाएंगी, इतना बड़ा मार्केट है, हम उसको कैप्चर कर लेंगे. अबे गधे, तू बनाता सिर्फ शीप की ऊन बनाता है और कुछ फल देता है मेरे को. तेरी इकोनॉमी इज 1/20 द साइज ऑफ माइन और तू कैप्चर करेगा मेरा मार्केट. आज उसका फॉरेन मिनिस्टर कहता है भारत ने तो ठग लिया हमको. ये किससे पंगा लेते हैं, you know? And ISRO is already number 1 in launching foreign satellites. Phenomenal. So here we are. We are 29 years, median age. People like you and I are less than 29. People like Dr. Jain a little more than 29. Japan is the oldest country at 49. और पिछले साल तो, you know, please forgive me for this. Japanese mothers 7.5 लाख बच्चे किए थे पूरे देश में. Near famine, 1966-67, when we were told not to eat on Mondays. 104 Mondays, 66-67, मैं भूखा सोया हूँ अनाज बचाने के लिए. 104 दिन. और आज, if you check what I have in my granary, I can feed the whole world for 2 years. This is भारत. अब भीख नहीं मांगता हूँ मैं. और जो मैं इंडिपेंडेंट पोजीशन लेता हूं अगेंस्ट अमेरिका, वो कहता है मैं फ्री ट्रेड नहीं दूंगा. मैंने कहा अमृतसर की बढ़िया खा, मेरे को क्या फर्क पड़ता है. दैट्स बिकॉज माई ग्रैनरीज आर फुल. यू कांट प्रेशर मी टुडे ऑन फूड. आप समझ रहे हैं मैं क्या बोलने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं. ये नरेंद्र मोदी ने नहीं किया, हमारे किसानों ने किया है. वी डोंट एक्सेप्ट एनी फॉरेन एड, यू नो दिस. वी हेल्प 150 कंट्री. पिछले साल हम सोना वापस लेके आए थे 100 टन. हमने इंग्लैंड में रखा हुआ था. मैंने गवर्नर रिजर्व बैंक से पूछा था टाइगर क्यों रखा हुआ था वहाँ. कहता है जगह नहीं थी. मैं कहा डॉक्टर आदेश जैन के बाथरूम में रख देता. वो कौन सी बड़ी बात है. So this is just to tell you that the government owns less than 1,000 tons of gold. We just assess the figure. And our daughters, आपकी तरह आप लोगों के पास 25,000 करोड़ सोना है. The most of any country. Can you believe it? मैम आपने तो ही पहना होगा सोना का. देखिए 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 देखिए. So you know, despite all the galis that we get, ये तरक्की कैसे हो रही है.
अगर इसे समझ सको मुझे भी समझाना.
मैं एज एन इकोनॉमिस्ट आई एम अ डिजास्टर, क्योंकि मैं तो दूसरे इंडिकेटर्स देखता हूँ जो मुझे सिखाए गए थे, वो सब मिसिंग है, लेकिन फिर भी तरक्की हो रही है. थिंक अबाउट इट. एनीवे, वी आर टोटल प्राइवेट वेल्थ इज 8.2 ट्रिलियन, विच इज 12 zeros. Number 1 spending is on beauty parlors. जाती है ना, मैं भी जाता हूँ. Just look at all this. You know, look at what is happening in the country. How we are spending money. Jain Saab, just you understand this better than I do. There's phenomenal amount of money available. FDI coming in. 6.5 लाख हमारे पास गांव और शहर हैं, 1 करोड़ ब्यूटी पार्लर है. Good or bad, I don't know. You decide क्या करना चाहिए. And of course, 2/3 of our GDP is consumer spending. मुझे फर्क नहीं पड़ता मैकडोनल्ड ट्रम्प, तू जितना मर्जी टैरिफ लगा दे, नहीं बेचूंगा तेरे को, मैं मर नहीं जाऊंगा. ये भारत है टाइगर, ये इंडिया नहीं है. समझ जाए इसको बहुत जल्दी, वो समझ जाएगा. ही इज कमिंग हियर. अच्छा, जब भी आएगा आपको पता लग जाएगा. चीन ने 200 कंट्रीज को अपना कार्ड भेजा, लिखा था वायरस. हमने 200 को भेजा, उस पर वैक्सीन लिखा था. ये बस बताना चाहता. आई एम एंडिंग हियर. सिक्किम का जो अर्थक्वेक हुआ था मैडम 2011 में, 300 जगह सड़क टूट गई थी. One European company, the best, I made the call, said we'll take 9 months. And border roads, we asked them to do it. The Europeans said 9 months. Border roads reopened the road. Broken in 300 places. They reopened it in 19 hours. Their Director General said 9. That's project management. 19 hours. We lost 22 of our kids like this. I went to a Sikkimese home. Son's body was lying outside. She hadn't cremated him. I said, you'll get all the money in the world. Government will give you, Sikkim government, army will give, border road, anything else. She said, get my younger son, he's 22, the bigger boy was 26. I still remember distinctly, haven't met her since. तो बोली उसको नौकरी दिला दे बॉर्डर रोड्स में. कहा आप क्या कह रही हैं? बड़ा वाला तो बॉर्डर रोड्स में था. कहती छोटे को मौका देना, वक्त आने पर वो भी अमर हो जाए भारत के लिए. Look at this, look at India. और फिर डॉक्टर जैन मुझे समझ आया कि हम भारतवासी क्यों हैं. हम भारतवासी इसलिए नहीं कि हम भारत में बसते हैं सर. हम भारतवासी इसलिए हैं कि भारत हम में बसता है. दिस इज इट. भारत माँ तुझे सलाम. बहुत हमने गलतियां की. 1 लाख अंग्रेजों ने 101 साल पहले 30 करोड़ भारतवासियों पर हुकूमत की थी. मैडम इसको याद रखिए, अपने बच्चों को बनाए. वो 1 लाख थे, हम 30 करोड़. हमें गुलाम बनाया था. गलतियां की ना हमने. आज आने दो उनको, उन्हीं के तट पे डुबो दूंगा. आज दम नहीं है उसमें कि मुझ पे कुछ करे. So we will write our own future. This is our final commitment.
मैं अपने हाथों से इस दुनिया की तकदीर लिखता हूँ. नहीं पैदा हुआ कोई जो रोके मेरी राहों को.
कोई पैदा नहीं हुआ. विकसित भारत 2047. I can't wait. I'll be 96. आजा यार 2-4 साल में. आप लोग ले आइए ना, आप तो प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर्स हैं. Give me a झलक of विकसित भारत. थैंक यू वेरी मच. मेरा मानना है कि भगवान भी भारतीय है. जोश आपका कितना है वो मुझे मालूम है. यू आर ऑल सक्सेसफुल प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर्स. बट ये दिल मांगे, भारत से ये दिल मांगे, पूरी दुनिया का दिल मांगे मोर.
अपनी भैंस चराए के नाच लो ना, घर वाले ना मापे हैं, जब पे अपना राज है, डरने की क्या बात है. ये तो बस शुरुआत है, ये तो बस शुरुआत है. अरे अभी तो पार्टी शुरू हुई है. अरे अभी तो पार्टी शुरू हुई है. अरे अभी तो पार्टी शुरू हुई है. पार्टी शुरू हुई है.
आपकी मेमोरी कभी नहीं जाएगी.
थैंक यू. थैंक यू वेरी मच. वो मेरा दे देना. यूएसबी में बड़ी कमीडियन सरकार की ये पैसे दे देती. कोई ऑडिट वाला आ जाएगा, वहां से जनरल से भी निकाल जाएगा. So thank you again. I'm sorry I distracted from your meeting. But I wanted you to be aware that project management is $1 trillion. लाख टपकती है दोनों से. वो जमाना चला गया. Have you seen any foreign company building a bridges and roads and bridges? No, what you are doing is your company. Wait. अभी देखते चाहिए. Thank you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really honored to listen to you all the time, and we always wait for symposium to listen to you also. That is one of the reasons that we wait for the symposium to happen. Sir, it is all because of the Jan, sir. So next up we have development, realization and development of the Shakti EW of Capital Warships of Indian Navy. Can we have you all up on the stage, please? Thank you so much.
Good morning to Sri Vora sir for exciting, energetic and spiritful, encouraging class. And we express our thanks to Sri Adesh Jain sir for giving an opportunity to being here. So after this exciting performance of the Vora sir, we like to take you as an indigenously developed shipborne electronic warfare system journey.
Please repeat that word, indigenously.
Yes, sir. Indigenously designed, developed, realized, deployed all the Indian Navy capital warships, frontline warships. So this system truly eliminated the dependency on imported systems, and we have created with all MSMEs as a truly Atmanirbhar Bharat. Just we like to take you the journey of EW. As a Bharat Electronics, we have been established 9 production units across the India. So we are meeting the electronic challenges of the defense forces and civilian requirements. We are from the Bharat Electronics Hyderabad unit. We have been established in 1985, especially to cater the electronic warfare requirements of the tri-services. We have been growing from last 5 years, from 1,000 crores of the business to the nearly to the 4,000 crores in this financial year. Coming to the electronic warfare system. So electronic warfare system basically it comprises of the electronic support measure system, which caters the, like now radar is the basic principle of operation in any tactical environment, like conducting the war scenarios. So now opposite to the radar, this electronic warfare system as part of electronic support measure, which receives the radar signals and gives the radar signatures, and it is supports to the cell production to the ships, aircrafts, etc. Now this caters the ESM system, communication signals, mobile signals, satellite mobile signals, VSAT communication signals, global navigation satellite systems, drone signals, and control signals are explosive devices. Now this EW has been protecting the like a defense services in land based, airborne and sea, space. Coming to the electronic, as a electronic support measure system, after identifying the threats in the environment, then this information will be given to the operator. Operator will be taking the decision to counter attack the threats. So this electronically will be protecting the, self-protecting the ships by jamming, by using the countermeasures, jamming and spoofing, etc. Coming to the electronic warfare systems, there is a tactical scenarios called ESM and ECM, and strategic systems called passive, as a offline analysis of the ELINT and COMINT. Now development of the Shakti EW system. Being so many electronic warfare systems in the field imported from Russia, Elbit and IAE, there are so many technologies were coming out of India. Then parallelly, the only agency DRDO and Bharat Electronics together were developing this indigenously developing the electronic warfare systems. Now Shakti EW is the integrated electronic warfare system which has been developed by the DLRL and Bharat Electronics concurrently under the program called Samudrika. The main function of Shakti EW, the electronic system intercepts detection of all types of radars and identifies the transmission characteristics of the intercepted radars. Electronic attack system jams both conventional and modern radars and provides the anti-missile defense protection. This EW system integrally built with the radar fingerprinting system which records and displays signals for detailed analysis in the offline mode. EW Shakti is a strategic system for the nation's defense, characterized by low volume, high cost of products, technology intensive and complex in nature. The development phase to proto model to the deployment of the production system into the field, it took around 4 years. This is the EW Shakti configuration on board a destroyer class of ship.
Presentation mode probably.
उधर से कर रहे हैं, उधर से कर रहे हैं. Not respond हो गया. एक मिनट रिस्टार्ट कर देना. दोबारा से प्ले कर लो.
Shakti is a shipborne advanced EW system with the capability to intercept and identify modern exotic radars, including LPI emitters. The EW system is designed for capital ships of Indian Navy, with an electronic support ES system, covering the frequency band from 175 MHz to 40 GHz. The ES system also provides an integral radar fingerprinting system (FPS) for fine-grained intrapulse analysis and interpulse analysis of the emitters that operate in the frequency range of 0.175 to 40 GHz. Shakti system also capable of electronic attack, EA system covering threat radar frequency band of 6 to 40 GHz. The Shakti ES system is configured with 5 independent receivers to cover the frequency spectrum from low band to high band to provide wideband coverage, high sensitivity, and a high probability of interception. The EA system is configured to cover the spectrum of 6 to 40 GHz in 2 bands, 6 to 18 GHz and 18 to 40 GHz. Shakti system is manufactured for the Indian Navy by Bharat Electronics Ltd, and it is designed and developed by DLRL, Hyderabad.
As a business case, Shakti EW from the Indian Navy, Bharat Electronics has received for the 31 systems for deployment on all the Indian Navy capital warrior ships. The business value of around 5,000 crores we have received. So 15 systems already have been delivered and balance systems deliveries are under progress. Under this 5,000 crores of value of business, around 70% of share value was given to the MSMEs. deployment, successfully completed the deployment on destroyer class of 4 ships under the Project 15 Bravo, INS Vishakhapatnam, Marmagova, Impal and Surat. Frigate class 3 ships under Project 17 Alpha, Nilgiri class, and an indigenously designed Indian aircraft carrier INS Vikrant. The balance system commissioning are under progress on newly built platforms. The Shakti EW system provides crucial electronic dominance for Indian warships, safeguarding them from sophisticated threats in the maritime domain. System has demonstrated highly appreciated performance in Operation Sindoor. The Shakti EW has been awarded as best EW system in recent trophies. The Shakti EW has completely eliminated the dependency on imported systems and made country as truly Atmanirbhar Bharat under shipborne EW systems category. My colleague will continue.
Yeah, good morning all, distinguished guests and my fellow colleague project managers. The challenge about the EW system is it is not a static technology. Whatever the development which happens in the radar part has to be covered by EW system there. So this catch and mouse game keeps going on. So now the challenge for this project was, and these kind of complex systems, it requires a lot of time. Generally the gestation period is up to 3 years, and the platforms, the typical life of a ship platform is about 40 years. So it may see about 2 configuration of EW system in its lifetime. So here the challenge is to give the latest state of art EW systems to Indian Navy, and the system architecture should be such that whenever it comes for refits and things, the latest uptrends in the technology, receivers and things have to be changed, keeping the mother system intact. So when this project was conceived, or when the order was given, at that time 12 numbers orders were given to Bell, and the technologies which were available at DRDO was at bench level. So for technology maturation, from the bench level technology, we have to do system engineering, realize a user evaluation prototype. We have to put the prototype onto the platform, subject it to extensive trials, and once the trials are satisfactory, then the system moves into production. So now for all these activities, because of the faith what Indian Navy has in Bharat Electronics, even before seeing the user evaluation trial, or only based on the bench level trials, they have given us the order to deliver EW Shakti in 48 months. So what is defined is NSQRs, so Naval Staff Qualitative Requirements. So whatever threats or specifications is required in EW system, that is captured here. And making these bench technologies into UET trials within 30 months, and then deliver the production systems in 48 months, in next 12 months there. And in case it doesn't happen, there is always a threat from the imported systems there. So now coming to the execution part, DRDO being the design partner, and we have a good vendor base, private industries, MSMEs, our in-house teams, and especially the concept of collaboration partners. In terms of collaboration partners, Bell has ventured on a journey where specifications or problems are shared with our private industry, and they are asked to come up with solutions there. This being a technology intensive system, these are some of the complex modules which is required to be mastered for productionizing Shakti systems there. Now, the way the changes, coming back to the theme of the project, how to handle changes in a very unpredictable technological environment. has been listed here. The technology being very complex, gestation period being very large, and the delivery timelines is fixed. Any delay in maturation of technology will push the delivery lines beyond the commissioning of the ship, which was not acceptable by our customer there. So the project management tools were employed, and in Bell, I just want to share with the delegates here, because this discussion has come yesterday in one of the talk, that the feed time for our executors at time is very less. How do we do that? So here what we follow the approach is map and shadow. In this thing, since this being in a technology domain, some companies what they do is they take TOT after the design partner has has come to a maturation stage. But in that case, a lot of tacit knowledge is lost. So in case of Bell, what we do is, right from the initiation of the project, we assign a core team which will work on the functional areas with the design, with the scientist in the core, working in the core area. They will assist them, learn from them, and will follow the same journey of technology, because all things will not be success in one go. There will be failures. So all that things will be learned by Bell team by participating in this development journey, and by the time the technology matures, even our engineers become master. This is very important, because the role of the Bell doesn't end at only at delivery. Post delivery, for next 15 years, we have to do the product support. We have to give upgrades for the system. So this strategy has helped us in resolving this issue. Coming to stakeholders' needs and expectations, all stakeholders have to be brought on the same platform. Product life support, that's what I was saying there, that this journey is for next 20 years. Now coming in the planning phase, stage evaluations were incorporated as a part of the plan, so that any system reconfiguration which happened, some examples are given here, can be addressed. The challenges in the execution phase. Most of the items are indigenously developed by our own MSME vendors, but for some critical technologies, or rather critical components, we are still dependent on some imported sources. And the technology obsolescence issue, 4 years is too large in a technology industry there. So how to handle those obsolescence issues? And our key vendors may have a capacity constraints. Now the methodology applied here was to develop 2 vendors and split the order between L1 and L2, with L2 matching the L1 price. This kind of capacity augmentation strategies were planned right at the execution stage, which helped us in reducing the entire production cycle time from very stringent 18 months to 15 months. Then the similar challenges encountered during the testing, integration and evaluation stages were handled in the execution phase, and a very novel concept called a remote inspection methodology was introduced. Most of our suppliers are spread across the geographical terrain from Delhi, Noida, Bangalore, Pune. Now how do we control or have a engagement with them? So we have come up with a in-house, a server-based solution where the bandwidth is leased, cameras specifications are finalized, and all testing inspection happens over online. Coming to monitoring and control phase. In this phase, the stakeholder feedbacks were continuously captured through structured reviews and data analysis tools, and course correction for the project was done, especially in the deployment stage, because we were still in the production phase and the equipments have got deployed. Some shortfalls will be or surprises will come up in the C environment. Now, how to refine the systems while things are moving on go. For that thing, strategies were formulated and the desired outcomes were realized. Coming to the closing phase, as brought by my previous speaker, we have got a knowledge management portal where lesson learned and best practices are captured. Senior members in the team utilize the platform of SYE and share their experiences. The key tools followed for stakeholder engagement are listed here in the best practices. Again, the schedule compression was possible only by engaging stakeholders, concurrent engineering, novel concepts like remote inspection, and that is how these are the best takeaways from this project. Some lesson learned. There is always a need felt for the widening and deepening of our vendor base in the technology domain. This remains one area of our priority. Our partners, MSME partners, startups, this needs to be continuously nurtured. The successful these systems were dedicated by our Honorable Prime Minister to the nation, and the successful execution of this project reaffirms Bell Hyderabad commitment to be the leader of EW technologies and enabling a robust ecosystem of MSMEs, startups and private industry to achieve the true spirit of Atmanirbhar Bharat. I'll just run a video on okay. Right.
You've heard of missiles, you've seen tanks. But what if I told you India has a weapon that fights, without firing a single bullet? Meet Project Shakti, India's cutting-edge electronic warfare system. Developed by BEL and DRDO, Shakti is installed on Indian Navy warships to detect, intercept, and jam enemy radar and communication signals. It can confuse enemy missiles, block surveillance, and even take control of incoming threats, all silently. No explosions, no smoke, just pure, high-tech electronic dominance. It's like fighting a war in invisible waves. This is India's modern shield, unseen, unheard, and unstoppable.
Yeah, and I'm sure the nation is also on the silent journey for Atmanirbhar Bharat and self-reliant India. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the presentation. Can I quickly request four of you to come here and give the Guru Dakshina, please? Thank you so much. Can we please clap for them once? Oops. Thank you so much. If we can clap for everyone, it would be really amazing. Thank you so much. Okay, so these are the presentations from BEL. Now we have L&T. The project name is Christchurch of International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor. So ITER is the project we have here now. I hope you have. Great. So can we please clap for them once before they come on the stage? Thank you so much.
Good morning. So we are from L&T and we'll be talking about project called ITER. It is in France. So something unheard of. So we are going to do project in France. Labor from India going and doing a world-class fabrication in France. So myself Ajay and I have my colleague Hardik will be quickly taking you about L&T. You are aware about L&T. So what is L&T? Then within L&T there is a high-tech manufacturing group which we belong to. So L&T is 87-year-old company, 3 segments: EPC, high-tech manufacturing and services. We belong to high-tech manufacturing, heavy engineering. So we'll go quickly. Next slide. So this is our manufacturing facility in Hazira. Maybe unique facility where we do raw material, nuclear grade raw material, then integration, reactor, shipbuilding and strategic projects which I cannot discuss here. So this facility is 3.6 million square meter facility with a waterfront. Last equipment what we dispatched was 5,000 ton single piece. So shape, size, dimension is not a limitation for this facility. So in nuclear business what we do? So in 1960 Canadian came to support us for the nuclear program, but then we do smiling Buddha, they ran away. So the Department of Atomic Energy and all other industrial capable people like L&T, we came together. L&T has contributed immensely in that. We developed the technology, 220 megawatt, we put 14 of them. Then we gradually improved, we went to 540 megawatt and now recently 700 megawatt. So these are the few equipments where we have contributed from Dhruva reactor to 220 to 540 to 700. Now we are going international. We are now contributing to the ITER program. ITER program is the 7 countries they have come together. What we talked now till now was a fission reactor where there is a splitting of atom and a lot of energy is released. Whereas the fusion is replicating the sun. There is a collision, they are coming together, atoms are coming together and giving you a lot of energy. So all the advanced country in that L&T is, India is there, and from India L&T is there where we are contributing to a project where we feel that in maybe next 1 decade the abundance of energy will be available. You buy appliance, energy will be free. So this is L&T's contribution, what we have done. They say the nuclear energy is not on time. 540 megawatt Tarapur reactor, we finished as a nation in 60 months within budget. They say you cannot produce equipment of this scale on time. L&T produced 12 months ahead of schedule, 33 months. So contractual delivery was 48 months, we finished in 33 months. And sir, for your information, the team is targeting 24 months now. And with Shanti Bill in place, L&T and as a nation, we are well placed to capture this technology and go big scale, 100 gigawatt. So ITER I will not talk much, my colleague will take you to that product, so I will keep that for him. So what really we are bringing on the table? What we are bringing is a nuclear safety culture. It's a unique technology where you need a proper trained scientists, engineers, professionals, project managers. L&T has that. We bring skilled talent pool. So our workmen are highly skilled. They do Arjuna welding. They cannot see the weld. They see in the mirror and they produce the weld. And those welds are continuously coming first time right. So we have approach of first time right. You have to do Whatever you're doing, first time right. In nuclear, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, and we are telling this to the whole world. It is Arjuna welding. First time right. In nuclear, if you want to do things faster, you have to go first time right. Start and stop is not allowed. And if you do repair, rework, it goes to the designer. So let the things be under control of project manager. Do first time right, things move fast. Then state of facility. State of art facility, what I showed you, what we have in Ajira. So we have our own raw material, we do produce forgings, pipes, we do our own integration. And of course, there is a focus on innovation and technology. Now I'll ask my colleague Hardik to take you.
So good morning once again everyone. In India or in Bharat, we pray sun to give us a momentum, energy, and which is limitless and endless. So what is ITER? ITER is International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor, and it's the world's largest and one of its kind reactor. Why international? As my colleague said, it has the contribution from 35 plus countries and having the major stake with 7 countries, that is India, Europe, China, Japan, South Korea, and United States. Thermonuclear, why it is called thermonuclear? We want to replicate the process which is being done inside the sun to manipulate the hydrogen isotopes and create the nuclear fusion. Why it is experimental? To make it commercial, we have to test the physics and the technologies required for this scale. What is cryostat? To house these reactor and to make its working safe, we are creating the world's largest vacuum vessel. So this project consists of 3 phases: manufacturing in L&T Hazira, transport it to ITER site, integrate it, then install it in the reactor machine. Now I will take you through the success story for this project. Thank you. So the contributions, what we have done so far for the ITER program, as you have seen, the supply of the cryostat assembly, manufacturing in 54 segments, each weighing around 70 tons roughly, transporting them, then integrating at site at the workshop which has been created by L&T, and then the final integration.
Okay, now the terminal building, some garden will be there, but in Bangalore airport we have made a concept for the terminal in garden. The entire airport is a garden system. This is a EPC contract actually. This is for that one. This is a capacity of 265,000 square meter area in Bangalore International Airport, and is a 25 million passengers per annum. It is already inaugurated 2 years back. Now almost is reached for the 21 million passengers in last year. Okay. In terminal is garden. The design is inaugurated for 100 square meters of the green walls and the hanging greens, and 90 meter of the forest belt. Forest belt field means in airport we have made the forest field like that one, this one. And engineered bamboo. This is in India, yesterday that Deepak sir has told, in Guwahati airport we are used in bamboo. In India, first we are used in the bamboo ceiling in Bangalore International Airport. That is the distance of Bangalore to Mumbai, around 993 kilometers of bamboo we are used in ceiling. And natural elements. This airport is a natural element we are used in bamboo and clay bricks and granites and rattan baskets. What are the air towers is there, we are used in a bamboo only for that one. And advanced technology, it is used for the self-baggaging system, SBD, for the self-draping baggages system, and we are used, and it is a 100% DG Yatra in commissioned in Bangalore International Airport. This is a project highlight. Client is a Bangalore International Airport, and the construction of new terminals is a EPC lump sum contract. The build-up area is 265,000 square meter, and the check-in counters around 95 counters, and the seating capacity is 7,800. The PBB, passenger boarding bridge, is 23 numbers is there, and the baggage carousel for the BMA and the BBA 88 carousel. For the innovation of bamboo, my colleague Manivannan will take care further.
Yeah, Good morning once again. Myself Manivanan, construction manager and finishing in charge of this project. As my project manager said, this entire check-in hall and departure, we used bamboo ceiling. We used to call Bangalore to Mumbai distance, 993 kilometers of bamboo was used. It's not a raw bamboo. Bamboo stripes are laminated into solid and hollow tubes using specialized presses to ensure minimal tolerance and consistency. Treatment, the engineered bamboo undergoes innovative treatment processes to meet the high safety, durability and fire resistance requirements. That way, right hand side first slide, every 3 meter bamboo, we made one template and we installed on 3 meter by 3 meter. One panel, we made it ready and we installed by using these scissor lifts. Like that, right hand side photo you can see, like that we installed the entire ceiling. This is the one certification. This terminal has received LED Platinum pre-certification from the US Green Building Council and IGBC Platinum certification, with the bamboo a key component in achieving these green building standards. Challenges faced and innovative solutions. Due to time constraint, we captured only few items only. This is a bamboo material. Among rising diplomatic tension between India and China, the entire production material was brought ahead of schedule. We made one big storage place accommodating entire 993 kilometer bamboo. We kept in that cooling arrangements adjusted to the site. Hence, the risk of material delivery delay averted. As the temperature humidity requirement, bamboo could have been installed only post completion of HVAC, balancing or completion of the project. So the site proactively decided to commence bamboo upfront by doing CFD analysis and arranging roof exhaust systems, temporary barricading, installing hygrometers, the right hand side photo you can see, and monitoring regularly to maintain the required temperature and humidity. For doing this, project schedule delay risk due to bamboo installation averted by parallel sequencing. One more innovation, this entire Bangalore International Airport, we didn't use aluminum cladding or something. Locally available that clay bricks only we used. These are the progress photos. We prefabricated the brick panels and installed, and 23,500 square meter of brick cladding successfully executed within that time. These are the various digital platforms we used in this project for design, EHS, quality, plant and machinery, financial, admin, and progress. This is the baggage handling system. BHS steel was prefabricated at factory in terms of various models. Almost 16,000 fabrication drawing involved in this, produced at 14 different locations across India and assembled at site with bolting. So many multinational vendors involved in this project, like Bumer for BHS, Liner for sealing, Yognam, Smiths, Materna, Cisco, Siemens. These are the awards, we got few awards, LED Platinum Award. Best Airport of the Years at Wings India Award 2024. And Bangalore International Airport named the best regional airport in India and South Asia, and the world's second best new airport terminal by Skytrax. Successfully inaugurated by Mr. Modi ji, and the domestic operation started on 15th Jan 2023, and international operation started on 12th September 2023. These are some few photographs we attached. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Can I quickly request two of you to come on the stage and present the gifts to her? Please come. Oh, please come. You're welcome. Very, very good then. Please come. Who else can be better than you then? थोड़ी सी तालियों की आवाज़ पीछे से भी चाहिए, so that we know that everybody is there. Okay, thank you so much. So we will have another one which is 3D concentrate printing project Chandigarh, but we'll continue after the tea break. Can we? Can I hear your voice, please? Okay, let's have a quick tea break and then we'll be back. Thank you so much. And this tea, as you know, we are running short of a time, so this tea break is for 20 minutes. And please, I request everyone to be back within 20 minutes. And the next presentation we have, people who are still there, we request you everyone to join and settle down. So next up we have another presentation from L&T Constructions, and it is, I request everyone to please cooperate. Thank you so much. The next presentation is 3D concentrating printing project Chandigarh. Please clap once so that we can hear you all. Welcome in on stage, please. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Adesh sir, senior leaders, colleagues, and everyone in the audience. I am Gagandeep Singh. I am working in L&T Construction in Building and Factories IC, and I am working in a robotics department. So today, I am going to share the presentation on one of our project which we have done with 3D printing. So we have done this project for the BRO, Border Road Organization, for the Himank, and the project name was 3D concrete printing of Himank Air Dispatch Unit at Chandigarh. So these are the details. The client name was Borders Road Organization, BRO, and project location was at Belana, Chandigarh, and the contract model was like designed and built by L&T Construction, B&F IC. And the structural validation has been done by IIT Madras. And the building configuration, like there were total 6 blocks, 6 buildings, and every building was D+2. And the maximum height was 10.3 meters. And we have used 2 types of technologies in this project. One was 3D concrete printing and other was precast. And we have made 1 block with precast, and we have made 5 blocks with 3D concrete printing. And the total built-up area was 1 lakh square feet. That is equal to 1.9 acres. So 3D concrete printing technology. What is this 3D concrete printing technology? Like it is a combination of digital and robotics technologies. It is a process in which a building is constructed by placing concrete layer by layer without using a support formwork system. And the concrete is accurately placed in successive layers from using a robotic concrete printer. And the drawings conceived at the design center digitally flow from concept to construction. We just need to make drawings in our 3D CAD software, like any CAD software you can use. And then we need to just align the drawing file with the printer, because printer has to know like from where printer has to start the printing. So after doing this, we need to feed the concrete to the printer so that it can start printing, and the concrete will come out from the nozzle, which is in the hopper segment. And now we will just talk about what are the advantages. So with this 3D printing, like we can do faster construction. We have seen reduction of timelines by 40% from conventional construction method. Skilled workforce has been drastically reduced by 60%. And the quality, like it is totally automated system, automated construction. So whatever we will feed in the design, it will come out as an output. So we don't need to take any measurements like the door is coming this much or windows is coming this much. So there is no error in this. And the next advantage is that architect's magic wand. Absence of formwork system, freedom to explore innovative and non-geometrical building shapes. Like if we will just do any irregular shape with conventional. So what we will face, like we will have to do the shuttering, and it will just have a lot of wastage of wooden shuttering or something similar to that. So, but in 3D printing, we are just fully independent to any shape. We can print any shape, no matter whatever the shape it is having. So the next advantage is that it is digital workflow. Like we are just making drawings in the CAD software, then we are just aligning the 3D printer, and then we are just doing concrete to print that building. And the other advantage is that lean construction, like minimal supervision of engineering staff and workmen. Only one single operator can just take care of this 3D printing. And one labor is required inside the printing area just to take care of the necessary things, like if any obstruction is coming in the concrete, if any stone came in the nozzle. So in order to remove those things, we need only one labor in that, in the printing area, but we need more labors in our like batching plants and in the concrete pump also. So sustainability, like we don't need any special type of formwork, and the material is hard enough to support its own weight. So we are not required to have any kind of formwork in this, in 3D printing. And this is our like rendering image of our HAD project in market dispatch. So over here the architectural layout has been thoughtfully designed to strike a harmonious balance between built structures and open spaces, leveraging the design flexibility offered by 3D concrete printing technology. Over here, like our designers have taken care that the buildings should not look like that it is squeezing each other, and it has enough open spaces, and it is not like that the open space is too much that it is looking empty inside in between the buildings. And the administration block envisioned as an iconic architectural landmark showcasing design innovation through its distinctive circular geometry. The concept, based on eccentric circles, merges aesthetic sophistication with functional efficiency and has been brought to life through 3D concrete printing. Like you can just see the central building, like which is in circular space. Like all of the floors are having eccentric center. No one is having the same center. You can just see that top floor is coming out from the bottom floor. So this design, like with the help of 3D printing, we are able to do this kind of work without doing any special kind of wastages or any other things. So this is the biggest advantage, and we have also done the shuttering works of for the beams with the 3D printing only. We don't just did any kind of special shuttering, because there was chances of like that beams will not come in a circular way with the help of wooden shuttering. So what we did, we just did the shuttering works, sacrificial shuttering for the beams also. Like after concreting the beams, we have just destroyed that shuttering, like sacrificial shuttering, which is made from 3D printing. And the campus emerged out of L&T's in-house design and latest constructive technology with fast construction method. And I will just like to tell you that all of these buildings, 3D concrete printed buildings, has been printed within 8 to 9 months, and another 5 months has been taken care in the finishing. So now we will talk about 3D concrete printers. 3D concrete printer represents a cutting-edge advancement in construction technology, functioning as a high-precision Cartesian robot. Like it is a Cartesian robot, we are using X, Y, or Z axis in making the building. And it operates by depositing specially formulated concrete in a layer-by-layer fashion, directly guided by digital input from 3D CAD models. Like as I told you, like in this, if we have to start the printing, the first layer will take care of every aspects, and from there we just know everything is right or not. And then we start building the building by layer wise, and that data has been coming from the 3D CAD model only. And this automated process ensures exceptional dimensional accuracy and consistency, enabling the creation of complex geometries and customized architectural forms with minimal manual intervention. So as I've told you before, that we don't need to measure anything. We don't need to measure windows, ventilators, doors, even the heights of the sill levels, the lintel levels. So everything is coming like from the digital input only. And there is no very minimal manual intervention is there only. And we have used 3 numbers of 3D concrete printers over here. And this is the world's large-scale 3D printing project till now. And out of 3 concrete printers. 2 were like we have indigenously developed with by collaborating with partners, and 1 we have imported from Europe. And 2 of them were gantry type, and 1 was of rail mounted type. And the picture you are seeing is of a rail mounted type. Like its advantage is that you can just see, if you can see my my cursor is visible. Just point. So like this is our y-axis in the 3D concrete printing printer. So we can just increase the y-axis and we can go to the infinite length of this building. So over here length is not constrained for this printer, for the rail mounted printers especially. But for the gantry types we are like entitled to printing within the printing size which is there. And now we will talk about the concrete mix design. Due to the absence of formwork system, unique and contrasting concrete properties required to achieve successful printing. Workability, like it is the ability of the concrete to flow easily from the concrete pump to the nozzle. Sorry. Like it is not that we are unable to push the material from the concrete pump. It should not get that hard. And the shape retention. It is the ability of concrete to retain the shape as soon as it is printed. Like if it is not, we are not getting the shape, then the concrete is of no use. So we need to take care that we are getting the shape retention. And the third property is that bonding. It is the ability of concrete to maintain its green status to ensure bonding between the layers. Like if the like we are printing a layer, so that layer has to make sure that it is bonding with the below layer. So this is the bonding property, and the other one is buildability. Buildability is the ability of the concrete to attain sufficient hardening strength to take the load of subsequently laid out layers without losing the form. Like one is that the bonding, like it has to make the bonding with the below layer, and the other is properties that it has to make sure that it gets that much of strength that it will not get suppressed with the weight of the upper layer. So L&T has developed 3D printable concrete mix using locally available regular construction materials. The concrete mix was produced at the job site, and everyone knows that in the Chandigarh the temperature variance is very much. Like in the extreme summer the temperature can go up to 42, 45, and in the extreme winters the temperature can come down to 7 to 10 degrees. So like there is a challenge to make the 3D concrete mix, because we need to add some additives, we need to add some chemicals so that we can get the concrete mix which we wanted, which is having all of these 4 properties. And our team has overcome this challenge, and we have adjusted everything on the real-time basis over there, and we have not faced any problem even for the single time over there, because of the you can say excellence of our quality team. Now we will just talk about construction method, the substructure. Like the foundation will be of like conventional foundation, and the for strip footing we can just use 3D-CP, 3D concrete printing, and the superstructure walls, 3D-CP or RC walls. Like we are just printing the walls with the 3D printing, and we are also placing the rebars, horizontal and vertical, as well as within the given intervals as given by the EDRC. And as you can just see over there that we are just printing outer layer, inner layer, like suppose 50 mm outer layer, 50 mm inner layer, and there is a void in between. So these void we can also use MVP conduits over there. So after just finishing the printing, we just add 3D concrete mix in a liquid form to fill this void gap. And thank you to the management.
Thank you so much for nicely explained presentation, sir. Can I again request any one of you who has not yet come on the stage, can you please join us once? Any one of you, please? Great. Thank you so much. Can we please clap? Thank you so much. Okay, so next we have another very exciting presentation here, and that's Mumbai Ahmedabad High Speed Railway Rail C4 package. Can we please have you on stage, sir? And we will again clap for them, please. Thank you so much. And I really can't see you all clapping. Please clap once again. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon all, respected sir, respected ma'am, and all my august audience who are there along with us. When we talk about big, there is something big which we have generated over the last few years. That is one of the, we call it as a giga project in construction industry. A project was determined because, as Vora sir said, it is one of the few future projects which can make a country like India to be a Viksit Bharat. If I talk about the project, how high speed is relevant to the country, we have to see what is the present current faster trains which runs in India. It is running at a speed of around 160 odd kilometers, while we are talking a speed which is something like double 320 kmph. That is what we are targeting with the high speed rail. If we'll talk about fueling a 5 trillion economy, why not? Because currently if we are doing 508 kilometers of high speed rail project while targeting around 4,500 odd kilometers by 2047 and a capacity of $1 million crore, that is the value which we are thinking once we are talking about high speed rail project. But more important is how do we connect, how this high speed rail is connecting to the nation. Because ultimately the ambitious plans of the Honorable Prime Minister and the team is how do we connect the future linking for the all major economic hubs of India. While we'll talk about Viksit Bharat 2047, the project advances with a global standing in the high speed rail and the modern infrastructure. And it's contributing directly to the vision of the technological advanced inclusiveness in the product economy for the country. While MHRCR is not just a railway project, it is the building of the capacity, the confidence, and the blueprint for the developed India. We go with the theme because our project always thinks about how we redefine speed and scale for the construction industry in India. While if we'll talk about why HSR is required, because a lot of people have asked this question, why HSR is a necessity for the country, because if we'll talk about our direct competition is majorly with airways industries, because it takes about, if I'll talk about 508 kilometers, the time in which we need to travel is 2 hours and 7 minutes, while airplanes talks about 1 hour 30 minutes only for travel time, but the nitty-gritties which is behind and after, it takes more than that. So our competition is definitely with airplanes, while car and buses is definitely one of the ways, but time is the essence, and more we are going towards the Viksit Bharat, everyone talks about time, how we can save time when commuting from one place to another. Other factor which is why this is the most efficient travel mode, because the energy consumption, that is it takes around 1/3 of the overall energy consumption which is required. Eco-friendly emissions, how it will boost the GDP, how it will generate economic integration in the regional development across the country. It will have a sustainable and the social development impact, and it will have the safety, comfort, and the value for money proposals for all Indians which we are expecting down the line. While L&T joined hands to convert dream into reality with high-speed rail project. With 460 kilometers of civil structure out of the 508 kilometers we are constructing in Mumbai Ahmedabad high-speed rail, which includes around 270 odd kilometers of the track work and 508 kilometers of the electrification works. This includes 2 main depots and fabrication of around 28 steel bridges. It is the first of the award which I talk about is C4.
So, good afternoon to one and all. So, just to give a background, India currently ranks 26th when we talk about high-speed rail networks throughout the world. China is the leading country with more than 45,000 kilometers of operational lines, and then followed by other countries like Japan, Spain, Germany, France. And this is set to change when the Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed rail project of 508 kilometers is commissioning. With one project, India will leap from the 26th position with no operational HSR lines to 12th position. So, when we talk specifically about C4 project, it is the largest single package award for throughout the country, valued at around 25,000 crore for a single project. It is the longest continuous viaduct of 237 kilometers, and it is the fastest in terms of its pace. So the pace which we are talking is constructing about 5.6 kilometers per month. And in terms of superstructure erection, we have the heaviest superstructure erection lifting of around 1,100 metric ton in single lift. And we have if we talk about the construction materials, it's like 4 million metric ton of core materials which we use, with 32 million of cement and 0.8 million of reinforcement. And it has the to operate such a huge mega project, we have built some largest support facilities such as a single precast yard. We have around 20 odd precast yards throughout the 237 kilometer viaduct. So one of them is the largest, or I would say the Asia's largest precast yard, around 93 acres for a single precast yard. And we have also built the the highest in terms of volume 56,000 square feet of geotechnical laboratory. So when we talk about C4 project, already told, like 32 lakh metric ton of cement, 1.5 crore metric ton of aggregate, 68 lakh cubic meter of concrete, 8 lakh metric ton reinforcement, 1 lakh H3 strands, 200 lakh bearings. So in terms of volume, it is 233 kilometer viaduct, 15 number river bridges, 350 meter running tunnel, 78 number of ramps, 4 stations, 5 depots, 29 electrical facilities. So if we talk in terms of volume, the 68 lakh cubic meter of concrete and 8 lakh metric ton of reinforcement, if we compare it to Eiffel Tower, it is like 79 times of the quantity which was used in Eiffel Tower, 32x the times of SOU, and 21x the volume of Burj Khalifa. This is the immense level or the giga structure which we are building. And while in terms of delivery, we have compared this as compared to whatever projects L&T has delivered till date. So Kochi Metro 13 kilometer delivered in around 3 years, Hyderabad Metro 67 kilometers delivered in around 5 years, Riyadh Metro 26 kilometers delivered in 4 years, RRTS delivered in 2 years for 16 kilometers. And see the volume of that ball, like it's 237 kilometers which has to be delivered in around 5 years. So that's the volume we are speaking of. So talking about the key stakeholders, our customer, National High Speed Rail Corporation Limited, our funding agency JICA, and our PMC TCAP, which is led by Tata. And the key stakeholders include various central and state government departments such as Labour Ministry, Central Groundwater Pollution Board, Indian IR, NHAI, other government departments such as Irrigation Department, etc., various municipal corporations for all the cities around Surat, Bharuch, Baroda, then various utility owners, GSPL, GGL, ONGC, etc., and there are various interface. So the C4 package is, we are building only the civil contract, so we have interface with other track contractors, electrification contractors. So MGCPL, IRCON, Sojit L&T, who is doing the electrification for the entire 508 kilometers. We have various general public quarry associations and PAPs which we have to address.
Wow, Madhukar. We are talking about the largest, the tallest, the biggest, what volume we are speaking. But are these volumes really manageable? When we started the C4 journey, we were thinking the how do we manage the biggest, the largest, the tallest, the heaviest, the biggest order, and we have to think of how do we redefine speed and scale in the construction industry. It cannot happen without the key parameters, and that we talked about is excellence, which is driven by the purpose of making this happen with the key parameters like strategy, technological adoption, process excellence, empowerment and upskilling, developing partners, and sustainability. If I talk about strategy, as sir always says, people are the key element in any project development, and how do we set our hierarchy set for the project to deliver was one of the key thinking when we get into the project. And our TFL head always says why this project is successful, because we put people at the right position at the right time to deliver the product which is required for the industry. The overall thought process was such, the E section was designed in terms of the scope of work, in terms of the timelines, in terms of the structural complexity, and in terms of the milestone which was required to be delivered to the project. The C4 was divided into 5 sections and 1 station, finishes and depots. And the important is how do we decentralize execution with centralized strategy of engineering, procurement and contracts. With that strategy, we went so that the important thing is quicker decisions can be taken at the important time to deliver the project. If we'll talk about the strategy for scale, once Madhukar was talking about 68 lakh cubic meter of concrete to be delivered in around 4 years, we have to get 1.5 crore metric ton of aggregate, and we need to produce. The important thing is how do you feed it continuously for continuous duration of 3 to 4 years. You need to have an establishment who does this. So what we did well is we created an establishment of 14 numbers of quarry and crusher which will deliver around capacity of 6 lakhs metric ton of aggregate per month. That is the volume which we generated actually. Operation setup, I have already discussed that we have divided into 5 TFL, 1 PD office, 5 PD office and 1 TFL office. Cut and bend, rebar was one of the key parameters to deliver, because once we need to produce this much amount of quantum, the automation in terms of rebar to produce 20,000 metric ton of rebar with this automatic plant was one of the key backbone to do this. Precast yard, as Madhukar told about, we had the biggest area in terms of 93 acres, but the important is 840 acres of land were taken on lease within the 60 days of the NTP. That was the key moment in which we really get into the project, and we thought that this is a time that we can accelerate and deliver. Temporary facilities were key for us to deliver the project actually. Quality labs of the highest standards, imagine, means UTM machines were at our premises. We were taking care of all tests which was required in our premises with the best of in-house technology to take care of whatever things required for the project to deliver. Technology. It is important because what we really talked about is a Japanese design with the Chinese technology in the Indian involvement. That was the challenge for us, because as we talked about, the Shinkansen technology was not an easy factor once we come to this project, because even though Japan with their technology has only around 3,000 kilometers, and the Chinese which uses this full span launching technology, which was the really game changer for us to deliver, where the Chinese has around 48,000 kilometers of track already laid, and with the Indian environment we have around non-standard spans, local challenges, land challenges and whatnot. So our estimation is from reaching from 508 kilometers to 7,500 kilometers in around by 2047. As I said, the paradigm shift in technology was one of the key parameters. But once we talk about the segmental construction, because once Madhukar talks about the different metro projects which we have done, the important thing is the timeline which is required to deliver the precasting technology and doing it in erection with it. While the medium to large stretch, the average is around 4 to 5 spans per LG per month. While we were talking about 6 kilometers of every month production which needs to be delivered, which was earlier were not thought of. But what changes was the full span technology of a 40-meter large full span girder which was casted in a duration of around 7 to 10 days. And we were thinking just every 10 days we were doing and casting, and every day we were erecting 2 girders. So you were like in a 10 days time you are creating a kilometer for you for the customer to give. That was the kind of paradigm shift in technology which happens with the full spin technology, and it is a thing which will change the construction industry in terms of long-term delivery of projects like high-speed rail. We'll talk about the technology adoption. Speed and scale, as I already talked about, is one of the key. How do we acquire the knowledge which is available in international market, because this was the first time this technology was introduced in India, and acquiring and playing it with the best of means was one of the key for us to deliver this project. While vendor selection, as always, many of my friends has talked about, is one of the key placement, but the important thing is once you enter into a project, in how much time you place the order. And our team did wonderfully well that the key specialized FSLM equipment which was required to be done was ordered in 27 days of the NTP. That was key for us to kickstart the project with the best of the speed. Other important factor was the erection of the first full span girder in 350 days of the NTP. I was rather part of that journey when the first erection was happening. Lot of people were not believing that actually we were erecting a 1100 ton of girder within 1 year of the project when the project was awarded. But that is how we do projects with speed and scale in L&T. Other important factor which we did was how do we do this make in India design fabrication of FSLM, which we have done, because important is get along with the technology which is there and converting into our indigenous ways. We did wonderfully well with our, if I'll say, synergy of the organization which has happened, because we have taken use of our different organizations which has really helped us to deliver this project on time. While as of now we stand at around 5,200 and odd spans erected successfully as on date. If I'll talk about technology, there are a lot of things we have done in technology. One of them is LIDAR actually. This was done because survey was the most important thing for us to reduce man hours, saving cost and improving the resource allocation. This was done around 5 days point of time, where the entire survey of 237 kilometers was done, and with the pinpoint efficiency and accuracy, so that whenever there are requirements we can take care of the future alignments and requirements of the project. Other key important things which we get along with the project, as lot of people always talked about AI, and how do AI get into the construction technology is one of the key factors for us. We really implemented this in one of our precast factory which is situated at Navsari, where computer vision AI based things were taken care by production of noise barrier panels at our factory in Navsari. This improves our 3M resource allocations, reduce physical monitoring, and enhance the product efficiency along with cost reductions and whatnot. This was a game changer in terms of our noise barrier production, which is required for the safety of entire 237 kilometer of alignment actually. If I'll talk about technology, we at L&T does lot in terms of our digitalization, whether it is required for men, whether it is for safety, the WAS, WMS training, virtual reality, or material or machinery or money. We do a lot of things to really put efforts in terms of data-driven decision making for digitalization.
So moving from technology to process excellence, we developed our own precast manufacturing hub, which runs like a factory day in and day out. The amount of precast elements which we had to produce was humongous. It was around 20 lakh number of precast elements to be cast and erected. So we established our own factory wherein we produced more than 1500 units per day, and the design was made such efficient that it was to withstand wind speed of more than 158 km per hour. And we also installed robots in our factory to do the welding and all. So for that robots, it was also published in Business Standard in March 2025. One of the prominent examples of process excellence is the pie gantry. So as I told, the 20 lakh elements to be cast and then they have to be erected. However, these erection can only be done once the the LG and all the full span equipments are down. So however, we developed a pie gantry which is done in the shape of a pie, in which we can erect the elements while the works are on the viaduct. So 22 million precast elements with no hindrance while the girder transporter and launching gantry were moving, we could erect these elements along with that. So then we have a beautiful example of process excellence, that is the geotechnical laboratory. So to do the geotechnical investigation for the entire 237 kilometers, we had to do around 2,500 boreholes. And the number of tests which we had to do was humongous. It was like 5 lakh tests to be done in the first 18 months of the project. However, all these tests had to be done at NABL accredited laboratories, which were very few throughout the country. So, and none of them had all the standards to meet and the the volume to meet the testing capacity. So we established our own geotechnical laboratory, which was like 56,000 square feet, in which we completed 5 lakh plus tests over a duration of 18 months. So next we have the empowerment. So this is the factory which I was speaking about.
Starting this factory from scratch was a really challenging journey. From barren land to this built-up factory.
So the factory which we are speaking about, this is an all-women factory which is independently managed by all the women out there. So we have a small video on it, just go through it.
Managed by an all-women team, reflecting our commitment to empower women.
Hi, I'm Nihala Azhar, factory in charge, and proud to lead this innovative facility. Starting this factory from scratch was a really challenging journey. From barren land to this built-up factory, this journey was indeed worth experiencing. What sets us apart is that we are a team which is completely run by women. As you enter, you are at the mold area, headed by Ms. Sumaya and Meenakshi. Here all the mold preparations are going on, from buffing, oiling and cleaning. And then it is handed over to Ms. Shravanti and Fida, where concrete pouring is done. We use high-end technology that transfers concrete from batching plant directly to frame caster, and then we pour the concrete into the walls.
Hi, I am Sumaya. After concreting, our focus is on curing, using steam curing with vapor generators and water softener. It will reduce the curing time to 4 to 5 hours. This process will accelerate the readiness of the concrete. Once cured, the concrete to be tested for getting a strength of 8 MPa, and it should be separated from the mold and shifted to the finishing area for further touch-ups if necessary.
Hi, I'm Shravan. In this batch, we ensure that every panel is correctly packed and ready for delivery. Our team coordinates logistics and verifies that each shipment meets our quality standard.
Compromising on quality is not in this way. We have Ms. Niranjana, who manages try mix and ensures concrete follows strict standards, while Hansa oversees the finished products and makes sure there is no rejections.
Hi, I am Hansa Hafe, quality in charge of noise barrier factory. I am committed to producing best-in-class noise barrier panels by monitoring incoming material inspection, concrete production, casting, curing, finishing, and dispatch of NB panels. I ensure that each panel leaving the factory is of top-notch quality.
Hello, I'm Hira. Costing and budgeting process is an integral part. It helps to ensure that a project is financially viable and cost efficient. By carefully analyzing the expenses and projection, I help maintain our competitive edge while upholding quality.
Hi, I am Aditya. For channeling this factory and achieving the scope within the timeline, materials needs to be procured beforehand. Up to now, we are able to track materials and consumable stocks in line with the production. As our aim is much higher, my role will be critical on the go.
Hi, I am Sumita. I handle all accounts and administrative tasks, from coordinating schedules to managing all communications and documentations. My goal is to ensure smooth operations and support our team in delivering high quality of precast products.
Hi, I am Priya Dami. As a digital champion of MHSR C4 Section 5, I'm happy to share that digitalization has boosted efficiency, streamlined processes, and reduced costs and delays. Also, real-time data have optimized resource allocation and improved safety and quality. This has paved path for more sustainable future, and I'm proud to be part of this digital era of L&T.
Innovations can be tough when you're underestimated, but we use that as our motivation and push our boundaries. And we prove that we belong here. We have casted 715 panels up to date, and our aim is much higher. We are also having in mind to bring robotics, and we hope to see that in the near future. Every precast noise barrier that leaves our factory is a testament to our team's determination and hard work. Join us in celebrating the power of women in manufacturing. At NB Factory, we are not just paving way for noise reduction, we are also setting standards for innovation and leadership. Thank you, L&T, for this great opportunity.
Real paradigm shift we call it.
So when we talk about staff, as you all know that this is the first package awarded, and the technology which we are using, nobody had the experience to do so. Nobody had the skills to do so. So with only 130 L&T internal staff and 350 others, 130 with Metro's experience and 350 internal staff, we recruited almost 1600 staff from outside the organization, and we converted into experts under various categories, be it viaduct execution, precast experts, erection experts, finance, accounts and administration, project managed professionals, quality professionals, EHS professionals, P&M professionals, and other service professionals. So this is how our C4 family is.
If I talk about partnering, collaboration was one of the key factors to deliver this project. A landmark and indigenous manufacturing was once, if I'll talk about the full span launching methodology erection, and when we talked about this, as I talked about synergy, we have used our in-house MMH team who does this fabrication of more than around 1100 and 1000 ton of metric ton at our Kanchipuram yard, and done this wonderfully well. Further, we have developed partners through collaboration for doing 55 MSMEs and successfully outcomes of the local fabricators to develop molds, sonic pipes and whatnot from the collaboration. A small mindset change for the Atma Bharat Nirat.
If we have to achieve results in the 21st century, we have to adopt a mindset of 21st century. This project, the straddle carrier and the girder transporter, is a very good example of 21st century mindset. Thinking ahead, thinking of economies, planning a complex project, executing it on the ground, that's the mindset of 21st century.
That is the mindset we are talking about. The other thing is these seismic stoppers, which are specifically designed to take care of the earthquake resistance, had been installed on all the pier caps, and it was developed indigenously in our Hazira complex. Again, the synergy which we are talking about. If I'll talk about sustainability, because delivering these kind of mega project, if you don't take care of the sustainable measures, be it energy saving of around 2.2 million megawatt of energy saved through the efficient technologies which we have adopted in the technologies, whether carbon reduction of around 1597 KT of carbon emission reductions. We talked about improved air quality, specifically required. Delhi, if I'll talk about enhanced biodiversity, aesthetic value, whatnot. We have thought about what sustainable measures we can adopt in this project so that we take care of the nature along with us. If I'll talk about the carbon neutrality, for producing this 16 lakh cubic meter of concrete, we have done it with 1.5 lakh metric ton of GGBS, which help us to save replacing 1.3 lakh metric ton of OPC cement in this project. And with this, we saved around 1.1 lakh metric ton of carbon dioxide emissions and 1.4 lakh metric ton of limestone reserve conservation, which we have done. We have done one more thing. While using the curing compound, we have saved the water which is required for this huge mortar product, and we have got many appreciation for that. JSW Cement has given this appreciation for carbon dioxide emissions specifically. L&T has gone this award because Vishwamitri was one of the river. There was an article in newspaper where it says about Vishwamitri was the coziest place for crocodile to live, and if we have seen crocodile comes to our doorsteps at one day usually. So it was not funny, but somehow how do we take care of these species is also one of the important factors. We have done wonderfully rather well, and we have got the national award for the environmental best practices for 2025.
So we'll quickly wrap up. Risk management, 16 risks identified at the bid stage, another 12 emerged during the execution, so total 28 risks. So there is a review mitigation framework which is done on a quarterly basis, and there is an annual corporate level oversight which is done by the corporate level. So how do we mitigate? Like, these are the risks which were identified during the start of the project, and you know, we track it on a regular basis. We see how the risks change from high to medium to low to close. So as on date, almost all the risks except for a couple of them stand closed. So this is how C4 is there in the prime time news. We see daily some of the other news coming about the bullet train. So these are just some of the captions which are there in the news. Some of the captions for when we are in social media. And these are some of the awards which we have got as C4 project. So we have got more than 50 plus awards for the project from various organizations. As on date, we have crossed 250 million man hours. So these most of the awards. So as on date, out of 233 kilometer, 222 kilometer viaduct is completed. And overall, we are at 93% project completion. So just to close the presentation, we have a small video on our project C4. How does it look like?
सेक्शन 2 नॉइस बैरियर फैक्ट्री में रोबोटिक यूनिट देख रही हूँ। नॉइस बैरियर का जो रिबार केज है वो रोबोट की मदद से हम लोग वेल्डिंग कर रही है।
ये जो आपके अनुभव है अगर वो रिकॉर्डेड होंगे, एक ब्लू बुक की तरह तैयार होते हैं, तो देश में हम बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में बुलेट ट्रेन की दिशा में जाने वाले हैं।
मैं मेरे देश के लिए काम करता हूँ, मैं देश को एक नई चीज दे रहा हूँ।
बुलेट ट्रेन है पहचान हमारी, ये उपलब्धि है मोदी जी आपकी और हमारी।
With this, we end our presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I would just like to say this would have been possible with what the team which we have got, with the leadership which we have got, and what the kind of deliveries we have done. Thank you and wish you all a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. With this, we conclude. Thank you so much.
Am I audible? Okay. Thank you so much for the amazing presentation. It really touched my heart when the female-oriented team you have introduced to us. It was amazing. And I would request one of you to come on the stage. Okay, please come. Please come quickly. And I would really request you to kindly time slot. You'll have to be a little careful about the time slot we have given for the presentation. It should be, you know, it can be 20 minutes, but can't be more than that. Thank you so much. Okay, again, we'll have to clap for them, no? Next up, we have acrylics oxo alcohol project from IOC. IOCL, please come. Please quickly come on the stage. I would really request the next one also to be there, coordinate with the team so that presentation can be ready. And we will be on time then. Thank you so much. Okay, let's tell them that we are here. Clap for them, please. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I understand it's almost lunchtime and everybody is hungry, but we'll try to quickly wrap it up. So we'll start with a presentation on our project. Before staying further, let's see the video. this was a short video on the acrylics oxo-alcohol project. So, guided by the Indian Oil's Vision 2047, we are transforming our petrochemical portfolio to strengthen the national self-reliance and secure future supply and create a sustainable value for the nation and the company. So, in this direction, Acrylics Oxo-Alcohol Project is a national key initiative which supports Atmanirbhar Bharat, aligned with self-reliance, infrastructure growth and manufacturing excellence, and strengthening the foundation of Viksit Bharat. By leveraging the existing propylene potential which we have in our refineries, we have ventured into the domain of specialty chemicals and thereby increasing our petrochemical intensity from 6.09 to 6.30. And it delivers a strong import substitution and chemical sovereignty by producing normal butanol, isobutanol, acrylic acid, butyl acrylate, and these are the critical raw materials for paints, coatings, adhesives in the textile industry, and it also supports a strong downstream industry, support to downstream industries and the MSMEs. The project was commissioned in July 25, and it has been dedicated to the nation by our Honorable Prime Minister in September 2025. So the project was conceived as a strategic petrochemical value chain integration with steam sharing as its core strength. So propylene from Gujarat refinery and Mathura refinery was utilized as a feedstock, and this project successfully integrates geographically two separated sites which are 18 kilometers apart, that is Koyali refinery and the Domar, through a complex cross-country pipeline network for sharing of intermediates and utilities. This demonstrates advanced infrastructure planning and execution. The project was structured around a dual execution strategy, combining brownfield asset optimization along with greenfield capacity creation. The greenfield capacity was inbuilt in Domar, which was acrylic acid, butyl acrylate, and along with associated infrastructure. The brownfield project included revamp of dormant hydrogen unit at existing Gujarat refinery, which was idle post BS6, and this was converted to a high efficiency HYCO for syngas production, which was utilized as feed for normal butanol. This involved this aligns with the sustainable goals of the country as well as for the corporation. We sourced world-class technologies from the global leaders, and there were more than 12 packages which were involved, and this increased the complexity of the project. This convergence of multiple technologies in two geographically sites and reliance of distant feedstock sources, it highlighted the complex city of the project, and there was a seamless coordination which was required for successful delivery of the project. So there were around 1600 numbers of piling and along with 1,72,000 meter cube of RCC, around 15 TMT of structural steel, along with 15 TMT of fabricated structure, which required rigorous sequencing and monitoring. Mechanical works included around more than 13 lakh inch meters of above ground piping erection with multiple tie-ins and test loops. And this required a synchronized planning with civil, mechanical and instrumentation teams. Electrical and instrumentation cable laying of around more than 25,000 kilometers were there, which was laid across dense trays with complex terminations and system integration. Execution required complex continuous follow-ups. There was a tight micro-planning, intensive coordination among contractors and the team, the design, the QA, QSC safety, and the commissioning teams. The overall project scale, interdependencies, and high interface load also made it operationally demanding and execution intensive. The project benefits, coming to the project benefits, this is a flagship project of Indian Oil as well as for the country. It established 150 KTA of butyl acrylate production and thereby significantly reducing our imports. The domestic demand in 2019 was around 195 KTA, which is currently estimated at 400 KTA. And this strengthens our supply chain resilience and addresses the deficit of 200 KTA, and thereby Indian Oil is positioned as a key domestic supplier. The project directly supports the Make in India vision along with Atmanirbhar Bharat, and thereby replacing significant imports and saving around 300 crores of forex. This fuels the economic self-reliance and national pride, of course. From business perspective, the project expands Indian Oil's specialty chemical portfolio, and it increases the petrochemical intensity by 0.22, enhancing value extraction from crude oil, adds value to the propylene feedstock, boosting profitability and revenue diversification. This project also created a meaningful social impact, and it promoted skill development among our local workforce and stimulated the local economy through business opportunities and ancillary services, and improved the infrastructure in transportation and communication. It generated, the project generated around 27 lakh man days of employment during the construction phase, and there were around 145 numbers of direct employment associated with 1,000 numbers of employment generation after the commissioning. And of course, this uplifted the regional well-being of the area. And in closing, I can only say that it only strengthens the Indians' self-reliance, but also it is a step forward in realizing Indian Oil's vision 2047 for building a future-ready, resilient, and inclusive energy company. Now I hand over to Mr. V.K. Prajapati to continue further.
Thank you, madam. Good afternoon. During the project, we have faced so many things, and we have planned various things. First, we achieved 45 zero accident during the 5 years project period. That is the great achievement for Indian Oil as well, the mega project. That we have not achieved any zero loss, no accident, zero lost time injury. And again achieved 45 million safe working man hours through involving almost 16 contractors and so many agencies, including Indian Oil officers, PMC contractors, and all these things. And efficiently we executed project during, this project was approved just before the COVID actually, and we stuck up with what to do. Then we came up with the all activities had to be proceed right with tendering, and during COVID period we have organized pre-bid meeting, post-bid meeting, contractors and bidders all supported us. Without site visiting, they have quoted, they have considered their risk that period, and we have succeeded all these events during the COVID period actually. Again, during execution, since we lost so many times, so we have innovated multi-level platforms to execute the construction activities at a same platform, same elevations, multiple elevations actually. Erection of all major equipments with platforms and insulation. So we have saved a lot of time. Another we achieved in this project is the Make in India innovation. we earlier, before awarding this contract, only we have one vendor who manufactured the tubular reactor. After awarding the contract, we have come to know that one of our biggest giant is able to do this job, and we supported Elastica contractor and awarded that contract to that party, and successfully they have completed this job. They having 27,000, more than 27,000 tubes in one reactor, and this reactor is successfully operating now. That is, we have successfully completed 100 days operation also of this project. This reactor was actually ODC consignment, and this scheduling was coming during the monsoon, after monsoon period. So that our contractor and vendor both approaches to us to allow us to shift before monsoon so that we can complete these balance activities at site. So we allowed to them, and they had completed successfully at site balance activities, and we saved significantly 3 to 4 months of the project. Also, to safe work, provided work environment for the grid blasting and dust-free environment for our workforces to their health and all these things. During the project execution, we faced the challenges. For this, COVID was the biggest challenge for us. We completed all activities, engineering, and all the model review also we concluded on the online mode, and all contractors, our core group, all supported to us, and now project is successfully completing. During the this one, reactor was our biggest challenge. So we shifted during pre-monsoon, as I earlier told. Physical and infrastructure constraints. We didn't acquire any additional land. We have IOCL acquired land earlier in 2000, and we used this land. And smart construction techniques we were deployed there, including modular erection of structures, multi-level, multi-elevation working platforms, pre-insulated equipment installation at ground level. These measures optimize safety, quality, and construction speed. Other thing we approached, adopted staggered completion of units. Adaptive project sequencing to match the various units construction stage. Actually, during 24 August, Baroda has a massive flood. So we stuck up the final unit, commissioning of final unit. But we go ahead with the various units and completed this activity. Innovation in approach, zero new land use. Actually, our NBA unit is installed at Gujarat Refinery. We have two locations. One is Gujarat Refinery, other is Dumad in 15 kilometers. So NBA unit was constructed on existing unit which was not in use. So that was dismantled and used. Idle asset, our hydrogen generation unit was idle because of the non-requirement. So we converted into the syngas generation unit. Modular construction and clean site practices. Efficient power approach, we adopted LILO connection from 200 kV GetCo power so that we can reduce our lower capex. In-house OR and smart flare design. One of our tail gas compressor was during commissioning stuck up, rotor was jammed, and our vendor is asking us to take at the UK. There's works and they will repair it there. We shown our facilities and he agreed, and we executed at our site, and we saved at most 6 to 8 months for this project. Other thing we have for land, our flare installed in the pond, existing pond, so that we have almost as per OSD we required 90-meter periphery for this thing, so we saved a lot of land too also. Feed stock constraint management, propylene sourced from Mathura refinery, keeping NBA and AA units on track. Actually, we required this for raw material propylene. We are shortage to raw material at Gujarat refinery, so we sourced from the Mathura refinery, and we continued to with commissioning. Staggered commissioning with market adoption. As I told that we suffered from flood, so our NBA unit is commissioned December 24 and January 25. We started selling this NBA product. because NBA was the feed for our butyl acrylate unit and that was not ready due to flood. So we started to sell the NBA unit. Achieved national chemical sovereignty with total team effort. Flagship Atmanirbhar Bharat was commissioned and catering to substantial import substitution of butyl acrylate and normal butanol. The project was executed with innovation, agility, and a strong execution mindset, underscoring Indian Oil's capability to deliver large-scale, first-of-its-kind infrastructure projects under adverse environment while adhering to timelines and budget and sustainability goals. We have some photographs. This is our Dumad project site visit photo. This is our Gujarat refinery unit, which we revamped this, syngas unit. This is normal butanol unit. Thank you. We have small video, please.
Indian Oil's Gujarat refinery. Indian Oil's Gujarat refinery achieves a major milestone of acrylics oxo-alcohol project, expanding Indian Oil's footprint into the specialty chemical sector. With 4 world-class integrated process units: synthesis gas, normal butanol, acrylic acid, and butyl acrylate. Butyl acrylate is a key ingredient for paints, coatings, adhesives, and textile chemicals. Indigenous production will enable imports substitution and boost the economy. The project marks Indian Oil's entry into the high-growth specialty chemicals, tapping the strong growth potential of India's butyl acrylate market, value addition to LPG streams, and repurposing an idle hydrogen generation unit to produce syngas. It fuels growth, powers self-reliance, and drives India's march towards Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Can we quickly have some, 2 of you to come on? Yeah, please, please. You're most welcome. Who else is coming? While the pictures are getting clicked, I would really request the next presentation we have from Tata Projects. It is design, realization, integration and commissioning of 1.2 m trisonic wind tunnel. Let's just clap for him. Welcome on stage, please.
Good afternoon all. How is the Josh? Great. Today I am here to share a success story of 1.2 meter trisonic wind tunnel, first time in India, first time by Tata, and it's one of its kind. Let me give a special thanks to ISRO, who has permitted us to present 1.2 meter trisonic wind tunnel in this forum. Special thanks to Dr. Deependran, who is a PD of this project from ISRO. Thanks to our Tata Projects management, as well my team members who have joined online. Thanks to Imran, Smith, Kamlesh and Abhishek. Let me start. Since yesterday we are talking of the Atmanirbhar Bharat and Naya Bharat, Aaj Ka Bharat. And many of the projects which presented on this forum are contributing to the nation building. This is one more example, one more success story of nation building. So, as I mentioned, this is a first of its kind 1.2 meter trisonic wind tunnel which we have built for ISRO at Trivandrum and currently is in operational. One of my friends asked me, Yogesh, so many years what you are doing for this type of the project? I said, yes. He said, you are not developing any rocket science. I said, yes, we are not developing any rocket science, but we are enabling to develop the rocket science for India. This project will enable to develop the cutting edge technology in the rocket science. You are aware that across the globe, no country will allow or no country will export the rocket science to any other country at any cost. So, we have to develop our own rocket science, our Naya Bharat ka rocket science. What is this project? Before going into the details, let me brief you. This project is nothing but simulation of the flying bodies, any body which is flying in the space that needs to be simulated, and these simulated parameters will be used to optimize the design of the flying body. So, our tunnel basically simulates the re-entry conditions or flying conditions and operates from 0.2 Mach to 4 Mach. 1 Mach is equals to speed of the sound. This is a state-of-the-art facility which we have built for ISRO in shortest time. The scale, when I am talking of 1.2 meter, means 1.2 meter by 1.2 meter is the exit diameter of the tunnel, and at this scale, the previously built facility in India took maybe 10 years, more than 8 years, but despite of the COVID 2 years, we have built this facility in 6 years. Our tunnel was inaugurated by Modi ji in 6 years. So, we have saved a lot time. We saved cost as well. You are all aware that ISRO is building cost-effective solutions, and this is a one more example. When we build this facility, 75% of the components are indigenously built, and they are excellent. They are working fine, providing the more reliability than the imported components. Our tunnel will be used for man in the space mission, Gaganyaan mission, and these missions will be accelerated. As I mentioned, cost-effective solutions are built. By commissioning of this project, Tata Project has got a qualified for building new tunnels, new technology in the space science. For your information, like 3 to 4 tunnels in the domestic market, as well international market inquiries are in pipeline. This tunnel will save the foreign currency and generates revenue for the country. आज का भारत, once upon a time, we used to transport our satellites through our bullock carts, and on 24th, that is tomorrow, we are going to deploy US satellite through LBM-3 M6. So, ट्रम्प जी का भी सैटेलाइट हमारे रॉकेट से लॉन्च होने वाला है. A little bit about the project. We got a turnkey order from ISRO, partnered ILOS as well, Walchandnagar Industries, Acoustic India, and many more domestic partners. Originally, contractually, this project was imagined, I will say, to complete in 3 years, but because COVID affected for the 2 years, and 1 more year we took for some activities, and tunnel inaugurated in 6 years. Now, as I mentioned, what is wind tunnel? Wind tunnel is nothing but a simulator utilized to simulate the flying body on the ground. We are able to measure the force, pressure, aeroelastic test, and special test can be simulated in the tunnel which we have built. So you can see the photograph is a real scaled down model of the Gaganyaan mission. And you can see this scaled down model of the Gaganyaan is being tested in our tunnel. Critical features, this is an blow down type wind tunnel having cross sectional area of 1.2 meter by 1.2 meter, test duration is of 40 seconds and much more. What we developed indigenously, first time in India, we were able to develop porous inserts with welded splitters, then welded strut, pressure regulating wall, etc. First time we able to develop even like welding of 13.8, 15.5 pH are experimented and successfully developed in India. Now, why we are calling it as a state-of-the-art facility? The reason is it has a low noise pressure regulating wall. Then we have the porous wall, plenum, blow off, etc., etc. I am not going to go into the much more technical details. How it works? At one side there is a high pressure, on another side atmospheric pressure. From the high pressure to the low pressure, atmospheric air is allowed to flow, and through the CD nozzle or that our flexible nozzle, the Mach numbers are achieved. Critical execution challenges. As I mentioned, when we are talking of first time any project, we have to, it starts from the concept design. When, it was having aggressive schedule of 3 years. The project was in developmental nature. Some specification or what we call feed and all developed after ordering or of getting the contract. Nose and houses are also evolved during the execution phase of the project. You know, in Indian market, as this project is a first time, there was no supply chain available. So we started from that, developing vendors for getting the components. Manufacturing methods are also evolved during the execution. I will just give a glimpse of it. We source exotic material as well. One of the challenge which we faced was transportation of the air storage vessels having 225 metric ton and length of 34 meter. So we divided into 3 segments, and these segments transported through barge. A temporary jetty was constructed at site, but unfortunately that jetty was washed away, and firefighting we have done. We unloaded the vessels on the Kollam beach and then transported via roads. As I mentioned, that manufacturing methods are also evolved. How? You know, we were supposed to manufacture the splitter holes. You can see the splitter holes, and the number was 10,447. Gentlemen, imagine how to manufacture these kinds of the splitter holes. There are limited methods available. A lot of survey across the globe we checked for integrated splitters of 2 mm. And you know, finally EDM, customized EDM was developed, electro discharge machine, and the maximum production rate was only 10 holes per day. Imagine where the schedule will go and whether we will able to complete the project in 3 years. No. Then we take a risk. In between we stopped the EDM, changed the manufacturing methodology itself. We decided to go ahead with the welding of the splitter in the holes, and we saved a lot of time. Yes, we compromised on the flatness, but finally we are getting the results in our tunnel. So during the project execution, we have to take these kinds of the bold decisions. So as I have already explained you the challenge. Strut manufacturing, one more 13.8 pH material. Ideally, we could have manufactured this intricate shape through a single forging, but unfortunately because of its intricacy, it was not possible. It was decided to do the welding. During the welding, as material itself, because of the nature, some cracks developed, minor cracks. Then again, salvage plant decided with ISRO, and we could save the forging. Again, if we could have started from the zero, we could have spent another 48 months. This is one more example of twin roll mechanism and traversing rake assembly. During the commissioning, the different measurements required to be carried out in the tunnel. So these measurements, for the measurements, no ready-made instruments are available. We have to develop it. We have to first, that measuring instrument needs to be calibrated, and then our tunnel will calibrate. We develop different instruments. So this is an example of the twin roll mechanism and traversing rake assembly. Yes, what is success story? We changed the psychology of the people. We changed the psychology of the client as well. We succeeded we succeeded to allow the people to fail and to learn from the failures. We, from the no to yes, we changed the psychology from the no to yes, from difficult to simple, from impossible to possible. We were bold enough to take bold decisions. We build strong trust between the teams, between the stakeholders, including client. We created reasons to achieve the milestone. For example, the project was decided will be inaugurated by Modi ji, and that particular visit of our Honorable Prime Minister was pre-decided, and accordingly full team was working to achieve the operational of the tunnel. So such reasons for the achieving a milestone we decided. Visuals for the completion of the project. You know how the projects are getting completed? By pressure? I will say no. It has a team who decides your projects when to complete. So we created different visuals on site that you perform or not perform, but this project will get completed by so and so. How? People are sitting in their comfort zones. We removed their offices. They are allowed to sit on the buildings. We bring them out from their comfort zones, and results are there. I mean, customer collaboration, excellent collaboration we have with ISRO client. Today, my client is advocating with a different agency to get more wind tunnel projects for Tata projects. Extra work at extra cost. basic funda of the project management. We developed hungry partners. Very important. When I mean hungry partners means those vendors are really want to do the job, want to do the business. Please select that. Again, this is a biggest challenge. Few photographs. You can understand the importance of the project. And yesterday's. So sky is no limit for us. A small video.
1.2 meter trisonic wind tunnel with ejector and jets. The trisonic wind tunnel produces a controlled uniform flow over scaled models of rockets and aircrafts in order to evaluate their aerodynamic characteristics and develop their designs. This tunnel with a test section size of 1.2 meter can generate speeds that are subsonic at liftoff, transonic as it crosses the speed of sound, and supersonic up to 4 times the speed of sound. The high pressure system supplies air at 20 times the atmospheric pressure. A unique and first of its kind low turbulence pressure regulating valve of 2 meter diameter controls the airflow of 1480 kilograms per second. The model placed in the supersonic or transonic test section can be tested at various angles. Installation, logistics, and utilized advanced materials and adopted novel manufacturing methods that were first of their kind in the country. Towards fulfilling the aspirations of Atmanirbhar Bharat, realization of this mammoth engineering infrastructure has been strategized to the advantage of Indian industries. The tunnel has been fully conceived by ISRO and executed by Tata Projects. The tunnel is first of its kind in India, with continuous variation of transonic Mach number, ejectors that enable to have rocket jets, and testing of supersonic parachutes and retro-propulsion. The trisonic wind tunnel will give self-reliance for the design of upcoming next-generation launch vehicle projects of various space industries of India, low-cost access to space, upcoming space missions to Venus, Mars, and beyond.
So thank you so much. Sir, thank you so much.
All of you are doing great job.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
No, yes. Okay. So can we again clap for him once? Thank you so much. Okay, so next up we have Noida International Airport Limited, and as we all are here in Delhi NCR, let's just clap for this one once again. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
नहीं पहले बात छोटा वाला अभी रुक जाना मैं बताऊंगा. Okay, done. Hello. Hi, good afternoon, everybody.
I'm Rajiv Jain, Vice President and Project Director for Terminal Building. And he's my colleague, Mr. Srinivas Rao. He's the Project Director for airside, runway, all facilities, city side development. Yeah, please, pin of silence.
This is one of the precious project
that, and you'll enjoy more.
Here.
You'll enjoy more. Yeah, it's our presentation very crisp and short. Yeah, let me start with a video. The last year, 9th of December. With the volume, sound. Mute पे है क्या?
नहीं सर.
It's okay. Yeah. So we'll show lots. Okay. Okay. So this was last year, 9th of December, when we conducted the first trial successfully. And I must tell you, this is Tata Projects के लिए, this is the first airport development project for Tata Projects, and we are completing, our team completing successfully. So this was last year, 9th of December, first trial. And let me start with the presentation now. So this is the successful landed on the runway, the 60-meter wide runway, 3.9 kilometer length, and parallel taxiway. So let me go through this, yeah. So this is the isometric. Let me go to the, so this is the Uttar Pradesh government. Nile is our client, and this CA is signed by the YAPL, Yamuna International Airport Limited, which is the 100% subsidiary for the Zurich. And location-wise, this is 95 kilometers away from the IGI, and the extension of metro is also planned here up to the Nile, and the Varanasi high-speed rail will also have connection here, station here, and the national highway will build a link corridor to the Delhi-Mumbai expressway. This is the layout for the project. This blue color is the terminal building. This is the runway. And all the facilities here will show you in the next slides. This is the details of terminal building, the pier area, the head house, the processor area. Where check-in yellow color building is the consisting of all the check-in counters, the SHA area, security hold area, the bell system, BHS system, the boarding gate lounges, boarding gate sitting area, etc. And the pier area is for the boarding and the arrivals. And the green area is the forecourt area, the plaza area, where the passenger will be, taking the entry from here and exit. The built-up area of terminal building is 1.4 lakh square meters, 1.4 million square feet. It's a huge area. And the roof height is 36.5 from the forecourt. Now this is the facilities inside the terminal building. The 16 common use self-service kiosks, 28 check-in counters plus 20 self-bags, means 48 counters will be there for check-in itself. 9 ATRS, the domestic security lanes, the DD transfer, the DI transfer and II transfer, 8 immigration counters and 10 immigration counters. And there are 12 domestic gates, 10 contact and 2 non-contact, the busing gates. The baggage reclaim belts, there are 4 baggage reclaim belt, 3 domestic, 1 international, and that international can be the switch. swing. These are the basement. I am not going into those details. Let me show the next slide. And this is the, you can see the runway, 3.9 kilometers, 60 meter wide. This is code E compliant runway. And the parallel taxiway of the same length, and their exit ways, and my colleague, you take over from the side.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Seems to be lunch time. I feel everybody will support us to continue this one. It will take another 10 to 15 minutes time, then we'll close it as early as possible. So coming to the part of this, one of the precious project which is coming into the Delhi NCR, the Noida International Airport, which is consisting of 3.9 kilometers of the runway, and around 13 taxiways have been built to reach the aircraft up to the apron, passenger apron. So initially in this, some challenges also there in this project. There are the water table is very high. So many challenges we across, we developed most, we engaged geotechnical specialists in the projects, and we implemented while doing the runway construction the geotextile membrane over and above the runway soil areas, and we constructed the runway in a span of, yesterday our MD Vinayak Pai also said the constructing of the airport within a three years of period is a big challenges one, but we achieved that. So about 5,30,000 cubic meters of the concrete has been consumed here to construct this project, Noida International Airport project. And there are around 57 kilometers of the roads has been constructed. There are the passenger apron of 165,000 cubic meters of concrete has been consumed here. So overall, if you talk about the airside facilities, what we have here, so there is a list of all the facilities here. I will not go into the more detail here. Air traffic control around 37.5 meter height air traffic control has been constructed. In a span of 11 to 12 months areas, it is ready in 2023 itself, we made it ready. And all other NAVAID buildings, all facilities, everything we made it ready. The buildings are around ancillary buildings which is supporting to the airport facilities and other things, around 42 buildings, parallel activities we have constructed. And all the activities we have completed in a span of 2.5 years to 3 years span. Now we are ready to operate in a span of 2 to 3 months time. We are awaiting for the inauguration date. We are expecting in a 2 months time and all. So likewise we are going ahead. So coming to the land side facility areas also, there is a car park. It is consist of around 2,000 cars can be parked over there. There are huge promenade area is there in front of the beautiful landscaping areas has been constructed. So we have not captured all those things, but we have conducted all the trials, 1,000 passenger trial also we have conducted. So the trial also we are going to show you after this last when we are going to finish it off. That time we will show the trial here. So the other facilities, as you look, all I have seen Bangalore airport people here, Mumbai airport also, the STP, WTP and other areas like other airports. We have constructed 4.5 million capacity of the MLD of the STP has been constructed in this span only. So that why keep saying all the activities in a parallel activities we have connected. The UP government also, they are very much eagerly waiting to start this airport as soon as possible. So that there are couple of visits, all the high dignity level people and CM also visited many couple of times. So that it is not a pressure, it is our interest to complete the project. As a Tata projects, we organized well, we managed well, and we completed the about to complete the project, I can say like that. Yeah. So these are some safety points here. So the project is started in June 2022. From there, these are our achievements in the NIL project. So 1 million we achieved in November 2022. So before going to that, we are at the peak stage of the project. Around 12,000 people have been engaged in this project, workers, staff, all together around 12,000 people have been worked here. And with those capacity of the people, we have achieved, this is our path, around 80 million safe maneuvers from 2020 to 20 till now. So we are, yeah, now it is 81 million we have achieved. It is one of the, I can say is a good achievement in the history of the construction industry, what I feel. Yeah. Yeah. Next, this one. Yeah, my colleague Rajiv Jain, he will explain.
Yeah. So digitalization, now we have used the 4D and 5D BIM model to understand the schedule and time and cost data. Artificial intelligence based site construction progress cameras also we have established there. It is helping the activity analysis, equipment analysis and safety analysis, and 360-degree photos capture app. It means, I mean, every hour, every day, every week, we can capture the pictures from the same angle to understand how the progress is going. Our planning team, sitting in the office, could take the pictures as and when required for the various facilities and various construction activities. And satellite imagery, capturing the image from satellite on quarterly basis, and this is the high resolution image also. Now, let us understand the peer photograph. I will show you the video better. Now, we have time also, we have shortage of time also. And let me go to the overview. The location, the size, the 1,334 hectares is the phase 1 only, featuring 1.4 million square feet building. I told you the terminal building. Capacity, 12 MPPA, 12 million passengers per annum. We are opening in January. We are expecting Honorable Prime Minister to open the airport. So that, yeah, this is the phase, I mean the first, the airport what we are constructing will catering the capacity of 12 million passengers. Cargo hub, 100,000 tons per annum, and this is the, will support the national target of 10 million tons air cargo by 2030. Connectivity, this will be second in the Delhi NCR region. Economic impact, this is going to create thousands of jobs, driving economic growth and development in UP. Sustainability, we are targeting the IGB certificate, net zero approach, renewable energy integration, 13 megawatt on-site solar power facilities we have constructed. It's in place. This will give us the combined goal of meet around 50% of energy needs from renewables. Means we will be using the 50% of the power requirement within the renewable energies, and the advanced waste management systems we have established. And of course, needless to say that this positions India as a global aviation hub, supporting national target of 10 million tons of air cargo by 2030 as a vision of India, and a key contributor to India's economic and technology development. Thank you. Now, let me show the one video which is taken on 14th of this month when we conducted 1,000 passengers trial, real-time trial. We need sound here. If we get sound. It's not coming here also. It's okay. Just try if it's coming better.
Yeah. Okay.
See, visuals.
Yeah, no problems. Yeah, it was a foggy day that day, 14th of December. So we checked all the systems once again. The November month we had a trial of 500 passengers. This all the passengers. My family was also part of that. The forecourt entering into the lift to the departure balcony. Yeah, this is departure balcony. Getting into the check-in hall. This is check-in hall. Kiosks are there. SBDs, counters. Yeah, getting into security area now. SHA. 9 ATRS automatic tray retrieval system. These domestic gates for the security. This is the security area. All systems got checked successfully. Now we are entering into the departure area, the gate sitting area. This video for the contact departures. This is the contact stand now. We are entering into the apron. Now the arrivals, going back to the as the arrival passenger. This reclaim belt, getting the luggages. This souvenir we distributed. Now come back to the plaza area, forecourt, and the parking. This is the parking facility there. Yeah. Thank you very much.
This is a one part is Tika, and the other is books. So this is actually together, but actually is always great. Okay, yeah. It will take 15 minutes. We will give you after lunch. Okay. This will make a shift together. But Maharashtra is very good.
How did you like the presentation? Thank you so much. Okay, so we'll have the lunch break now for 30 minutes, and please be back by 30 minutes only, because we have a lot of presentation yet to be, completed. Thank you so much. I request everyone to join us back. TPC project, Bara. Yeah, okay. So while things are getting on place, just would want to know if everybody is enjoying the presentations here since morning. If yes, then clap for yourself and for the presenters also. Thank you so much. And the same enthusiasm we want to have till we conclude the session. So we have bar NTPC, bar stage 1 presentation coming up. I would really request everyone to join us. We are waiting. Please join us. So after bar, we have North Kanpura. Could you please, North Karanpura, can you please come up and give your presentation while this one is happening, so that we will have, okay, you have your laptop, no problem. And once the North Karanpura is done, we have 10 TPD flue gas from, I would request everyone to get up and welcome the team, bar NTPC, stage 1, Bar stage 1. Can we all get up and welcome them on stage? Can we get up and welcome them on stage? Please clap once. Thank you so much.
Yes, good afternoon to everyone, respected seniors and fellow members. I am S.B. Singh, my colleague Anurag Roy, and we are here to tell you the story of Bar Stage 1. So, the story always carries the vision of the NTPC, and we can do it. This is the spirit that we have driven for this story, which is now known as the Bar Stage 1. So vision, as you say, that to be the world's leading power company, accelerating India's growth. So this was the theme in us, and we can do it. Spirit generate from here. And in the next slide, you can see that this is the journey of NTPC, and because of this successful journey, Government of India trust on NTPC, and to maintain that trust with the Government of India, we have done everything to complete the Bar Stage 1. So now I start with the story. The story starts in 1999 when the late Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji ne laid the foundation of the Bar Stage 1 at Bar. Bar is a location which is around 70-80 kilometers from the Patna. And in 2005, when this project was awarded, I will just give you a scenario that you can imagine what was the situation. In 2005, the project was awarded to the Russian company. And what is the situation of the Russia? You might recall 1992 when Glasnost, Perestroika, Gorbachev, and finally in 1999, Putin came up in the scene. And in 2005, this proposal was awarded to Russia. So Russia was also in the building stage. USSR was disintegrated, and finally Russia was there. So this was their situation. And the Bar is the location. Those who see the Hindi film, Prakash Jha is the filmmaker. There are 2-3 films, Ganga Jal, Apaharan. In English, we call it kidnapping. And the Apaharan was the story of that region. So this was the law and order situation of that area. In this background, the project starts in 2005. The 2 main packages of this project were awarded to the Russian companies. For 2 lines, I will just tell everyone to understand. In a power plant, there are number of packages, approximately 40. So I am talking about these 2 packages which were awarded to the Russians, but there are many other packages also. And I am talking only because there are so many stories in that. To simplify that, all were the secondary effects. The main cause of the problem was the global and geopolitical. So I will take only 2 cases. Otherwise, now, in a project, you have a problem of man, material, drawing, front coordination, agency coordination. You have the problem of the cash flow. You have a problem of the vendor management. So all these problems are there. But the main thing that has affected everything is this global problem. So after awarding the packages in 2005, the work started, and it was a new technology in India, supercritical technology in India. But when the 2008 came, as you can remember, that global problem came in the economic slowdown. And during that time, the rate of the metal also escalated. As I told what was the condition of the Russia, because of these 2 effects, these 2 Russian companies stopped the supply of the power plant material. So then NTPC, a public sector company, has a guideline, delegation of power, so to operate in. But in this situation, an exemplary action was taken, and NTPC took the approval and compensated the escalated metal price to the Russian companies. With this action, the project revived and work started. However, the other company of the Russia, which is known as, in short, TPE, could not perform. So, and later on, they got bankrupted, and closed. So NTPC terminated that contract. NTPC was hesitant because by this time NTPC has spent around 10,000 crore rupees on this project. So we cannot go back. Technology was so new that, and it was not only new for the India, but a T-type boiler that this company was doing was only 2-3 places in the world, and that was done by the Russia. So we were not having any alternatives, but we have spent 10,000 crore. What to do? NTPC then explored the available world market and finally roped in the Korean company, which is known in having a good reputation in boiler manufacturing, and that is Doosan. Doosan was not initially agreeing because they were not aware of the technology. Anyway, on as-is where-is basis, where the Doosan was only to complete the erection work, and regarding the technicals, NTPC was the responsible agency in that. With this condition, we roped in Doosan, and work again started in 2016. Then again, we faced one global problem. If you can recall, in 2016, Russia was imposed with the sanctions because they attacked the Crimea. Because of those sanctions, the other Russian company which was working in the turbine area, their cash flow stopped because the payment in the dollar was not possible. Then this was a new situation that NTPC has never faced. Even in all over the world, even these days you can say that whenever the America imposes the sanctions on the Russia, they put the sanction on the dollar. They always talk of the sanction on the dollar. Again, NTPC take a exemplary action in that, and we took the support of the ministry and bureaucracy also. And in 2016 itself, we started paying in rupees. We done something contractually, then some bank arrangement, then some Russian acceptance was also required. So we've developed a mechanism to convert dollar into rupee, then a rupee to ruble. Finally, with this arrangement, the work again take off. So then after this has been done in 2017. For working 2-3 years, again the corona came and the disruption occurs. By the time corona was passing on, we completed Unit 1, and Unit 1 started generating in 2021. The happiness was very short-lived because in 2022, again Russia attacked the Ukraine. And because of that, so many other sanctions also imposed. And problem with us that some materials and some technicals from the Russia usually regularly visit India for this project. And the visiting of those technicals were now stopped. So in this situation, and also the contract that we have given to the Korean company, they were also dependent on various materials that was to be supplied from the Russia. And because Korea is in American bloc, they were not allowed to do any business with the Russia. So again, we faced one bottleneck. In this scenario, NTPC take another action. That was the tripartite agreement. NTPC contacted American companies, European companies, and the Koreans, Doosan. And then NTPC had one agreement. And with that agreement, NTPC directly paid to the Americans and European companies, and later on adjusted in the contract of the Doosan. With this arrangement, again the project started and work was moving on. And in 2022, we were almost going to complete the Unit 2 also. But during this time, one of the problem occurred in another plant of the NTPC, which is called Sipat. And the Sipat, the problem of the Sipat was that generator has developed some fault, and similar generator was available with us in Bad. That was to be used in Unit 3. So another decision of the NTPC, we calculated various things, and finally we decided to shift this generator to Sipat, so that Sipat is a running unit and it can continue to produce the electricity, and we can earn the profit. And we another decision that we take simultaneously, we decided to bring the faulty generator to the Bad. And this faulty generator we used to continue the erection work of Unit 3. And with this decision, we ultimately saved 8 months, which which approximately comes to 450 crore in our pocket. So these are the decisions that continued the erection work, but then another secondary effect came. We were not having one generator, though we were doing the erection, but we were not having the generator to connect and generate the electricity from the third number unit. So, and at the same time, Ukraine-Russia war was going on, which is still going on. And we have ordered this generator to the Russia because it's a proprietary item. In this scenario, most of the manufacturing unit of the Russia were engaged in military production. They were not taking up our generator. With the help of the ministry, embassy, we were continuously following up. And after every 15 days, one of our executive was in St. Petersburg, Russia. After so many, finally, with the delayed, delay has occurred in this, but ultimately, during the war season itself, we managed to get the generator in October 2024. Then another problem that I would like to put up here, when everything was okay, generator was ready in Russia, then the problem was that some few more sanctions were imposed. Now no shipping was allowed from the Russia. In this situation, NTPC contacted one company. Finally, that company arranged a ship which was using the Libya flag, and insurance was also not available for the transportation from the Russia. They managed the insurance also, and finally the tie-up was done. In the meantime, there was Houthi problem in the Suez Canal. Because of the Houthi problem, the generator was, it was very risky to take the generator from this route. And if I am coming from that around the Europe and down to the Africa, Cape Town, and then coming to India, it was going to take another 25 days. And problem with us that we have taken the target that in this financial year, that is 2025 March, we have to complete the work. So with the Libyan flag and with some arrangement also, we ultimately passed through the Suez Canal. And finally, we escaped the Houthi problem. And we got our generator in the Haldia, and then it was in our hand. Then through the Ganga, we brought it to the this remotely located, still not fully developed area of Bad. And for 20 kilometers, we took the route of the road. So with all these complications, now the generator was also available with us. Plant was almost ready for the generation. Finally, we have got one generator from the Russia. We are having already some parts which were available from the faulty generator of the Sipat, and some available parts with us. Then another problem started, some mismatching in that. Generator is a very, very critical equipment. For all of you, I tell you, generator uses the hydrogen as a cooling media, and hydrogen is a very explosive gas. So taking any risk of leakage is not allowed. So another decision was taken. The rejected generator, some parts were taken from there. That was the end plates, and that was perfectly matching with my new generator. So we take that decision, and we use instead of new end plate, we use the old end plate. And finally, the generator was placed on the foundation on 12th January 2025. This is important because as per the L2 schedule, which we have in the project, 11 months was required to complete the work from this stage. But our commitment, we can do it, was the March. So we did some extra contractual things, some extra technocrats from the Russia was called, and they were separately paid so that we can use them round the clock. Because in Russia and Europe, they work up to 5:36 and they then switch off their mobile phone. So this was another arrangement that NTPC gone beyond the boundaries. And finally, on 21st March, we sink the unit. So with this, and this was the last unit. We completed unit 1, 2, and 3. And in a short, I will go on one slide, which in brief will show you how many steps that we have taken. that may be a learning for other persons who are also dealing with such complications. So making it short, directly going on actions taken in Balawan. So I just told in the start of my presentation that there are 40 packages, and I told the story of only 2 packages. And the contract was awarded in 2005. It was to complete in 2009, 10, 11, and now we are in the 2025. So many packages, some of them has completed the work, but because they were not in use, so they were also required refurbishment or R&M. And refurbishment and R&M requires estimate and separate work completion time. So, and money also. So NTPC took many steps, like reimbursement of guarantee insurance charges to agencies for extended contract period, reimbursement of additional compensation towards minimum wages. In 2016, government escalated the minimum wages by approximately 42%. So a project was already financially very weak, so this burden was very difficult to put on to the agencies. So this was another decision that NTPC taken. Then we have one special board resolution, which now definitely is a reference for other NTPC projects also. We have decided to put the offer to the agencies, if you want to work with some, there was some formula, with this additional payment, then you can work, and if you don't want to work, we will not impose any penalty, you can go. So many companies accepted, and some companies decided to stop. And at the same time, we have empowered the site and NTPC concerned departments to buy the equipment directly from the OEM. Otherwise, in the public sector, for buying a single tender, on single tender, there is a process. So this is another thing that we have been empowered. Then in a contract, there was a price variation clauses and all these things that was having some capping. All those cappings were removed. And in 2019 that I told in the starting of my presentation, NTPC paid for the escalation in the material cost. So these are the few important decisions that NTPC took, and I hope that with this presentation, many of us will also be having some clue to move forward. And Baad was there were so many problems, but I have just taken only 2 that basically of global and geopolitical nature. So with this, I am thank you for you.
Thank you. Please get up. All of you get up right now. And I am privileged to be associated with NTPC from '76. The first plant, Singrauli, 220 megawatts. The design, the planning was done with 343 activities. And I must tell you with D.B. Kapoor. And he mentioned that in his book. That project was completed in 44 months, 2 weeks, whereas the planning was 44 months, 1 week. If that could happen in '76, '77, what are we talking about today? There was no infrastructure. There was no road to move these turbines and boilers. This is the classic example, and I was board of director of NTPC, independent director. To close the contract with, to terminate the contract with Russia is a very political issue. India is very close to Russia. How can you do that? So we were in the board, took a lot of time, and at that time Pranab Mukherjee was the finance minister. So I would say the examples what they have gone through is the true example of mastering change in unpredictable environment. This project is totally in line with the theme of the conference. So I'm very proud of the NTPC. It's one of the finest Maharatna companies, and I'm very proud that I'm associated with this for 59 years. So now, can you please bring Guru Dakshina? And I will give that to you because you all are a little special to me. So as we sing, आप भी आइए ना, राघव राय जी. We are all. And then one, I'm in the center,
Yes,
you
sir.
are in the side.
Yes.
Arjuna. Escalation.
सर एक बुक लंच से पहले हमने प्रॉमिस की थी ना देने की अच्छा बाद में
Great respect for NTPC, sir. Yes, great.
One of the finest companies.
Yeah, I'm also from NTPC.
Systematic oriented.
Yeah, exactly.
करवाओ एक कौन आएंगे अच्छा
Hello. Okay, so next we have another project from NTPC, that's North Karanpura Super Thermal Power Project. Can we please welcome them on stage?
Very good afternoon to all, my seniors and my dear colleagues. This is Javed from NTPC North Karanpura. I will be assisted with my young engineers from projects department. They have been to ACC. They have joined us 2 years back, 2-3 years back. So, starting from, is it required? ये दे दो. चलो चलो ठीक है. Sir, continuing with that BART project, this too is a very constrained project, sir. Actually, this project started its inception in 1990, but the point is that because of issues with water and coal from DVC and CCL, that got stuck up till 1998-99. When our Honorable Prime Minister late Vajpayee Sahab laid the foundation of that project. Sorry. So, 1999, that project got its foundation stone by our Honorable Prime Minister late Vajpayee Sahab. Then again got stuck up because of issues of coal, that area being coal bearing area, and that issue was with Ministry of Coal. There was, Ministry of Coal was not allowing that project to be come up. So after again say 10-12 years, it again got stuck up for, finally CCI, Cabinet Committee of Investment, gave it clearance with the condition that the whole project will be dismantled after say 20-25 years of useful life. So all structure is bolted, I mean boiler as well as turbine, all structure, bolted structure rather than welded. So that project has to be dismantled after 20-25 years of useful life. So after CCI, it again, it was awarded in the year 2014 when our Prime Minister, Present Prime Minister laid foundation for its start of project work. And right now, all 3 units of 660 megawatt is in commercial generation, and its variable cost is one of the lowest one. It's 1.78 paise per unit, and it gets full schedule, I mean 100% schedule. So whenever one unit goes down, my friends at DISCOM starts calling me, "Kab unit aa raha hai?" That's the demand of this project. So Again, this quarter one of FY25, last unit came up and it got commercial. So quarter one, NTPC added something around 2500 plus megawatt of thermal capacity, thermal as well as renewable. So that's the largest one in any quarter. So far, NTPC has added 6000 megawatt. If we deduct 440 megawatt of Tanda decompression unit, so it's coming around 5600 megawatts so far till December. It comprises of 2520 megawatt renewable and 2780 megawatt of thermal capacity plus 750 megawatt of PSP, pump storage project, sir. That's for TSDC, that's subsidiaries of NTPC, sir. So moving on, that's the project details. Our cost, approved cost is 21,500 crores, sir. And power allocation is to Bihar, Jharkhand, Odisha, Bengal and Sikkim. So the uniqueness of this project is three. I mean, first is that ACC. This ACC is the first one for this this scale of capacity, first supercritical unit with ACC. That's why it's one of its kind, not only one of its kind, first one of its kind project with ACC, complete ACC. We don't have, NTPC doesn't have that competency for ACC construction. Plus, the agency to whom, BHL has awarded to that ACC, Mrs. Harbin, BHL thought of it to be as supply plus erection contract, rather that was just a supply contract. So BHL had a very tough time to erect for that erection of this ACC, sir. Second is that coal will be supplied through pipe conveyor, complete enclosed pipe conveyor, 7.5 km pipe conveyor from Magad block of CCL, Central Coalfields Limited. That's still in construction. Hopefully, we are expecting it to be commissioned by March, April of this year. So once this is through, that is again going to be a major addition to our environmental friendly coal transportation. Because of this coal transportation project of pipe conveyor, CCL is also having that leverage of getting clearances for further opening up their mines, sir. This coal pipe conveyor. And this water requirement is also through a barrage. Barrage means reservoir, which is filled during rainy season, and then from there it's pumped to our 3 reservoirs with capacity of 18 million cubic meters, sir. That supplies water requirement for balance 10 months, sir. So one of its kind being, ACC being one of its kind of this project, sir. Challenge was for this project, sir. It was basically first it was designed with some reservoir passing through that area. That was supposed to be built by WRD, means Water Resources Department of Government of Jharkhand, but that didn't take up. So our reservoirs, our own NTPC reservoirs came up. So there was change in plant layout, and further because of this adoption of ACC, sir, then ACC itself took considerable time because of Harbin being Chinese company and post-COVID as well as post-lockdown. We had, BHL had issues with supply as well as this erection. So finally, unit commissioned in end of April 25, last unit, sir. So stakeholders, as that was the criteria of our, this evolution. So stakeholders, initially we had stakeholders like Ministry of Power, then CWC, Government of Jharkhand. Later stages, our main BHL suppliers, then their sub-agencies, vendors, employees are our main stakeholders, then shareholders and Government of India. So complexity, since the start of this project, since the inception of this project, we have faced many complexity as well as constraints, sir. Right from clearances to land acquisition to forest clearances. Even right now, we are having some patches of land at this pipe conveyor at Aztec area, where still we need forest clearance for some patches, some 5 hectares of patches. So still struggling with getting forest clearances from Government of Jharkhand. So complexity is still there. ACC package awarded to Harbin, sir, but Harbin again, that was supply contract. BHL was the main EPC contract and taking up that erection part of this ACC. So BHL has initially awarded that contract to Golden Edge that left for I think after 1.5 year or 2 years, and then again re-awarded to some other agencies. So it was completed, but with delay. Significant delay, sir. So as I already mentioned, sir, this is the first part is this ACC part. Then behind that is 3 number of vaults with 3 chimneys. So we had one movies there, just to show that. Last 3 years of our project. This is the unit 3, and the front side is ACC structure. Total 5 rows of structures here. This is unit 2 and this is unit 1. Unit 1 was commissioned. This is unit 1, unit 2 and unit 3. Unit 3 was under construction at that time. Part and boiler part. So there is the main AC, sir. Unit 1 ACC was completed by that time. With this is all 53-meter height of concentric structure pillars, sir, over which all 10 into 9. Total 90 numbers of fans are over there, through which it sucks atmospheric air, and then this low pressure turbine exhaust steam comes through heavy duct, and then it passes through all those 10 number of headers, and it passes through this finned exchangers, and it condenses, and it finally comes to that condensate storage tank. That's the main function of ACC, sir, instead of that conventional water-cooled condenser, sir. So this is the whole, water exchange, heat exchangers. This is for unit 3. This 5 rows of pillars into 5 number of this structure. Now I request Siddhant to continue with this pipe, this ACC project constants and point. Next.
Good evening, everyone. As sir well explained, what are the complexities related to this ACC. As we are project engineers, we were first after college we were in the technical field, so we were eager to learn how technically these things were happening. But then at first I got posting in North Karanpura, and I was amazed at how these structures they were built, and everyone has a project engineer safety, quality that are at utmost prior requirements to carry out any project. So this ACC, as you see these columns, these are 53 meters height,
and all the structures that are to be placed at top 53 meters height. So you can imagine how safety is a concern over there and how our engineers would plan and execute that program. So in initial phases, as sir well explained that China, Harbin was given contract for consultation and supplies, but during COVID, there was some issues for which our NTPC engineers took the initiative to plan and carry out this erection of SEC, and every morning they used to do plannings, then erection was going on, after some time there was some risk, then again planning was carried out as project risk was coming every day. So you can see that how SEC, there are 25 pillars for one unit, and in 25 pillars, so next, this is 25 numbers of pillars. Here you can see that below SEC how much auxiliary systems are coming. If there is some delay, GT is also coming, station transformers are also coming, and parallel activity is going out. If we give space to only SEC, then all this erection would be stopped. So we used to do a proper planning to execute this erection, and 2 civil contractors were hired, Simplex and Begging, for carrying out civil works, and consecutively all the pillars were constructed and equipments were also placed, and to the beauty, the arrow which is constructed, it is means space confined, and we used these 2 cranes, and tandem lifting was used to lift heavy objects, and as per the beauty you can see all the 90 fans are in 53 meters, and all those things were carried out successfully, and finally NTPC North Karanpura became a landmark and example in India's history for first SEC in India. And NTPC, as World Resources said that by 2030, nearly 70% of the coal thermal power station will be facing water issues. And NTPC is the committed organization to fulfill this, and we are moving towards the SEC for conserving water and reducing water consumption per liter per kilowatt generation, and we have successfully shown this to the world-class engineers.
So, moving on, I mean, this SEC technology is taking just 1/3 of what conventional thermal project takes. It's just 1 liter per unit. So normally thermal power plants are called water guzzlers. So with this supercritical technology along with this ACC, I think water consumption will be much more less as compared to initial one. I mean, as of now, 18 gigawatt is under construction, thermal project is under construction. Out of that, 8.5 or something gigawatt is with ACC technology only. So moving on, sir, this pipe conveyor is also one of the most environment friendly mode of coal transport, sir, which is upcoming in North Karanpura, sir. This we expect by March 26 we will end up, and it will be commissioned. And because of that also CCL is taking that leverage to take up their environment plans for opening up further mines at that area, Magad area, sir. So this reservoir, these 3 are the reservoirs, sir, for 18 million cubic meter. So these are the phases. We had some contingency plans because of this delay in pipe conveyor project. We had contingency plans to run the units successfully. All the 3 units are running with those contingency plans as well. I mean, otherwise this pipe conveyor, had we waited for this pipe conveyor, we would have to wait till now, I mean till March 26. But with contingency plans, we are running all 3 units successfully, sir. And with full generation and with full scheduling, sir. That's the beauty of this North Karanpura project, sir. So this is the coal transportation that will be replaced by that pipe conveyor, sir. People, management, sir, everybody knows that NTPC is the best employer. It has been in Forbes 2024, sir, people first is the safety culture in project as well as people before PLF. That's in operations. I mean, people's priority is before PLF, plant loading factor. I mean, that's operations. So that's the people connect. It's not only just NTPC people, it's complete inclusive, inclusivity, sir. So these are the prioritization of stakeholders. So inclusivity, it's that we have, I mean, 70 crores of CD project. Excluding that, 450, 490 crores of that state highway project is there, sir. That's already completed, sir. So that's it, sir. Thanks. So, I've kept it short. Just skip something.
Thank you so much for keeping it short. Thank you so much, sir. And
some of the things.
thank you. Can we please have quickly 3 people coming in and presenting it? We will clap also, but first we need 3 people. We quickly need 3 people. Please be a little fast.
Sir, Uday Kumar has been with North Central project, and he's responsible for all this.
Great. Now we can clap, please. Okay. Okay, so 10 TPD flue gas CO2 to methanol project ACCUS initiative for greening the coal. Are we here? Okay, great. Let me just give you a lot of clap first.
Let me just tell you one thing before they start. Their leader, NTPC leader, Gurdeep Singh, leadership counts a lot. He has transformed NTPC to NTPC 2.0. He's a visionary leader. He is signatory of my World Project Management Forum. And he is the first one in India who introduced in 2015 the safety concept, safety first. And this is something which I would like to tell him that he is a genius in a way. And he also got the best Maharatna Excellence Award given by the President of Republic of India. So kindly clap for him. He is not with us here, but I have deep respect because he's simple, he means business, accountability, and believes in everything what he says, he does it. Thank you very much.
While he is setting it up, I would request the BPCL team to contact Urvashi ji once. The BPCL team, we have the presentation coming up. Please contact here once. Anybody from your project, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. So the topic is, the project is basically flue gas CO2 to green methanol, CCUS technology demonstration project at NTPC Neta initiative. As everyone is saying that Viksit Bharat by 2047, and to reach there, what are the main challenges? Main challenges are energy. Energy which require for India's growth. So now let me rephrase that word. Atmanirbhar Viksit Bharat with sustainable energy. Energy, not energy in a single word will not work for us. The energy should be sustainable for the sustainable growth. So in line with that, Government of India came up with the, its aggressive, net zero emission that by 2070 we will be net zero. So in line with that, all the public sector, in fact, all the industry organization was asked to path their own pathway for the decarbonization. In line with that, also NTPC, take up that issue, take up the challenges to reduce its emissions. So, as an organization, we have multiple challenges during this energy transition phase. Right now, we are into the energy transition where RE penetration is being increased and flexible operation of thermal coal thermal power plant are being put into the factor where you have to reduce the load into the day times and increase the load into the night times. So this is a very critical junction where as an organization we have to reduce the emission also, and we have to keep the machine and the load also. So in this whole scenario where the decarbonization play a pivotal role, we as a R&D wing, we take up this project. So the story begins, way back, with the conceptualization that what we will do with the CO2. The story is that we will capture the CO2, and what we will do. As a thermal-based power plant, since we are maximum our, electricity is being produced by coal-based. So the emission in the coal-based power plant is somewhere 0.85 kg per kilowatt hour. So ultimately goal is what? We have to reduce our emission. So reduce up to where? Up to zero? No, it is not possible to reduce up to zero because emission will be there. So what the strategy was to at least to make it comparable with respect to the gas-powered power station where it is somewhere it is to 0.45 to 0.5. So our goal was to reduce that emission from 0.85 to 0.45, where the delta, the gap was distributed in these various factors, which included USC efficient improvement, coal replacement by biomass co-firing, carbon capture CCU plant. These are few things which we will, if we incorporate, then we'll reduce that emission to at least to gas-based power plant. So in CO2 capture, being a R&D division, we worked from last 15 years, we were doing a lot of pilot projects based on physical route, based on chemical route, based on biological routes. After this whole study, we ultimately come to learn that for us, for our requirement, the chemical route will be best suited for us. So now what we will do with the carbon capture? Once we capture the carbon, either I will utilize it or I will sequester it in order to reduce my emission or to have a carbon credits or to face the carbon taxation and all. So in this context, we chose a single molecule. In this whole scenario, the story is about methanol. We chose methanol as a project that we will make methanol from the CO2. So this whole project was basically, since we were very new to this particular section, so we broke this whole project into 4 parts. One project was CO2 capture, another project was hydrogen generation. The third project was BDAP of methanol, basic design and engineering of BDAP of methanol. Third tender was of methanol erection. So fourth was methanol erection. So the whole CO2 to methanol was divided into 4 projects. So now Sahil will continue.
Hi, good evening, good afternoon. Basically, CO2 capture is the technology we used was tertiary amine process, because the chemical route gives us the more purity, the 99.6% purity which we need for the process. And basically in this carbon capture process, There are major three columns: the DCC column, absorption column, and the stripping column. The flue gas enters the DCC column. It's cooled down. It's stripped of its residual SOx and NOx. In the absorption column, the catalyst, the tertiary amine catalyst, reacts with the CO2 of the flue gas, and in the stripping column, using the steam, we strip the CO2 and we send it ahead to the for the process ahead. Basically, hydrogen generation is simply electrolysis of water. The PEM technology, it's a evolving technology, and we faced quite a lot of difficulties while executing the PEM technology. There were two sets of stacks which were replaced by the OEM at the Vindhyachal site, and also we are using PEM technology in the Netra project also, in the Netra site also. There were also the two sets of stacks are replaced, and for hydrogen generation we need ultra pure water. The conductivity has to be very low, which was very difficult to achieve, but right now it's operating. And methanol is when the CO2 and hydrogen is, the pure CO2 and hydrogen are compressed, and they are sent to the sent to the catalyst, sent to the reactor, where in the presence of catalyst, the carbon dioxide is hydrogenated, and methanol crude methanol is produced. This crude methanol is now flashed, and it's sent to the distillation section to generate 99.8% the ASTM A grade methanol. During the methanol process, the methanol block is basically divided into two processes. The technology provider was Toyo for the BDEP package, which gave us the basic engineering and design package and the reactor and the catalyst, and the EPC contract. The license at the time of the awarding of this process was just a small pilot process, but we have now developed a demo plant for this process, and we didn't face any engineering challenges, which was a huge success for us, because we are a power producing company, and first time we entered into the green chemicals section with the methanol.
So during this project, earlier we split this project into multiple small with respect to carbon capture, hydrogen, BDAP, and methanol synthesis. And the challenge was multiple agencies were working together, multiple EPCs were working together, and the integration of these whole projects was very important, because based on the input of one, it is going to hamper the ultimate output. So ultimately, once you, as a project manager, what were our challenges? Main challenges was to coordination between the multiple agencies and the multiple stakeholders which were working at that place. And at the same time, resolving resolving the issues which were arising during the process, the blame game among the agencies and blame game across the agencies, so which was taking place. So these were the few things, along with the tight schedule which were given to us. The execution was for the execution. So these whole issues was like that. The project management was like that in order to understand this was the first time which we were doing. So this was the basically main issue. So I think moving ahead, so what were the key takeaways? That we have not restricted ourselves with this demo unit. We are going with the scalable 25, 50, and 3 to 5 TPD of CO2 capture projects. So thank you very much, sir. And
thank you so much for it. And okay, can we quickly have two people coming in? Okay, please come. Sir, please go to the center. Okay, we'll quickly give the Guru Dakshina to them. Please come. So, आप system check करो ना. Okay, so next presentation is from BPCL. Refinery integrated 2.15. Okay. Replacement and extension of jerry pipelines. Please welcome them on stage. Welcome means we'll have to clap for them, please. And still I can see few people are not clapping. They will be coming on stage after it.
Yeah, good afternoon. Now that the Madhya Pradesh is full, it's tough to get you awake. So we'll try to keep it in 14 minutes or 15 minutes. This is the crux. Project managers are fearful of one item. That's a critical path. And the next one which comes across is float, free float. Today itself we have utilized the free float. So now it's our time to cut down the balance time, whatever is available. So here, having representing the green state of Kerala, I didn't see many projects from Kerala. I think Vizhinjam is coming up. Yeah, thank you. So not much projects have come from Kerala. So this is from a green state of Kerala, wherein nature is at its abundance. It's also called God's own country for some reason. Fine. So now it's being green. So naturally people are more alert. People are more alert, not just for the environment, socially, educationally also they are better off, and politically also they are better off. So any project has got its own new set of problems when you work in such a state rather than working in a being developed state. So here Simon George, who was a project manager, who has been from day one to the completion of the project. So he will take us through the whole project. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon to all. We have with us our PMC, tractable, Mr. Avanish Srivastava, because unless the client and the PMC is hand in glove, no project can get succeeded. So we thought we will invite him also to this. The project description, as has been told, it's a brownfield cross-country pipeline project. We have a corridor where 8 pipelines are going from Kochi Refinery to Jetty, which is around 10.5 kilometers of length. And around 8 pipelines are going through that particular route, in which 3 pipelines of Terlinch has completed its lifetime of 60 years. So we have dismantled, decommissioned and dismantled those 3 pipelines and put new pipelines, one for HST, one for ATF. And there was 1.5 kilometers of subsea pipeline which was also been lined for motor spirit. And there were a lot of inside refinery jobs also, which was modification of tanks and conversion of tank to ATF service by putting up, making it to a floating roof. And the project budget is 621 crores and the schedule is 32 months. Yeah, as I said, it's a replacement of 3 pipelines with 2 pipelines. And as it is completed the project, the lifetime of the pipeline, we are doing that. By boosting why this project is being taken up is basically because for boosting the coastal evacuation by 1.5 metric million tons per annum. So that the evacuation through road, rail dependence is being reduced. The increased loading rates, HST loading rate has been increased from 1,600 to 3,000 kiloliters per hour. That is almost doubling the capacity of evacuation. And for motor spirit, 1,100 to 1,600 kl per hour. The turnaround, the tanker turnaround, that is the terminal, the coastal terminal, the tanker turnaround time is being saved, by which we are saving around 18.5 crores per year. And the slope generation, since we are having a dedicated pipeline being laid, If you are using a single pipeline for transportation, the slope is being generated which is around 4,000 KL, which is a huge amount. So that is also being saved by having dedicated pipelines for the products. And the coastal movement, we are saving around 69 crores per year. Next. Yeah, as I said, there are 8 pipelines are going, in which whatever you are seeing is that red crosses is the 3 pipelines which is being dismantled, decommissioned and dismantled, and there we have put the new pipeline. This particular project has been awarded with few of the awards. CIDC has awarded, and PMI Kerala chapter also awarded this as the best project. And Trenchless has given 2 awards for this, other than the award which we received yesterday. Thanks for that too. Yeah, the project basically this is in the mid of a lot of high profile terminals which are there. One is right in the Ernakulam city, and Valabadam container terminal, DP terminal is 500 meters just across the project site. The Southern Naval Command is also just across on the other side. Cochin shipyard is 500 meters away from the project site. So this is surrounded with a lot of high profile industries across. And this is the Google map. You can see how much dense populated area this pipeline is going through, in which 9 kilometers is through the BPCL dedicated corridor and 1.5 kilometers is through Kochi city, right in front of, next. Yeah, right in front of collector's office, what all you call collector's office, Chief Justice's house, MLA's house, it's all going through that. Yeah, next. And the approvals, since it was in a very sensitive area, we had to get around 41 statutory approvals for this particular project. And it has been completed 6 months ahead of schedule and 20% saving on cost. The estimated cost was 621, we completed in 498 crores. And the challenges, as we have been telling, the challenge number 1 is the congestion in the city. Putting up a pipeline in a city around 1.5 kilometers, crossing the MG road, you know, all cities, MG road is the busiest road. Crossing MG road, going in front of, one of the HDDs started from MLA's house and ended at Collector's Bangalore. That was the beauty of, or the difficulty of executing this project. And densely populated, and Karthikeyan sir was telling that Kerala being a very sensitive or educated or alert people, executing a project on that locality was not a joke. And the underground pipeline which we have put up, the HTD which around 1 kilometer which we have put up to an island which was full of mangroves and environmentally very sensitive, and mangroves are protected plants which we are not supposed to do anything on that. So doing an HTD was also a challenge for us. And heavy ship traffic, as I explained earlier, it was surrounded with shipyard, Cochin Navy and Valabadam container terminal, in which the HTD was done on a road where a lot of ship movement was happening. And Kerala, everyone knows Kerala is known for monsoon. So the challenge was on executing this project on monsoon. And the risk management, as sir was telling yesterday, the risk management is what decide the success of a project. So when do you identify these challenges and these risks, and what are the mitigation measures which we put in, and at what time you put it in that? If you can identify this risk well before the contract being floated, then the success will come of its own. So just to show a Google map of how difficult the crossroads, the city portion looks like. And laying in city area, again and again I am coming on the same thing basically because you can see the photograph on the last photograph. This is the condition of probably in the most of the cities. If you dig up, you see beautiful roads on that. If you dig up, this is a condition of the utility lines which is going through the city. And you need to lay beneath that the pipelines, that too of 20-inch and 12-inch. On a width of probably 5-meter width roads, in which 2 hydrocarbon lines are there on both the sides, and we need to lay the pipeline at the center of that. It's a very difficult task. So what are the mitigation measures which we took it up for doing this? One is GPR survey was conducted before starting the project to identify the utilities. Second is manual trial pits have also been taken to ensure that whatever we had seen on GPR survey, because once you excavate and see something and we cannot excavate another route. So we have done manual trial pits also. And traffic diversion plans. Being a congested city, traffic diversion plans were made and discussed with all the stakeholders, including the PWD, police. And diversion of traffic was a success of this particular project, in which we had public relation officers, we have hired 2 retired police officers, and we had 10 traffic wardens have been hired. And they have been positioned in such a way that the public are not been put into difficulty. Our dedicated corridor, in fact, this is how the pipes have been pulled. Yeah, this is on an island which HDD, the pipeline has been laid through horizontal direction drilling. This is on an island. If you see, all those equipments have been transported to the island, and the erection is done. And the stringing of the pipeline was done since there was no land. We had laid the pipeline floated the pipeline on the sea, and stringing was conducted for that. And it's inside the refinery. We have converted 2 tanks to floating root tank. And some of the safety moments in which we have conducted during this. This is some of the statistics of HSC. We have completed 1 million LTA free man hours for this particular project. And these are the few CSR initiatives which Bharat Petroleum has taken up. We have skill development. Yesterday people were talking about skill development. We have skill development centers at Kochi. That's it. And of course the video talks much louder than the words. So we'll have a small video on this particular project.
At the heart of India's energy supply, BPCL Kochi Refinery embarks on a historic transformation. The replacement and extension of Jetty Pipelines Project, REJP, is a milestone in safety, efficiency, and future-ready infrastructure. The refinery's old 12-inch pipelines, which enabled the product evacuation of the refinery during its budding stages, are being replaced with modern, high-capacity pipelines. Stretching 10.5 kilometers from Kochi Refinery to Cochin Oil Terminal. The new system introduces a dedicated 12-inch pipeline for aviation turbine fuel and a 20-inch line for high-speed diesel, both leading to the Cochin port oil tanker berths in the heart of Ernakulam city. The project also features a 1 kilometer underwater 24-inch wide oil pipeline from the shore to Cochin oil tanker berth. This line was laid using horizontal directional drilling under the Cochin backwaters. This project will lead to reducing tanker turnaround time and ensuring uninterrupted evacuation of key products like MS, HSD and ATF. The loading rates has increased from 1,600 kiloliters per hour to 3,000 kiloliters per hour for HSD, 1,100 kiloliters per hour to 1,600 kiloliters per hour for MS, and our new ATF has a loading rate of 500 kiloliters per hour. With this modification proposed above, the capacity of coastal evacuation for MS and HSD from COT will be enhanced from 4.7 to 6.2 mmTPA. Inside the refinery, facilities were added to connect the pipelines to refinery tanks and pumps to improve loading rates. 2 large capacity tanks, which were previously utilized to store HSD, were converted to ATF service by installing aluminium dome roofs. These roofs are low maintenance, low weight and high life, which lead to significant reduction in operating costs. The benefits of these changes are far-reaching: increased capacity, faster evacuation, enhanced safety, reduced tanker turnaround time, and greater operational flexibility. BPCL is now prepared to meet the evolving demands of coastal shipping with unmatched reliability. Throughout construction, BPCL worked with utmost care. The pipelines were laid through BPCL right-of-way pipeline corridor of 9 kilometers and inside city roads of 1.2 kilometers, which is thickly populated. The work involved 3 major river crossings, 4 major railway crossings, and 4 Nala crossings. The replacement and extension of jetty pipelines involved significant challenges due to the densely populated and sensitive project area. Minimizing public disruption, securing timely permissions to avoid delays, and ensuring the safety of existing utilities, public infrastructure, and people were key concerns. Maintaining steady progress while addressing these issues required careful planning, coordination, and strict safety management throughout the project. At Error, the pipeline crossed the railway line underground using the boring method, completed without causing any disruption to railway operations. It also passed underground near Ernakulam South Railway Station without any issues. This demonstrated effective planning and execution, ensuring uninterrupted rail services during critical phases of pipeline installation. In city area, there were 2 major HDD crossings, DH Road and MG Road plus Chittor Road in the heart of Kochi city, carried out with utmost precision and safety. The work passed through sensitive areas such as Durbar Hall Road, Collector's Camp Office, residences of Chief Justice, etc. BPCL won the heart of the people in Kochi city by precise execution and causing little, if no disruption to civic life. City utilities, water, electricity, and sewage were safeguarded meticulously. Any disruptions were quickly restored, and grievances addressed immediately by seamless coordination with utility providers. 24-inch line was laid in ecologically marine-sensitive area with natural mangroves and migratory birds. The construction was achieved without disturbing the ecology. The old 12-inch black oil lines have been replaced with new 20-inch HSD line and 12-inch ATF line, aligning with aviation's rising demand. A 24-inch underground white oil line ensures safe transfers, while floating roof tanks have been transformed our pipeline route. Minimal public disruption and strict environmental compliance, the project proudly achieved 1.1 million LTA. A proud moment for BPC.
Very well Guru Dakshina to the main speaker, both are main, have this acceptance. People who are not getting the book or Guru Dakshina, they will get much better Guru Dakshina in terms of the volume. They will get a soft copy of the 25-year history of the project management movement. So those two people will get this. They will give an undertaking, and they will not pass it on to anybody else. And you are lucky.
Thank you. Sunu.
Gail, please come. And you have, they have just finished in 15 minutes, 30 seconds. And here you are. You can finish in 15 minutes. We are just running absolutely just in time. आइए गेल कहीं ना गेल people have to go, they have to catch up the plane, so they have made a special request because we have to go, we want to take, so if you don't mind 15 minutes after that. गेल कहाँ है? आइए ना. Why are you transportation time reduce करिए, transportation time reduce करिए, parallel programming करिए. ये से हाँ बहुत पहले make it sure 15 minutes. Okay.
Go नहीं ना इसे कैसे हुआ अभी no it's not there na okay so good afternoon myself Rajesh Gupta GM Projects GAIL. So this is MNJPL Mumbai Nagpur Jharsuguda pipeline MNJPL project of GAIL India Limited. This is 1,702 kilometer length pipeline executed in 3 parts. Mumbai to Nagpur 24-inch dia 693 kilometer, Nagpur Jharsuguda 18-inch dia 692 kilometer, and Nagpur Jabalpur 18 and 12-inch diameter 317 kilometer long pipeline, having the capacity of 14.6 metric million standard cubic meter cube per day, and the project cost of 7,844 crore. The MNJPL project is recognized under PM Gati Shakti Master Plan Initiative as a high impact infrastructure project. Now, out of this 1,702 kilometer pipeline, 1,200 kilometer pipeline is recently commissioned in only last October month. The gas-in activity has been completed, and we are supplying the gas to different customers, including CGD customers. As you can see here, the western side, the pipeline we are connecting, it has been connected with the GAIL's existing Dahej Uran pipeline, and in the eastern side it is connected with our Jagdishpur Haldia pipeline, which is a pipeline built under Pradhan Mantri Urja Ganga project. The western side, basically the gas sourcing would be from the LNG terminal at Dahej in Gujarat, and also the LNG terminal at Dabhol in Maharashtra, and also the gas of the KG Basin, gas of the Reliance from the KG Basin will also be integrated at western side. And further, the eastern side, the gas source would be from the recent, Dhamra LNG terminal of Adani. So it's a basically pipeline connecting the eastern and western side of the country, and also passing through mostly the central India. So this is a big basically addition to the national gas management, national gas grid of India. So yesterday we got the NEPA award for the Mumbai Nagpur pipeline part of the MNJPL. This is basically 693 kilometer of length of the pipeline of 24-inch dia, and this is Mumbai Nagpur pipeline. It's a one of the kind project in India, because normally you see
the gas pipelines of such a large dia and such a big length kilometer of the pipeline, they are laid in the private acquired ROU and as per the PMP Act. But this particular pipeline, out of 693 kilometer, you can see 674 kilometer of the pipeline has been laid along the Samriddhi Express Highway of MSRDC, Maharashtra State Road Development Corporation. So this is a one of its kind project which was commissioned recently. And further, around 14 kilometer pipeline has been laid in the shared ROU of the BPCL. This, along this pipeline, there is also 31 number of land parcels which we have taken from the MSRDC, land parcels for the dispatch terminal, sectionalizing valve station and the IP station. The SB stations are basically required along the pipeline so that in case of any leakage from the pipeline, in the case of the emergency, you can isolate that particular section. And we have a remotely operated SCADA system wherefrom you can control any kind of emergency within a second through our regional gas management centers located across the country and also the NGMC, National Gas Management Center in Noida. The total 10 number of districts this pipeline is passing in the Maharashtra and total 7 numbers of GA, that is geographical area, that is like PNGRB, the Petroleum and National Gas Management Regulatory Board. They are authorizing the companies for the distribution of CGD network. So the 7 numbers of GA covered, so this pipeline would be supplying the gas to 16 number of districts in Maharashtra. Below you can see the pipeline has been laid along the Samriddhi Express Highway from Mumbai to Nagpur. It is a 120 meter of ROU the MSRDC has acquired for the road construction, and at one of the boundary you can see the GAIL's MNPL pipeline. So they had given the corridor of 3 meter from one end of the boundary of this road. So in that 3 meter basically, the area have been allocated for laying of the pipeline. So now we come to the technical challenges what we have faced in execution of the MNPL project. Like generally for laying of this much size of dia of the pipeline, we acquire 20 to 30 meter of ROU. But in this particular case, we have basically given only 3 meter ROW, so basically very small flexibility when you lay the pipeline. And other than this 3 meter where the pipeline is to be laid, the MSRDC has given us 10 to 12 meter for movement of heavy machineries and the equipment. So, but during the execution, what we have found that there is not a clear-cut provisioning of the 3 meter allotted corridor for laying of the pipeline. So it was a real challenge, like concurrent construction of the pipeline and expressway happening in the same area. Then secondly, you can see the out of the 675 kilometer of the pipeline, 209 kilometer area, there were a lot of difficulties. There were many kind of obstacles in the ROU corridor. That is like a space constant in the hilly terrain around 18 kilometer, huge rock debris around 79 kilometer, change in soil state at 12 kilometer, and ROU occupied. That is, they had dumped their construction materials, their temporary offices, huts. So all these kind of things were there in that utility corridor where we have to lay the pipeline. Then there were farmers and landowners resistance also in around 61 kilometer, because MSRDC has acquired this ROU for their road construction work, and they had completed their work, but then when GAIL has gone there for laying of the pipeline, we actually faced the amid resistance of the farmers and the landowners. But then with the support of the administration and the police force, we have completed this pipeline. Then non-availability of the working front, like they had given us the utility corridor of the 3 meter for working, but actually you can see they had cut the hills at side, and they had constructed their road, and they have not left with any kind of 3 meter utility, 3 meter corridor for laying of the pipeline. But then it was a real challenge. We will see in the upcoming slides like what kind of efforts the GAIL has done for completing this project. Then there are, you can see like these kind of hills, there are these 5 number of excavators working for laying of the pipeline. There were so many multiple kind of crossings, such kind of hilly crossings, basically the pipeline was laid. See, rock dump, this was the major challenge in laying of, in execution of this pipeline. Like the MSRDC, they had cut down the hills and they had constructed the road, and whatever rock has basically come, they had just, put in our allotted corridor. So when we went there for laying up the pipeline, we saw the huge hills of the rock, rather than huge hills of the rock. So, throughout the project execution, the rock dumping was the major concern, and there were the debris, of height like ranging from 2 meter to 45 meter. So it was around progressively, all the rock debris was removed by MSRDC, and in certain cases, even the GAIL has, through our contractors, has removed that rock debris and laid the pipeline. You can see the hill area, the red part you can see, this is the basically alignment of our pipeline, and there is no space for laying the pipeline. Not even we talk of how the machineries will be moved here. But so, so in this, certain areas, we have to basically go for some alternate kind of methodology. Some cases, the rerouting of the pipeline was done. You see here, in certain cases, the MSRDC has not actually acquired the 120 meter of ROU. They had acquired instead 60 and 90 meter width of the ROU, and they constructed the road over the viaduct, leaving no place for GAIL's pipeline to lay. So in that, and then you can see there is a curve also. So even if we lay the pipeline through the underground HDD method, it is very challenging because of the curve. Because HDDs, they are normally in a straight line, only certain kind of flexibility or curve you can do. But here, there were a lot of curve areas also, and laying of the pipeline even through the HDD method was very challenging. Then we talk of it, Kasara Ghat tunnel near to the Nasik. They made a tunnel of 9 kilometer length, and the pipeline laying was not allowed along that tunnel. So we have to reroute in this particular portion, reroute our GAIL pipeline and along the BPCL's ROU. That is their existing pipeline, Mumbai Manmad pipeline. So around 14 kilometers of ROU have been shared, and we laid the pipeline in their ROU. Okay, sir. Then extended HDD crossings, they were employed for the major obstacles like Fugale, wherein basically it was around 1 kilometer long of the HDD, having elevation difference of more than 200 meters. Normally when you do the HDD, basically after the last reaming, you pull the pipe. But in this particular case, basically we have utilized the pushing kind of a techniques. That's a notable advancement in the trenchless pipeline construction. So these are, you can see some kind of assumptions, like we had availability of graded ROU. This we assumed at the time of commencement of the work, but finally we got the uneven ROU filled with rock dumps and alternate soil strata. Fixed number of crossings, but here we have got multiple number of crossings during execution. Non-requirement of the forest permission, but then as the forest permission what the MSRDC has got, they did not recognize the pipeline as a utility. So we have to obtain separate forest permission for the pipeline. And then availability of continuous 10 to 12 meter of working strip, it was not there. We had not received a continuous working strip in many sections. So other than the technical challenges, a lot of management challenges also have been faced, because we have got the project approved at the time of the pandemic, and then with the management support, actually all the kind of pre-project activities like tendering, like survey, permissions, they have been received during COVID time. And then multi-contractor coordination, because MSRDC road construction work, there were 16 big contractors were involved. So for the laying of the pipeline, we have to daily basis coordinate with those agencies, those contractors. And big stakeholder engagement that we can see in the next slide. And then land acquisitions hurdle, because 31 number of land parcels that has to be managed. And those locations are also, not very, you just go and take any kind of land, because we have to follow the standard of SME, OISD and the PNJRB. So these are kind of the effort, like this project of national importance under PM Gati Shakti was there under the Pragati meeting chaired by Honorable Prime Minister, and then it was also included Chief CM Barroom of Government of Maharashtra, and this was included in project monitoring group, PMG group, reviewed progressively by Secretary Coordination and Secretary DPIIT of Government of India. Then there were regular review meetings by MOPNG, by PNGRB with Government of Maharashtra. Then many meetings had happened with Government of Maharashtra and MSRDC by the GAIL higher people. Then execution of much more HDDs than we have anticipated at the commencement of the contract. And there were many engineering solutions for laying of the pipeline where the soil state of was changed. So these kind of efforts have been there for resolution of those 209 kilometers of the hindrances which we have seen at the start of the project. So these are some benefit you can see, like benefit to GAIL in terms of network expansion and revenue growth. And then because of this big pipeline of 1700 kilometer long, it's a kind of, making the market leadership. And this also is strengthening the GAIL's role in India's clean energy transition. Benefit to the nation because it will supply the gas to various customers, various power companies, fertilizer companies, and also it will give boost to the CGD uses, CGD gas distribution in the cities which are coming up along this pipeline. Then benefit to the community, this I must say a big benefit to the community in terms of carbon emissions. Like you see, 1 MMSCMD of pipeline gas, this basically is equivalent to around 2.7 lakh ton of carbon emission per annum. So we see by, if you see a mature tree, this around, reduces the emissions or absorbs the emissions equivalent to around 50 kilogram of CO2 in a year. So with this calculations, if we go by laying of this pipeline, we would be saving almost 800 crore. 8 crore, it is equivalent to plantation of 8 crore number of trees. So the Government of India's mission of net zero by 2070, this is, big boost to this pipeline. When will run on a full capacity, it is going to be a good boost to the India's mission in that way. And then when we complete this during a construction phase, around 15 lakh of man days employment has been delivered. And when this pipeline will come to the operational, already around 1200 kilometer pipeline is under operation. This will give so much of the employment. Then key takeaways from the project. One video small, sir, if you permit. Just 2 minutes. These are key takeaways from the project, like integrated corridor planning, engineering innovations, concurrent multi-agency execution, continuous improvement culture, dynamic coordination model, and engineering in narrow work spaces in SDDs in constant 3 meter width. Because normally if you lay the pipeline in that 20-30 meter of, ROU, it is very simple. But once you work there in very space constant 3 meter width, then you have to change your normal methodology. So here basically some kind of engineering kind of thing, a new kind of engineering has emerged. So around 18.7 million safe man hours that we completed this project. Can you run this video?
From the energy capital of India, Mumbai, to the heart of the nation, Nagpur, a silent revolution is taking shape beneath the ground. A network of steel veins carrying the pulse of progress. The Mumbai-Nagpur pipeline, a part of the Mumbai-Nagpur-Jharsuguda pipeline project, MNJPL. The MNJPL stands as India's most significant natural gas corridor, a 1,702-kilometer lifeline connecting 4 states and integrating vast regions into the national gas grid. It represents one of the country's largest energy infrastructure projects with a total investment of Rs 8,255 crore and a gas transportation capacity of 14.6 MMSCMD, carrying the nation closer to its clean energy goals. Spanning 693 kilometers, the Mumbai-Nagpur 24-inch diameter pipeline traverses 10 districts across Maharashtra, from Thane and Nashik through Ahmednagar, Aurangabad, Jalna, Buldana, Washim, Amravati and Wardha to reach Nagpur. Built at an estimated cost of rupees 4,153 crore, the Mumbai-Nagpur section of MNJPL is a crucial link in India's national gas grid, carrying the promise of clean energy and industrial transformation. But this journey was not easy. For nearly 675 kilometers, the pipeline runs parallel to the Samruddhi Mahamarg, sharing a narrow utility corridor, a corridor filled with rock dumps, hilly terrain, changing soil strata, and space constraints that tested every bit of engineering skill. Limited right of use, evolving site conditions, and logistical hurdles called for innovative thinking and flawless coordination. Each challenge was met with precision. Each obstacle turned into an opportunity to innovate. When traditional methods could not suffice, the pipeline was laid with horizontal directional drilling, HDD method, involving many technical challenges due to elevation differences up to 200 meters. This includes a remarkable 1 kilometer HDD crossing at Fugale Hill, Gale's first of its kind, using advanced pipe pushing technology, a breakthrough in trenchless pipe construction. This was not just engineering, it was endurance, powered by teamwork, skill and purpose. The Mumbai-Nagpur pipeline is designed to supply natural gas to 16 districts in Maharashtra, meeting the growing energy needs of homes, industries and transportation. It will enable 95 lakh PNG household connections and facilitate 1,768 CNG stations, fueling cities and highways with cleaner, more sustainable energy. For the power, fertilizer and manufacturing industries, this pipeline brings not just energy, but reliability. It will help small-scale enterprises flourish, create new employment opportunities, and drive economic growth along its route. The project has generated over 15 lakh man-days of employment, empowering communities and local economies across Maharashtra. Built with precision, driven by innovation, executed with perseverance. The Mumbai-Nagpur pipeline, a lifeline of clean energy, a symbol of India's engineering excellence, a promise for the future. Gale India Limited.
Every 15 seconds, 10 seconds should be saved because we are minus 30 seconds. So I will give it to him. Thank you. Now, BPCL, please come. Including video should be 15 minutes.
Okay, so next up we have refinery integrated 2.15 TPD slash M5 MW green hydrogen plant. That's the presentation we have from BPCL.
A very warm good afternoon to one and all. Good afternoon. So I am Anshul Gupta, along with me Mr. Aman Pathak. We will take you to a short journey of our green hydrogen plant, an initiative by BPCL towards sustainability. This is not just a plant that we do in regular operation. it is a blueprint through which refineries can further transition towards net zero. But before we start, I would like each one of you to take a deep breath. Well, this changed nothing. We are as we were earlier, but in these 2 seconds, something very real just entered our system. This is how emissions work. They are silent, they cannot be seen, but they are destructive. So we are not going to show you how the emission can be seen, but we are trying to attack the core from where the emissions are being produced. So BPCL has set an aspiration to become net zero by 2040. We have identified the 4 key pillars: renewable energy, bio-CNG, green hydrogen and CCUS. We are taking major strides in all 4 categories, but I will just be specific to green hydrogen. Under green hydrogen, we have deployed a 5 megawatt project, 0.72 KTPA, that has been recently been commissioned in April at Bina refinery. And further, we have awarded a 5 KTPA built on operate contract for green hydrogen at Bina, which is scheduled to commence from April 28. Secondly, we were amongst the first to receive subsidy under the National Green Hydrogen Mission for setting up green hydrogen facility under biomass based pathway. So BPCL is setting a 1.5 KTPA plant at Bina and 0.5 KTPA plant at Kochi. Thirdly, under the mobility sector, we are setting up a plant at Kochi International Airport. This is based on our indigenously made electrolyzers using BARC technology. The plant is under final commissioning stage. We are waiting for PESO clearance. Once this is received, we can run the plant. So what is the use of hydrogen in refineries? Hydrogen is used to remove the impurities from crude oil and making it cleaner fuels in our hydrotreating process. If you see the current Indian refinery capacity, it stands at about 260 MMTPA, and 1% is what is required by the refineries as hydrogen, and CO2 emissions are 10x of whatever hydrogen we produce. So on an average, this accounts to 25% of refinery emission. So through green hydrogen, we are trying to reduce our CO2 emissions. Well, the plant at Bina, it is based on alkaline technology, which will reduce 9 MMTPA of CO2 emissions, and it has been commissioned in a short time frame of 15 months, which is one of the fastest executed project in India. The total cost on which it was executed is 43 crore against a sanctioned budget of 84 crores. This is the best efficient operational plant currently anywhere in the refineries and in India. Further, the capex is also lowest among the industries, and it obviously largest operational plant across India. Just a short video to show. On the next is the basic process flow diagram of our plant. It consists of 2 electrolyzers and which are powered through a rectifier transformer and 2 rectifiers of 2.5 megawatt each. So the electrolyzer require alkaline KOH solution, 30% KOH solution, which acts as the alkaline medium. So this electrolyzer, when it gets the electricity, it is split water into hydrogen and oxygen, which further goes to gas light treatment section, wherein the oxygen is further vented out and the KOH solution by gravity is removed from oxygen, and the hydrogen goes to the deoxo tower where the excess oxygen is removed from the hydrogen, then which further goes to the drying tower for removal of moisture, and finally hydrogen is routed to our product header. So we are generating 99.999% efficient hydrogen using this process. Well, coming to the learning and insight, this project provided us great insights. First of all was the tendering. While there were no established tender specifications amongst the industry which can be used, we developed our own specifications. We kept them so relaxed, as well as while they were relaxed, there were particular clauses through which we can control the contract. Vendor base was not there. For that we did a multi-model scenario, 5 megawatt to 20 megawatt. We collected expression of interest to understand how many vendors are available under each category. Finally, we decided to go ahead with 5 megawatt model. Over here we got a unique levelized cost of hydrogen concept, even though this is a CAPEX project, and introduced based on the guarantees to accommodate different technology, because there were alkaline, proton exchange membrane, SOEC, you name it, there are multiple technologies. To give proper evaluation, we use this LCH methodology to determine the lowest quote. Then under the statutory norms, there were regular updations coming on the statutory norms. When we awarded the project, YSD was not, for hydrogen was not there. YSD 241 came after we awarded the project. Then those needs to be inbuilt on in engineering. Even environment clearance for standalone project, it is exempted, but for refinery is supposed to obtain the amendment for these EC, existing EC. Operational insights, we have got a lot of operation insight. Our people are trained to work on the green hydrogen. On the challenges that are currently still there among the industry is the price gap between grey that we currently produced in the refinery and versus the green hydrogen. It is almost 2x. Evolving technology, even though if we try now to go for a large scale adoption, the challenge we are facing is there are multiple technologies. Still there is no one clear winner. So with time we have to adopt it as the technology matures. Land requirement is 10x of what we do in conventional plants. Power, again, for scaling up to a refinery, in case of Bina, if I talk about, we will need 1000 megawatt of power to set up the this completely replace grey with green. And that for that, grid infrastructure should be there. The state grid infrastructure, central grid infrastructure, all those need a major revamp. Water, again 20 kg of water is required for this, per kg of hydrogen. Intermittency in renewable energy, scalability and safety are further key challenges currently existing in this industry. Looking into the way forward, currently Bina refinery has got one of the lowest price in our BOO tender, which is about 387 per kg including the GST. Now how can we bring down this further lower? Domestic manufacturing, government is taking marvelous steps in this side. They are promoting through subsidies electrolyzer manufacturing, which is now currently going on in India. Second is GST waiver on BOO hydrogen. Government have waived off GST on electrolyzer, but they have not waived GST on the hydrogen purchase, which is about 60 rupees. Then grid power banking. There are many state to state regulations vary. They do not allow you to bank day power during the night or night power during the day, due to which we are not able to operate the plant on sustainable basis. So something, I am not saying completely they should allow, because they will have a revenue loss among themselves, but they should look into that, how they can help us to build 24/7 RE. Another thing is single window statutory clearance. That is the major one which government should look into, because in this case what is happening, we have to go for EC clearance to someone else, then PASO is also there. There are multiple agencies and channels which are involved. For that single window, like they have done for RE projects or some other projects, if they provide over here, that will be a major boost. Well, VPCL strategy is very simple. Think big, start small and scale fast. In Think Big, we have a net zero aspiration of 2040. We want our entire refineries to be powered by RE. We are partnering with electrolyzer manufacturers industry members. Start small, we are setting up pilot plants across all our 3 refineries. We have formed some JVs also in this sector, and we are targeting for 25 KTPA green hydrogen by this 2030. Scale fast, that is very simple. Whichever technology shows more maturity, let us go right into, wait for it to mature enough so that we can scale up for gigawatt level. To end my presentation, we will just show glimpse.
Thank you so much, sir, for the presentation. Can any one of you can come on stage quickly? Any one of you? Anyone can come, yeah, please. Oh. No, he's coming. He's coming. Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, while he's coming, we have another project from BPCL only, that the name is the 2G and 2G 1G integrated bioethanol refinery. So, नहीं जितने हैं उतने तो हम ताली बजाएंगे जोर से, so that we don't feel कि कोई अभी कुछ लोग चले गए हैं. Please. Another round of clap for the people who are coming to present the next one.
कनेक्ट कर दी
I know it is very tough in the last phase to even listen to the presentation and to be very fair to present as well. I am very privileged and honored to represent Bharat Petroleum and also to be among this elite group. I was hearing a lot of presentations and from different companies, and very happy being an Indian first of all to how the growth is there and at what rate India is growing. Thanks to all of you for the enriched presentations, and thanks to Adesh Jain sir for arranging this kind of gathering. Thanks to you. So Bharat Petroleum, we are at the forefront in energy transition, which is fully in integration with Atmanirbhar Bharat and Vikasit Bharat by 2047. So now our focus is on biofuels. As you know, liquid 98% of liquid biofuel is ethanol. Ethanol, as you all know, C2H5OH, ethyl alcohol. Bioethanol is the one which we produce, ethanol produced from plant sugars. So, yesterday and all, there was a presentations talking about rockets and many other, what you can say, hi-fi technologies and all. Now, I am taking you back to our own farmyards, where I'm going to talk about rice straw and rice, chawal and bhusa. So it is very interesting, I guarantee. So as you all know, ethanol, which is generated from food grain, that is known as first generation, we call it as 1G, and ethanol which is generated from straw, agriculture waste, which is known as 2G, second generation. Yesterday my colleague, IOCL colleague, presented about 3G, which is the ethanol which will be generated from gases, waste gases. So what we are going to do is, now you've seen almost our target was to achieve 20% of ethanol blending by 2030. Kudos to OMCs and India, we achieved the target in 2025, which is 5 years ahead of the schedule. Entire credit goes to OMCs and what you can say regulation by India government. Now 2040, now having achieved 20%, our next target is to reach up to 30% by 2040. Now there is a discussion which is coming up, fuel versus food. Everything will not go smooth, right? So now we have achieved 20%, people are questioning fuel versus food. So to address the challenge, earlier we discussed about being proactive.
So we being proactive, we came around, we forgetting about the grain. Now we will produce from rice straw, which is a waste from where we are going to create energy. So this is how is the project. Our project is 2G, 1G bioethanol refinery, Bargarh. I am the project manager, Muralidhar Rao. My project head is Mr. Manoj K. Yesterday he was there. Today he is not there. He is in Mumbai. Along with our team, around 18 people worked hard at site to make this happen. Along with me, my future BPCL, Mr. Karthik is there. He made the presentation, made me comfortable to present all of in front of you. I'll just go through the project. So this Bargarh biorefinery is located, Jai Jagannath. It is located in Odisha. Bargarh district of Odisha. Why Bargarh is considered as a rice bowl of Odisha. So we will get the feed stack in abundant. And the plant capacity is 100 KL per day 1G and 100 KL per day 2G. Why we are integrated this? I will tell you the strategy. The project is established with a 1,775 crores of capital outlay, and it is spread around 70 acres area. As I told you, for 2G the feed stack is rice straw and 1G feed stack is rice. The rice straw requirement for production of 100 kl of ethanol is 480 metric ton each day. And we need to have boilers in this process. So for boiler consumption, 160 metric ton requirement of rice straw per day. 1G also we have got boiler which requires around 210 metric ton of rice straw. So it sums up to 850 metric ton of rice straw per day. That is almost a waste. So to give you a sense, I will tell you 1 acre of farm agricultural land will give you 1 metric ton of rice straw. So if you see 850 metric ton over the period of 1 year, it will be requiring around 3 lakh metric ton of rice straw. So if you calculate what we are paying to the rice straw is 4 rupees per kg. So 3 lakh metric ton into multiplied by 4, overall 120 crores income to the farmers, right, which was supposed to be waste. We are now giving income to the farmers in the form of that we are going to convert into ethanol. 120 crore per annum comes to 10 crore per month. So that's how BPCL is in the forefront to make this happen, and we are going to have byproducts as well, technical alcohol, fusel oil, raw CO2, those are we are you can say commercializing. We are also selling those products. This is a process of 1G and 2G. Because 1G may directly grains, we are having straw, we are having sugars which can be fermented so that we can come to the ethanol process. In 2G, the main two things which are have to be there is because it is a waste, right, rice straw. So first part we need to do is we need to extract the sugars which are inside. So what we have to do is we have to remove the lignin part of the rice straw, so to bring the sugars. So to remove the lignin part of rice straw, we use pre-treatment where with heat, steam and with acid, we will break that structure and will extract the cellulose and hemicellulose. Further, those will be through enzymatic hydrolysis will convert into the sugars. So from there on, the process is same. 1G, 2G, both are same. It will lead to a ethanol of 100 kl per day. This is our plant. This shape is because of the land which we have got to avoid the, to utilize the time in a proper way. We have acquired the land, government land, we took over the government land on immediate basis. That's how this plot shape is little different. These are the facilities which we are having, raw water and fire water storage. Actually here this plant is a water intensity plant. Everyday requirement of water is 3000 KL per day. 3000 KL per day is the water requirement, which is very huge. And in this plant, we are having around 115 number of tanks, which is very complex, you know, and 5 lakh inch day of welding, and cable you can say from here, from Delhi to Bargarh, you can lay the cable. It's almost 1500 kilometer length of cabling was there. This mammoth task we have completed from the site team in 24 months time, which I think we deserve an appreciation for that. If you see in this entire plant, 1G plant is only to some extent it is a corner which is occupying only little area. Why we have put that 1G plant is this 2G plant is first of its kind. never ever it was there. Recently, last year, IOCL has commissioned, they are in the process of stabilization. The idea was, till the time 2G plants get stabilized, we should utilize whatever the facilities which are common, like boiler and water treatment plant, ETP, PCTP, and air compressor, we have to utilize those facilities till the time 2G plant stabilizes. That's why, as a strategy, we have included this 1G into 2G, so that by that time 2G plant stabilizes, we can run 1G and earn revenue to the company. In this particular program or project phase, there are three things which I have to talk about. First thing is, unlike other projects, here there is no ready-made feedstock. We need to develop the supply chain. That itself was a project. Because every day, as I told you, the requirement is 850 metric ton, and we are going to have only 1 day storage in the plant. So we need to develop an ecosystem. We need to develop a supply chain management, so that every day I should receive 850 metric ton of rice straw. And as you all know, harvesting will happen. Most of the India, it happens twice, Rabi and Kharif, and some places it happens once in a year. So somebody has to accumulate that entire rice straw and keep it somewhere for BPCL, and he has to deliver every day to the plant and earn the money. So this will not happen, as sir was telling, by keeping quiet and floating a tender, assuming that we are PSU, nothing is going to work. The tremendous efforts has gone into developing the supply chain, that I am going to emphasize as a, what you can say, a model, a project in itself, which has really, what you can say, I can proudly say we are succeeded in that, and when the plant is ready, our supply chain management is through, and we are receiving the rice straw. Thank you. This is a small, from paddy straw harvesting, then it will go to baling, then it will go to the collection center where people will collect, and from there, as and when need basis, it will be transported to the plant storage. A small 30-second video is there, not a long one. This is how the system works, and when we have, after doing the entire, what you can say, base site work, familiarization of all the stakeholder and all, then we went to hub and spoke model, where through level 1 we will float the tender and engage one contractor. Through them, L2 will be there, who will in turn will store the rice straw and send it to the L1 party. From L1 we will take the rice straw. And L3, if you see, it is interesting, farmers and you can say women self-help groups, they can purchase the balers, rakers from outside, and they are going to get subsidy of 50% and 75% from the state government. So here the stakeholder, if you see, state government also we are enrolled, and with their help we could able to succeed. And this is how we enrolled the, what you can say, localites before floating the tender. That's how this tender became successful. Now the rice straw is in abundance with us. Once the rice straw scheme, what I explained to you, if you have seen, there, other than procuring the rice straw, one more thing we have achieved is getting the confidence of the localites. So everybody start feeling that it is our project, it is going to benefit us. And I think, as sir was telling, to get the project succeed, enrolling people, not only your project own people, nearby localites and all is very, very crucial. I think that is, I think we can show that as an example, because our project was requiring around 118 megawatt of power, which we were supposed to draw from 13 kilometer away substation. And we, as I told you, there is a requirement of 3000 KL of water, which we are required to draw from canal, which is around 7 kilometer away, which was getting water from Hirakud Dam. So laying a pipeline of 7 kilometer and 13 kilometer HT line, it is almost a project itself, and it will not get over unless until we get the help of locals. Because of the first part we did, we enrolled the localites, and they started feeling this is their project, and believe me, we didn't have any, even 1-2 days of work stop in these two areas, and we completed this aspect also well ahead of our plant is made. Thank you. Coming to the main plant, this is a built by strategy designed for value. As I told you, the first of its kind, not because it's 2G, because 2G already IOCL is dead, but what we did differently is we have added 1G to it so that utilize the, basically to effectively utilize the facilities. And this is a zero liquid plant wherein whatever the 3000 KL water requirement, whatever is there, that we are going to use in process, and we are having process condensate treatment plant and effluent treatment plant, which will treat this water, and that again will be circulated into the process operation. So the only loss of water is through cooling towers and all. Otherwise, there is no and wet washing where we are going to wash the rice straw. That is only the loss. Otherwise, entire 85% of the water will be recirculated. Sustainability driven design, as I was explaining, it is a clean fuel which we are getting from a waste. Circular economy approach, as you have seen, when that lignin was removed to extract the sugars from the rice straw, the lignin can be used as a fuel to the boiler. We have spent around 48 crore and we procured an equipment, solid liquid separator. Therein, that lignin will be, you can say, extracted into solid form and which will be fed to boiler as a fuel. So we are valorizing all the byproducts so that will make it viable, economically viable. And CO2, whatever is we are getting in the plant from the fermentation area, we have engaged a vendor on boot basis, and we are capturing that CO2, and he himself is selling to the distillery, and he is paying to us the money per metric ton basis. High impact afforestation, most of the places we focus on what you can say green belt after completion of project. Only here, because it's a green projects, we wanted to focus on the green belt since beginning. Dedicatedly, we have done around 1000, I think 1000 odd trees were fallen during the construction. In place of that, we have around 17,000 trees we have planted that has grown up along with the plant. When plant is ready, the tree for what you can say green belt is also ready. And project execution, this is the first point which I want to emphasize, is this is a agile project management. This is based on the need and based on the constraint, we have adopted this. When we have started with 2G, we started with only 2G, and we have floated and we have ordered some vendor as a LSTK vendor. When, because of the issues coming up, because it was first of its kind, and over the period of time we started learning, so LSTK vendor started putting up the claims, and more than claims, he was asking about the inordinate time, which was not possible for us. What we have done is immediately, even though in a PSC it is a little difficult, we went ahead with the termination of the LSTK, and we went with EPCM mode, but not with the 100% work. As I told you, we have chosen where we can go on EPCM mode. 80% of the work is EPCM node, and balance 20%, 10% is on a boot basis we have given where CO2 plant is there. Balance 10% we have given on package mode, which is again LSTK. So what I want to say is, before conceptualization, particularly this kind of plants, before conceptualization, you will come and you'll think of something and start the project, but you should be flexible enough to change the strategies when you sense there is a time and cost delay. And that was the learning from this. And balance other things, I think we, being BPCL, we always focus on safety first and safety must. This is our tagline. And with that, no LTA happened. With 15 million man hours of safe working, we completed this project. Being as I was explaining, these are the challenges which had. Being a first of its kind project, there is no established vendor base. Distillery vendors were there, so enrolling the vendors was a tough task because they were new to the PSU and they were new to the what you can say oil industry. So it was a challenge. So we have mitigated that challenge by, as you have seen, when we have enrolled the farmers to support us, it was not a tough task for us to enroll the vendors. So same thing we did for vendors, and we were successful enrolling the vendors and awarded the jobs on time and moved ahead with the project. Project national relevance, as I told you, this is waste to energy plant and ZLD plant. It is a circular economy, you can say, in spirit in this project. And as I was mentioning earlier, this prosperity to farmers. This prosperity to farmer, where it was going waste, they are earning some money out of it. And basically it is enabling the import substitution by reducing crude oil dependencies. You might be knowing last year itself there is a 40,000 crores reduction in forex because of the ethanol usage, ethanol blending. So 40,000 per annum is a huge thing. So that and all is coming from bioethanol blending with the petrol. and this is strongly supports the Viksit Bharat 2047 through rural income, jobs, infrastructure development. I think with this, I thank with my team backside. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. Quickly, can any one of you can come? Who is coming? Thank you so much, sir. This is Sunil Ayyapam, right? Great, sir. Okay, so next up we have from BPCL itself. Okay, so next up we have another project from BPCL itself. It's development of integrated operator inside. It's an application, so hope you'll enjoy it. Can we all welcome them on stage?
A very good evening to one and all. Since we are running short of time, so I will not take much more time. And basically my presentation is on the AI solution which we have built for BPCL Bina Refinery. So I will try to deliver my presentation with the speed of AI. So yes, with me my team member Suyesh Jain is here and Swatantri is here. We all have developed this app for Bina Refinery. And since last 2 days, I have been listening about various projects related to infrastructure, related to thermal power plant, related to other things which have been built by the various companies, but I don't have anything to showcase like that. I have one solution which is solving the major problem of the refinery. I will take you the journey through which we are transforming the way refinery is performing. So yes, in this solution we have used the power of the prediction ML. We have developed this solution for mobile devices which operator takes when he goes on plant round. We are using the power of LLM and also the speech to text and text to speech that we are using as a solutions. So basically we believe that digital transformation is not just about adopting new tools, it is about reshaping our strategy and embracing fresh ways of thinking to create lasting impact. And this is a small step towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. We have developed all these solutions in-house. We have not used any vendor product, everything by in-house developers only. These solutions have been integrated and developed. So I will take you the challenges through which the operators were facing in the refinery in day-to-day operations. For example, since the days of inception of the project phase, multiple systems like DCS system as well as the other SCADA system and other systems were implemented in the refinery since last 15 years journey. And to getting the alerts or getting any of the, you can say, critical parameters related information, engineers have to rush through the POTA cabins or to the main office building to see the data, to log into each and every separate system to get the view and the alarm and the messages. So these were the challenges, multiple logins, missed alerts on the fields, difficulty in recalling the SOPs when the, for example, Bina Refinery, if you can imagine, it is of 3,000 acre spread refinery it is. Once you go for the plant round, it is not feasible for you to remember all the SOPs related to the plant startup or plant shutdown or the maintenance job. So these were the challenges which operators used to face on day-to-day basis. Non-compliance monitoring he can't do, he has to call the panel engineer, what is the value of SOX, what is the value of NOx, so that he can do any maintenance activity in the plant. Equipment failures related information also he couldn't have when he is going for the plant round. So in the next part I will discuss about how we have built these solutions against all these problems, and we integrated all these solutions at one place through the mobile device based solution. So we integrated all the in-house applications, whether it is from the historian, whether it is from the permit system, interlock system, whosoever is from the refinery can correlate with my words. We created profile-based login. Since refinery consists of 8 to 9 plant units, so if one operator goes for the plant round of his own area, then he should not get the alert related to any other plant. So cluttering the data and the information was the solution which we have built. Since we cannot, considering the confidentiality of the refinery, we cannot upload any data on the cloud-based system. We cannot use the power of ChatGPT or Copilot or any other solutions available in the market. So we developed our own LLM solution, and using that solution, we are having voice-based chatbot also. So for example, any operator goes on the plant, he can simply ask through the mobile solution, what should be the maximum value of so-and-so parameter, it will give the correct answer. Vision-based model. Unlike other companies, we believe that this is not a big rocket science, we can do it in-house. So we have developed this vision-based model also, which detects if any vendor person like contractor is not wearing the helmet, not wearing the safety shoe, not wearing the boiler suit, it can be detected and give alarm to the respective SIC or the operators that yes, in your area, so many persons are not wearing the helmet, so you have to take the action. We are using one of the best technology in case of ML prediction. So alert whatever is being generated through that system, that also we are showcasing in that solution. So these are the few list of the applications which we have integrated. I will take you fast through this one. Process parameters, LIMS lab result, then vibration monitoring data, corrosion monitoring data, gas detector related parameter which is very crucial to operate in the refinery condition, IOW parameters related to the corrosion of the equipments, ODR logbook data which generally operators use to enter on daily basis, SAP notifications being generated from the SAP system, APM recommendations, few other things are like EWPS, interlock, IRIS, MOC, and chatbot we have interlinked to this solution. So this is how this solution was conceptualized, and further we integrated with the power of in-house LLM, and where we have integrated these many documents, SOPs, equipment start search document, manuals, PNIDs, as well as past failures and RCA documents. So we have also enabled the power of the QR based system access, like if any new joinee comes to the refinery and he goes for the plant round, he cannot remember everything related to any equipment, what is the name of this equipment, what is the name of that equipment. So what we have done, we have implemented the QR code based system. Once the operator goes near the that equipment and scan that QR code, he gets all the link related to this respective documents, and once he click on that document, he can get the complete data he can read there in the plant itself. He should not have to carry the manuals and the documents in the hard copies. So basically this solutions cover these many solutions which I have already briefed. I will not talk you much through. So our motto is we are trying to integrate all the applications and build the intelligence at one place, so that in future once we will bring in the robot, we can easily train that robot or the drone on the in-house data and the intelligence, and he can perform autonomously and without any human intervention. That is what our motto is. So that is why we are saying through these solutions we wanted to make humans free, so that they can work on the higher innovations like the projects they can manage, and the robot or the intelligent solution can work meanwhile or in autonomous way in background. So these are the few glimpses of the solutions which we have developed, because in refinery you cannot carry these simple mobiles. There are these rugged mobiles or IS safe mobiles that you can carry. So we developed this app for these mobiles. Once user asks any query, he can get the answer over voice also, and he can get the answer through the text also. So these are the QR code based system. If person will scan the equipment, he can get the data related to, this is the dummy data that I have created for this presentation. So startup, SOP, PNID, surging, and these are the incidents related information which is coming from the ML predictive analytics. And this is a small step towards, a journey towards smarter safe refinery. And with me, Mr. Swatantra is here, who is the real customer of my solution, who can tell us that how this solution is benefiting him.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Actually, I would like to say one more thing. She's from IT and I am from process, but I can say that she knows process more than us. Means she understands everything. She understands what actually we want. So with that, actually, as you all are the project managers, and so I can say that behind every project now there is some purpose, that why we have started this project and what we have achieved, what we have transformed actually. So I can say this, that with the implementation of this project, we have transformed our area engineers approach from reactive action to the proactive action. So this is what we have achieved till now. And another thing is that we also nurturing an environment where our area engineers are taking data-driven decisions rather than the instruction which is passing from the panel engineer. So this project is not only about the technology, this is also a journey for Atmanirbhar mindset, which I can say. And the another thing is that where the innovation, the teamwork, the ownership and accountability coming from the team itself. So I can proudly say that we are shaping a culture of self-reliance and a continuous improvement, driving our BPCL towards a greater excellence. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can we have somebody from you all to come here? Maybe from Technip? Please come. Thank you so much, sir. I was actually waiting for you to come.
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Okay. So next presentation we have. Achha.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, sir. Being from IT, then definitely I will prefer that.
Thank you so much. So the next presentation we have from. Okay. So it's from Adani Port Private Limited, International Deep Water Multipurpose Seaport. Can we please welcome him on stage? Oh, okay. Okay. Please come, sir.
Thank you. Good evening all. Thank you Adesh Jain sir, Ruchira Jain madam. Thank you for providing us this opportunity today to present our project. In fact, this project which I am going to present before you is an India's answer to the self-reliance as the country was not having a transshipment port, as a deep water transshipment port was missing in the country's infrastructure landscape, and Vizhinjam was an answer to it. In the morning, we were listening to Dr. Deepak Vora, and he was explaining that the country is going to build more and more deep water seaports, and this is the first such deep water seaport which the country built. In fact, you may be knowing, you may be in the mind, you may be asking what is the need of this port. This port is an answer to the transshipment need of the country. India as a country is having a transshipment volume of something around 22 million containers, 22 million TUs. We call it as 22 million 20-foot equivalent units. Those units, of that 22 million units, roughly 25% is transshipped other ports. Transshipped means it is brought in larger vessels. Suppose a container is destined from China to maybe Delhi. At present what it happens is that a container carrying, a vessel carrying 24,000 or 20,000 vessel first drop that 5,000 boxes which is destined to Delhi at Singapore, and from there it is carried in a feeder vessel to Bombay, and from there it was actually taken to Delhi. That is the current scenario. As a country, we were not having a transshipment port identical to Singapore or Colombo or even Salalah, which is on the west coast, or Dubai, which is in the west coast. And we as a country, we were not having a transshipment port. With the Vizhinjam coming up, the same container with the vessel, the 24,000 vessel, it can come directly to Vizhinjam and drop that 5,000 boxes, and from there it can again take the feeder vessels and go to Mumbai, and from there it can reach the ultimate destination, Delhi. So that is the kind of change which the Vizhinjam port brought in. When Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi released the vision, 2023, he released the vision for India maritime sector. So in 2023, when he released the vision, India's dependency on foreign ports was 75%. The reliance, he wanted to reduce the dependency by 2030 by 25%. So the first project in that series is Vizhinjam, and the second project, those projects which are coming up in plan are the France projects like Vadwan, the projects like Galatia Bay, which is in Andaman and all. So with that brief introduction, I am starting the presentation. As you know that this port is developed by Adani Special Purpose Vehicle Company, Adani Vizhinjam Port Private Limited, and I represent Adani Vizhinjam Port Private Limited, and we are under the umbrella of our parent company APSEZ. APSEZ is having 15 ports across India and 4 ports across other international territories. I am not going into the detail because we have more things to cover in the technical aspects of the port. So again, I am not going to cover this slide which details about the activities of APSEZ. So coming to the Vizhinjam story, why Vizhinjam was chosen as the first deep water transshipment port? Vizhinjam is having 2 natural advantages. The major natural advantage is its closeness to international shipping route. Earlier I was telling you that there are 2 international shipping routes which passes close to India, East-West shipping route and the Middle East-Far East route. Both these routes are at a distance of only 10 nautical miles from Vizhinjam, which makes Vizhinjam an attractive destination for transshipment. And beside that, Vizhinjam is also having a natural draft of 18 to 20 meter, which makes Vizhinjam an important destination or the easy destination to start the transshipment port. Though it was a state port, it was actually started as it is now also a state port, known major port. Government of Kerala invited a bid for development of this port on DBFOT basis, and Adani Vizhinjam port was the chosen winner, and we incorporated a special purpose vehicle company and we started developing this port in 2015. The journey was very challenging because this was having massive civil engineer works, and the total cost of the project is something around 7,700 crores. So this was again the point which I was earlier making. India, these 2 routes being closer to the international shipping route, Vizhinjam is an excellent case for a transshipment, and the country made it. So what are the advantages of this are, we have the natural depth, we have minimal littoral drift also. Unlike many other major ports in the country, the littoral drifts are there predominant, and they have to be continuously dredged to maintain the desired depth. But in Vizhinjam's case, it is not the case, and we are having enough dredge, so that makes us an ideal location. And we being closer to both the international shipping routes, we are also an ideal location for fuel bunkering. And coming to the, till now I was telling about the transshipment. We also have a great potential as an export-import also, because we can cater to the entire South India. A vessel at present from Tirupur, Tirupur is a garment manufacturing hub of India, actually now catches its route to first to Tuticorin, and from there it takes to Colombo and then goes to its ultimate destination US. But now a vessel from Tirupur can directly go to Vizhinjam, and from there it can catches the large vessel to US. So that is the kind of advantage Vizhinjam offers. So from this slide onwards, we are going to deal about the technical aspects, the engineering aspects of the port. My colleague Devin is with me. He will be explaining it better than me in the coming slides.
So good evening all.
Slide.
So I will be taking you through the technical aspect of the port. Here you can see this is the first phase development of the port, which is currently in operation stage. So here we are having a container berth length of 800 meters. That means 2 mother vessels can be simultaneously berthed at a time, and this container backup yard, it is a huge massive area created artificially by dredging and reclamation. So 63 hectares of land, that is approximately 150 acres of land we have reclaimed and converted it into land area. So we have gone towards the seaside approximately 400 meters and we have reclaimed the land, and we have used the specialized vibro flotation technique for the compaction of the reclaimed land area. And the port operation building, it is here, and the gate complex is here, the EXIM inspection area, port substation building. So the assets which is ready and currently in operation stage is that 800 meters of container berth is there. We are having the 18 to 20 meter depth. Of course, we are the deepest port in India with a depth of 18.4 meters, and we have set a record by receiving the deepest vessel in India, that is MSC Verona, which was having 17.1 meters draft. We are having the STS cranes, ship-to-shore cranes, 8 numbers of semi-automated ship-to-shore cranes, and 24 numbers of cantilever rail-mounted gantry cranes or yard cranes, and marine flotilla. We are having 4 numbers of tugs used for the assistance of vessels coming to our port, and 3 mooring launches used for the assistance for the mooring operation of the vessels. And we are having these ITVs, internal transit vehicles, 56 numbers of internal transit vehicles, and the yard capacity is 7,200 total ground slots with a total capacity of 1.5 million 20-foot equivalent unit containers. So this is a brief timeline of our port. 2015, 17th August, the execution of concession agreement happened, and 5th December we started the breakwater construction, and 1st June we started the container berth construction in 2017. And in 2022, Kerala State Electricity Board gave us 220 kV dedicated power line for the operation of our port. And in 2023, 15th October, we received the first vessel to our port. That was the project vessel carrying cranes from China. And we received 7 numbers of project vessel carrying huge cranes from China. And in 2024, 11th July, we commenced the trial operations of the port, and we had entered into commercial operation of the port on 3rd December 2024. And on 2nd May 2025, Honorable Prime Minister came to our port and dedicated our port to the nation of India. So this is a recent Google Earth image. Here you can see this is the 800 meter long container berth, and this is a ULCV, ultra large container vessel having a length of 400 meters, and this is a feeder vessel having a length of 150 meters. And here you can see this was the initial shoreline during the commencement of construction. This was the initial shoreline. And towards sea, we have created this much of 63 hectares of reclaimed container backup yard area. And this is the huge engineering marvel, the breakwater we have constructed across the ocean, approximately 3 kilometers of breakwater we have constructed. So this, further going on to the detail of this breakwater, this is this you can see the breakwater which is existing at Vizhinjam International Seaport. And here you can see the cross section of this breakwater, the orange section, which is the core materials. The rock sizes we have used from 100 gram to 6 tons. That is a single rock having size of 6 tons. Also we have used for this huge massive engineering marvel. We can call it as an, definitely it is an engineering marvel. 3 kilometers of breakwater we have constructed. This orange portion this is the core material, 85% of the construction we use 100 gram to 500 kg rocks. And this is the seaside. This red color section we are having the secondary armor, 2 to 4 ton rocks, and this grey color section. In normally all of the breakwaters you should have seen a 3-legged concrete structure. Those we call it as tetrapods. Here we use a little bit more advanced structure, that means the acropod units. A single acropod unit will be having a weight of 12 tons. Like that 17,000 units we have manufactured at our site and deployed at the breakwater seaside for the protection of this breakwater. And approximately 77 lakh metric ton of rocks were utilized for the construction of breakwater. And the total height of this breakwater is above sea level. It is having a height of 8 meters, and below sea level it is going up to a depth of 22 meters. That is approximately 30 meters is the total depth of this breakwater. And top you can see a 10 meter wide roadway is there, and it is just like a trapezoidal shape. Both sides 1 in 1.5 slope is there. When it reaches the seabed, it is the width is approximately 100 to 120 meters. So coming on to the container backup yard and berth, we are having 800 meter piled container berth, total width of 54 meters, and we have the deepest. We are having the deepest vessel basin in India, and we are capable of handling even the ultra large container vessel, and we have recently berthed the world's largest container vessel, that is MSC Irina, and the container berth is supported on 615 concrete piles having a diameter ranging from 1200 to 1500 millimeters, and the depth of the pile is ranging from 50 to 60 meters, and 63 hectares of reclaimed container backup yard area we have developed. Coming on to the state of the art technology we have adopted, and we are proud to say that our port is India's, not only India, South Asia's first automated port. That means here you can see these are the ship-to-shore cranes, semi-automated remote-controlled ship-to-shore cranes. No operator is sitting above the crane. The operator is sitting at the port operation building, which is approximately 1 kilometer away from the cranes, and the operator is sending signals to the crane using the joystick-like arrangements like that. Yeah. And these are all the fully automated yard cranes. That means the operator will be sending one signal to the crane, and the crane will automatically communicate each other, and crane will automatically transfer the containers from the container yard area to the truck area. And on to the right hand side you can see our port is India's first port wherein women are operating the cranes. And the key achievements are that within less than 1 year we have attained handled more than 600 vessels, 1.3 million TEUs, that is greater than 100% capacity. As per the agreement signed between Government of Kerala and ABPPL, the capacity was 1 million TEUs, and after 1 year of commercial operation we need to handle only 6 lakhs TEUs. But we have added on to 1.3 million TEUs. And the major achievements, the largest vessel MSC Irina we have berthed, the deepest draft vessel in India MSC Verona we have berthed. And some of the images. This is the image of our port. And here you can see the beautiful port between the green land and blue sea. And this is the breakwater structure, explaining the waves are hitting from the seaside, and inside the boundary it is just like a tranquil pond-like condition. The container backup yard area, the breakwater structure. This is the first vessel received by our port, Maersk. Honorable Prime Minister dedicating our port to the nation of India. Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable Chief Minister visiting the container berth area. This is the similar to air traffic control system. We are having this vessel traffic management system. From this VTMS, we can track the vessels which is going approximately 40 nautical miles away from our port. And these are the other facilities: the gate complex area, the 4-lane port approach road, the 220 kV power substation, and the port user building. And the second phase expansion of the port, we are planning for 1,200 meter expansion of this container berth, a tank farm having capacity of 6 million cubic meters, a railway yard, a rail connectivity to multi-purpose berth will be there, and breakwater extension by 920 meters, and a liquid dedicated berth will be there. So the key port-led development, EXIM operation. We are starting the EXIM operation by January 2026, and fuel bunkering operation, we have already commenced the fuel bunkering operation, and we have signed the MOU for the LNG bunkering with BPCL, and logistic infra park. Once we start the EXIM cargo, logistic infra park will be developing in and around Trivandrum, and also there is a possibility of development of special economic zones. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all. No, sir.
Yeah.
Video है sir. Time है तो we can shoot. नहीं ठीक.
I must congratulate you.
Thank you, sir.
15 minutes. I will send you the software.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You
Fine,
will love
sir.
that copy.
Yes,
You
sir.
will get it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because he is the person who works in the ground. So for him, this is very important. Sir, with your blessing, sir.
No, always. Your hard work is a blessing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. We are actually 15 minutes ahead of time. In the sense, that if you remove the coffee break, then we are. Now, the next 10 minutes, will be as follows. I will give you spontaneously developed 4 or 5 nuggets or advice as your guru. And after that, we will play national anthem. All of you who are signing, because you are the dedicated workers, how do you filter out those who go away? Because they have to meet their wife, and they have to go for early lunch. They always get used to it's a common thing. They have victim of status quo. Victim of status quo. And that cannot continue. At some point in time, they have to change. I'm not against them. I'm just giving the psychological factor of that phenomenon, not individual. My first thing will be, in your projects, if you have to succeed, synergize education, experience, emotions, and expectations. E4 NASA 2012. My concept on that. Education and experience is a hard side. Education does not change generally. So if you synergize this, you will find a stream of compassion flowing in you. A stream of compassion will flow without you realizing this. And I'm talking to you with 58 years experience. Theoretical नहीं है, professor नहीं हूँ मैं किसी business school का. It's all the things which are coming is merely out of experience. Always. I write the books, I don't read books. ये बहुत important है. आपको लगता है बड़ा simple है. Life में आप workers हैं, सब workers हैं. उनको आना है, करना है. Don't be just worker. Give recognition to them. Very, very important. You find anything can be done. If you have that, people are not asking for money. They're asking for recognition. They're asking for respect. And it is your responsibility to give respect. Even beggar, you should give respect. Never in your life downplay the beggar. You are not a good human being. You are certainly not a good human being if you have that arrogance. You may not do anything for them. You are not in the political front to uplift them. You may not have power even to give money, opening the window. No, that's not the solution. The solution is you feel about them. That's the point. Nothing more. Second thing which I would say is the competency and passion. Competency and passion. This I have realized many years ago. Incompetent number, somebody was mentioning about number 1100, 1000, one in the log lage mein. This is a wrong psyche in India. This psyche needs to change. Just to say we have so many people means nothing. What is important is competency. I had presented an article and a presentation in 2009 where I mentioned if you have competent people, what would be their role in completing the project? 20% ahead of time. This was done in Europe. And I hunch, I do not have any scientific proof. So build your competency. Build to think differently. We are getting obsolete. The expiry time of your ideas is very short, very slow, very low, very low. Like expiry time of medicine. They may have 2 years, maybe 6 months, maybe 3 months. But today's change of turbulence, your idea is vanishing very fast. So therefore the challenge is to bring that idea into practice. Otherwise, idea like you, somebody also has, you will move forward. The third thing is challenge the way we think. Challenge the way we think in this new environment. New thinking. Conventional thinking will not work. conventional thinking will be taken by the robots. And nobody in the world can stop that tumultuous change. Nobody. It is tsunami. It's not within the control of human beings. Because efficiency, productivity, profitability, all that geared up. So I would say to master change in unpredictable environment, challenge your own, what can we do more? How can I apply AI? Sapna's application, good application. She brought everybody together, small application. With that application, these two people have done very good job. Go there by SOP. I don't remember. Fourth is, future is uncertain. Future is definitely uncertain, especially now. Hence, risk. Uncertainty gives rise to what? Risk. अब सो रहे हैं क्या आप लोग? Uncertainty is directly more uncertainty, more risk. So the challenge is to make uncertainty to certainty. So therefore, when future is uncertain, hence it is risky, risk management becomes the project management, backbone of the project management. People say, I'm doing this. There are 8 life cycles, 8 processes. We may be doing ideation to closing, but within these phases, what are the processes we follow? Identify, quantify, prioritize, mitigate. That process we don't do it. I guarantee in India, after knowing so many companies, after being executed more than 100 projects worldwide, I have not seen anybody who looks at the project life cycle and within life cycle looks at I teach risk management. This is my now new favorite. Used to be project management till 2011, but now it's risk management. So, this is again very dear to my heart. You're talking, sub-talking, कितना भी कहिए, सुनने नहीं रहेगा, आप सुनेंगे नहीं. आपका माइंड इतना इम्पेशेंस है. जहाँ इम्पेशेंस नहीं होना चाहिए माइंड को, आप इम्पेशेंट हो जाते हैं. जहाँ माइंड को इम्पेशेंट नहीं होना चाहिए, इम्पेशेंट हो जाते हैं आप. हम लोग, इंक्लूडिंग मी. I'm not saying you only. I'm like you. और जहाँ आपको इम्पेशेंस होना चाहिए, वहाँ पेशेंस हो जाते हैं. डिलीवरी में जहाँ आपको अभी वो देख रहे हैं टेक्निक वाले चुकी कर रहे हैं, और वो ठीक कर रहे हैं because they're writing their name, because they will get, all of you will get a special prize. I don't have any problem there. जहाँ आपको इम्पेशेंस होना चाहिए, वहाँ पर पेशेंस है. छोड़ो यार, चाय पी लो फिर देखते हैं. अभी क्या जल्दी है? और जो जल्दी करना चाहता हो, छोड़ो यार, तुमको क्या, तुम ही मास्टर बनना चाहते हो, तुम ही पोर्टफोलियो मैनेजर बनना. बैठो. Trap. So this psychologically dichotomy between the two will destroy. You have to simply shift impatience in delivery, patience in this. And that patience would mean awareness. आपने कल स्लाइड देखी थी? कल आपने स्लाइड देखी थी ना? सेंट पीटर्सबर्ग 2005. X and Z, X and Y, they're working. Z dimension. When you are aware, you are doing meditation. When I'm aware that I'm talking to you, I'm doing meditation. When I find somebody talking to each other, without knowing, I know small noise, because I'm aware. Otherwise, as a WPMF founder, as a person of that kind, I should have been bothered. It has become the practice. It has become the habit of the mind. You cannot destroy that mind because it's a very good habit. Awareness is the key. अब आप पढ़िए नेशनल एंथम. I hope this is good. All of you who have signed will get some special write-ups and all, and you will be in my special email group. Some of the ideas I will share with this group because you have demonstrated that you are serious about it. After that, national anthem, then there will be tea break. But they need this space. Play करिए. Kindly get up.
Jana